Hey guys, back with another fanfic. This is the second movie of What If I Woke Up as Izuku Midoriya. Stay tuned. But that's enough yapping, let's begin. A University, Class 1A classroom, 2 weeks later. It was unnerving really, thinking about how fast the original world has paced itself compared to this one. 2 weeks and there was no mention of the USJ, just straight, normal, superhero school stuff. It was almost enough to make him put his guard down. Yet, he could not. There was this sense of unease within him that told him to stay prepared. Maybe it was from previous knowledge or maybe it was in his head, but he would be ready. Still, things have been progressing well here at least, Izuku thought, his head lazily in hand. As he turned it to see the rest of the class, they were chatting amongst themselves, outside of the obvious exceptions, happily while awaiting Aizawa to arrive. It was good that they could easily get along with everyone. Now if only Katsuki could do the same. Katsuki was still more than annoyed with being in 1B, but he simply declared he would make the class as great as he was. Unfortunately, they weren't used to his attitude yet and he's trying to rush it. He had so many messages from his friend complaining about the whole thing, but he thankfully hadn't blown someone up yet. He was just thankful to Katsuki's nature in going to bed at 8 o'clock on the dot, or else he would have been stuck dealing with him all night. Ignoring that, his class was doing better. They really only had hero course together, but they did share some of the other classes they had. And if they didn't hang out during lunch, then it was at the dorms where they actually did the most at. Sure, it had been just small things like playing games or watching television, but bonds like that were important in his opinion. Boo! Dark shadow popped in his vision, making him flinch back. Ha! Got ya! Calm yourself, dark shadow, Tokiyami yelled, only to receive snickering in return. Ah! Forgive me, Midoriya. Controlling my darkness has always been difficult. It's fine. Izuku chuckled, his head patting dark shadows. That had actually caught it off guard, making it pull back and look at him. Oh, sorry, didn't like that, and no, not used to that from other people. Dark shadow muttered while Tokiyami was smirking upon seeing the look. Rare to see you get flustered so easily. Tokiyami chuckled, earning Dark Shadow's ire. Hey, I am not flustered, Dark Shadow whined, earning chuckles from the both of them. Grr, don't make me talk about your younger years as an edgelord. Tokiyami promptly shut up. Still feels strange to see Dark Shadow talk this much. Aizawa even assigned assignments for them. Did Dark Shadow actually talk back in the canon? He couldn't recall. It was at that moment where Aizawa decided to walk into the classroom, immediately making them all focus up and straighten in their seats. A bit faster. Good, you're adjusting well, Aizawa said, giving out a rare compliment. Izuku was still trying to figure out who bagged him and made him mellow out a bit. However, I want to keep this brief. At the end of this hour, you have to pick out a class representative and a vice representative. Why? Reiko questioned out loud. Isn't that a high school thing? A request made by our glorious headmaster here, Aizawa explained, his eyes rolling upon hearing Nezu's chuckles over the intercom. Anyway, you're required to do it and I don't want to hear any excuses. If there are any, I'll triple your assignments. A loud and audible gulp could be heard throughout the thread as he started to get into his bag. If you have any questions, ask them now. What are the responsibilities of a class representative and the vice representative when it comes to our class, sir? Iida asked, his hand raised the highest. You'll be representing your class, along with the faculty as a whole. You will be responsible for informing your classmates of any school activities along with any planned trips that you'll be told in advance. You will also be responsible for making sure that any request done by your classmates goes through by myself or another faculty member, especially if it's to head off school grounds. Beyond that, you'll be responsible for making sure your class stays on top of itself. The vice, however, effectively the same thing, only acting to help out. Now, hurry up and decide. Aizawa ended off, zipping himself inside his cocoon. The moment that happened, everyone started speaking. Oh, pick me, Mina said, pointing at herself. You should be voting for me, Toru exclaimed, her arms waving around excitedly. I would be a manly representative, Kirishima declared, flexing. Why are they eager about this? Reiko questioned. It does sound a little exciting. I certainly wouldn't mind, Momo muttered to herself, missing how Reiko's ear twitched. Well, you'd actually be good with things like that, Reiko thought. She was top of the class. As far as he was concerned, even better than Izuku when it came to certain subjects. Everyone please calm down, Iida yelled, his hand slamming down on the table. We must decide in a dignified manner. Only those who actually wish to handle the responsibility. Not out of some childish desire. Your hands raised the highest, Sue pointed out, making him blush out of embarrassment. Well, I am interested obviously. Iida defended himself. And how are we supposed to decide? We barely know each other. Sue added on, reminding them of their current situation. All they had were 2 weeks, that wasn't enough time to dictate exactly who would be best. Hence why only those interested should be the ones voted for. Nor should anyone be allowed to vote for themselves. Iida reaffirmed, leaving many to think about if they actually wanted it, especially one Izuku Midoriya. Should I go for it? It by all means isn't that important. Honestly, he'd be lying if he said it was ever really important outside of giving other characters a title to work with. Yet, there were at least some advantages to that. I'm already working on helping everyone with their quirks, but maybe I can give them an extra push as a representative. Meh, screw it. In that case, I don't mind running, Izuku said aloud, instantly earning their attention. I too would like to take part, Momo added on, not wanting to be left in the dust. Ha ha, don't count me out either, Monoma proclaimed, his usual mad laughter in place. Everyone else in class didn't seem interested after some thought. I have no doubt that we will remain on top of the other classes with me in charge. Suddenly the others seemed to be more of a sane option. It was at that moment when the bell rang, making them all freeze as Aizawa rose up from his bag, his eyes glowing red in disappointment. It looks like I'm adding extra assignments for everyone. Sorry sir, but we can't rush such an important choice. Izuku spoke up, his gaze kept cool as he spoke. It would be illogical to do so without much thought. You won't always have time to make decisions like that, Aizawa said, leaning up slightly to continue. Least of all when you become heroes and have lives on the line. You need to think quickly if you wish to be ready. We also should not act hastily with our actions. One mistake, one choice, can easily shift how everything goes. Izuku responded back, his gaze never leaving Aizawa. They stared at each other for a few moments before Aizawa finally rolled his eyes. Fine, you vote when you return from lunch and decide then. Don't waste any more time or else it will be 5 times the assignments, Aizawa claimed, making them all shiver. Now, get out of here. They quickly rushed, leaving Aizawa to begin laying back down. However, a message from Mike had caught his attention. He then let out an annoyed groan and slowly rose from his bag. Damn reporters. UA, University, Dining Hall, Izu. Himiko cheered upon spotting him. With her food in hand, she joined the table, consisting of Izuku, Reiko, Kyoka, Uraraka and Iida. She instantly sat next to him before hugging him. Hi everyone. Ah, you must be the sister Midoriya spoke of. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Iida. Tenya. Good to meet you Mr. Roboto. Wah Mr. Roboto. Iida snapped to Izuku, his body stiff and his hand chopping. Midoriya, how have you been describing me to others? Single quote. Gosh, I wish I could call him Buzz Lightyear, Izuku thought as everyone chuckled at his movements. As they all settled down, they all began talking. I must admit Midoriya, I was surprised to hear that you wanted to run for class representative. Iida began the conversation. Forgive me for saying this, but you don't seem to be the type to go for a role like that. I normally wouldn't, but I felt the need to keep my promise. To help everyone become great heroes while we're in the same class. The position would push me to do that more so than usual. Plus having a bit of sway in the class would help with training. Alongside any personal matters that may come up. But if I don't get it, it's between you and Yaoyorozu. Thank you in advance, Iida said. I have decided to give my vote to you as well. Well, you ain't getting mine, Reiko said with a bit of snark while Izuku turned to him. Stunned. Dude, you do way too much already, even before coming here. You're gonna burn yourself out adding on anything extra like this. Wah no I don't, Izuku said, only for Kyoka to give him a teasing grin. Reet, sure you don't, Green. Kyoka chuckled, only making him pout. But he does have a point. Between everything going on here, you think you can handle all of that? If I can't, then I'll have you to pick me up. And just like that, she had a flush on her face. All of you, of course. Of course, Reiko said, giving her a knowing look. He got a death glare in return, yet he ignored it in favor of his carrot. But I'll be giving my vote to Yaoyorozu. She seems like a good fit, and isn't a robot. I am not a robot. Iida once more earned a round of laughs as he hung his head in defeat. Hey, Himiko, Uraraka turned to her, making the blonde jump a bit at her smile. How are your classes going? Midoriya mentioned you're going to become a lawyer. He did he? Himiko gave him a stare, to which he returned with a smile. They're going well. A lot more boring than those hero classes you guys have, but I like the peacefulness. At the same time, the assignments are such a pain. I can imagine, Uraraka said, not believing she would be able to handle it. Still, it's very impressive that you're going for it. I know some people say hero classes are challenging, but I doubt I would be able to handle any kind of law class. You never know. I think anyone is capable of anything so long as they work for it. Himiko claimed with a fanged smile. It was thankfully easier to talk with Uraraka without that strange feeling in her chest. Izuku smiled at the interaction, resisting the urge to tease his sister for the time being. It was nice that he could actually have moments like this still despite their career paths. Himiko and Uraraka continued chatting away, while Iida was attempting to earn votes from both Kyoka and Reiko. The latter had his ear twitching while trying to play his game while Kyoka was showing him some of her newest tunes as he wrote in his notebook once more. He glanced up, briefly, spotting Katsuki and was about to wave him over only for a loud alarm to suddenly make him go stiff. Oh, fuck, everyone had gotten up in a panic, himself included, looking around as everyone began to scatter. It wasn't long until they found themselves pulled alongside the panicking crowd. The intruder alarm. That fucker might actually be alive. All for one. And he might have Tenko as well. He would have to worry about that later, however. As he was forcing himself to stand up straight, he fully planned on making his way towards the exit, maybe in hopes of actually catching the mystery traitor that they seemed to have. However, upon seeing some people, some of which his classmates, get pushed over, that changed instantly. Son of a Uraraka. Why yeah, somehow she heard him through the chaos. Float me, now. She understood and quickly slapped his back. One for all cackled around him as he lunged in the air, his eyes darting to the window briefly. He could see the media and news teams storming inside while Aizawa and Mike were trying to wrangle them in. He didn't have a microphone, but raising his percentage up and focusing it around his throat, he spoke. Enough. The booming voice had froze the crowd into a stunned silence. They glanced up at him, quickly taking note of the uniform before thinking he was a villain despite his angry expression. Now that I have your attention, if you look outside you'll see that it's nothing more than reporters, who are being handled by our teachers. The moment they actually saw them, a loud sigh of relief came out of them. It was short-lived, however, upon hearing Izuku continue onward. It however does not excuse how many of you acted during this. How many people were knocked over and stepped over because you were rushing for an exit? There's a reason why we are taught to handle these situations in a calm and orderly manner. They were on the verge of being adults, meant to act like such, yet the slightest thing goes wrong and they freak out. He did not attempt to hide his own disappointment, and it did not go unnoticed either. Hey, we're not training to be heroes, ya know. Oh man, there's no way the teachers aren't gonna know about this. We're still new here. As many of them tried to make excuses, he was already finding himself being lowered to the floor. He gave Uraraka a thankful look while everyone from his class was quickly surrounding him, as they thanked him for actually stopping the chaos from continuing. His mind wandered to outside. He knew he was out there. Shigaraki, and now there was a potential traitor among the crowd. Some days he hated his life. A University, Class 1A classroom. So, have you made your decision yet? Aizawa questioned as he entered the room. His lazy glare being filled with annoyance, no doubt from the news reporters invading the grounds. Not to mention their security gate being destroyed. We finished just now, Iida claimed, holding up a stack of papers. Our representative will Be Izuku Midoriya while our vice will be Momo Yaoyorozu. Aizawa gave them a tired stare upon hearing them clap for the two individuals. Congratulations. Don't screw it up. Everyone watched as he crawled right back into his sleeping bag, leaving them to talk among themselves. 3 cheers to the reps of our class. Mina shouted, her fist raised in the air. Most of the class had done so, no doubt annoying Aizawa to no end as he tried to drown out the noise. Thank you everyone, Momo said brightly, making their hearts swell from how innocent she sounded. Thanks for the votes everyone, Izuku said, not too surprised. His little performance during lunch had pretty much secured his position. Momo was not far off however, easily securing her spot as vice at least. I'll try my best to ensure we become great heroes, beyond UA's expectations. We'll reach over the top before you know it. Short, but sweet as intended. Just enough to get a wide amount of smiles and grins from everyone. Everyone had ideas and didn't hesitate to start sharing them with both himself and Momo. While she was already taking notes on such things, he did the same, admittedly at a much slower pace. Why? Because Aizawa took that moment to get back up and looked annoyed at his phone. Listen up everyone, tomorrow we have been assigned a joint trip with 1B to a faculty to continue your training. Be prepared because we'll be testing to see the kind of heroes you canon will be there. So, it was really starting then. Bring it, a university bus the next day. Well, if it isn't our lesser sister class, 1B. Monoma laughed, his normal, crazed stare as clear as day. He got surprised, deadpan and of course some angry looks from them. He however did not care, his smug grin coming up fully. Here to learn from the better class that were simply superior. He got tongue slapped by Sue, sending him straight to the ground. Don't mind him, he's a little loopy in the head. Sorry, Sue said, retracting her tongue. While some were still annoyed with him, they didn't blame the class for him. Though he did down their opinion of the class. Izuku took that time to actually note everyone in Katsuki's class. Asuka Kendo, Setsuna Tokage, Tetsu, Denki Kaminari, Abara Shiozaki, Reiko Unagi, Pony Tsunotori, Masharao Ojiro, Hiraiyu Rin, Jiroda Shishida, Sen Kaibara, Hanta Siro, Mezo Shoji, Yosetsu Awase, and finally, Kanoko Komori. All of them thankfully seemed to be the same as they were before. At the same time, he was annoyed with the lack of support gear they should be putting some thought into. He slowly raised his hand to pull out a notebook only for a hand to grab his shoulder. Save it for later you nerd. Katsuki growled, though he held a smirk upon saying it. While he, too was more or less dressed the same, he had thankfully replaced those giant grenades in favor of shotgun gauntlets instead. Man liked to blast and to hit people, this was the perfect choice for him. I can't wait to kick your ass at whatever we're doing. You do need to catch up, don't you? Izuku commented with a chuckle upon Katsuki's snort. You wish, Deku. Midoriya right. Itsuka stepped up to them, Setsuna right behind her, as she held out her hand. I'm Itsuka Kendo, the representative of 1B. Setsuna here is my vice. It's nice to meet you. Same to you. My vice would be Yaoyorozu behind me, Izuku said, shaking her hand. And, thank you for watching over Kachan here. Wait, you call him Kachan? Setsuna interrupted with a sly grin. Snickers could be heard amongst both classes while Katsuki gave him a death glare. Oh well, nothing new. Yes, I called him that a lot. Izuku ignored it with a wide smile, not missing a hand sign he was very familiar with by now. Well, ignoring that, I hope our classes can get along. Even if we are technically rivals, Itsuka said, as they let go of each other's hands. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll be fine. Even if I have to rein in some of my own classmates. Izuku claimed, looking at the recovering Monoma briefly. It was at that moment where Vlad King had walked over to them, having Aizawa right behind him with a tired glare. Okay classes, we're leaving now, Vlad announced with a wide grin while Aizawa merely stared at his class to get moving. Everyone quickly evacuated to the buses before risking to face his wrath. Everyone, please sit in an orderly fashion, Iida asked everyone upon coming on the bus. Easy there Iida, everyone's already seated. Iida actually paused, realizing he was the only one standing. With his head down, he moved to a seat near his friends just as Aizawa sat down. The civil bot in the driver's seat looked back, seemingly eye-smiling. "Good morning everyone. Fasten your seat belts, don't be too loud and enjoy the ride. Please." The bus started not long after, as they went on their way to their destination. Along the way, everyone talked about where they were going, along with working together with 1B. For the first time, Izuku however had his mind elsewhere. Hate this, hate it all. It was at times like this where he actually wished he could go into the vigilante lifestyle. At least then, he would have been able to inform the heroes of what would be coming. Any kind of warning from him as he was know would only result in him being investigated and suspected for a number of reasons. The League was going to make the attack today. They never didn't. 1B was going with them, upping their numbers. He doubted Shigaraki would take any of them that seriously. He was still completely worried about the Nomu being there. It was by luck and plot that any of them survived. But what if they didn't have that kind of protection here? Hell, what if there were actually some competent crooks there? What if Shigakari just wanted to make a murder scene? What if he actually managed to turn one of them to dust? Midoriya. He woke from his thoughts and found Sue looking at him. "Sorry, I was lost in my thoughts. Something wrong?" "No, just curious about your quirk. It's a lot like All Might's." "Alright, he did start using his one for all during training more so. There are a lot of strength-like quirks out there, though. Yours is the closest to what I can compare to his." "Well, I doubt that much. I really couldn't use mine for the longest time." Izuku lied easily. Only Kyoko would be able to remotely tell if he was or not, and she long since knew the truth. "Really? Was it difficult to use or something?" Mina asked, with Kirishima and her appearing from the seat behind them. "Something like that. My quirk is a bit of a stockpiler, so it took time for it to actually come through." "Oh, like a few months or a year?" Kirishima asked. "Try, about over a month ago. Almost 2 months actually," Izuku answered with a nod. After thinking about it, "Wait, what?" Kirishima began only for Mina to yell, earning the attention of the whole bus. "You didn't get to use your quirk until a month ago?" "Yeah, pretty much," Izuku said, well aware of the wide stares he was receiving. "My body pretty much rejected it for my entire life up until recently. It wasn't until recently that I could actually used it, but for so many years." Momo interjected, clearly intrigued by the situation. "I've never heard of a quirk taking so long to come in. With a backlash like mine, it's understandable." Izuku pulled up his sleeve to show over the scars from his first attempt with One for All. Some of the guys had recognized it from the locker room, and yet they winced with the girls at the same time. "I broke my arm the first time I used it at full power. And that was after my training for UA. Wait, if you used it back when you were a child?" Iida trailed off, his face going pale as the thought came to mind. "I would have gone pop," Izuku said simply, making them all gulp. "Oh no, I did not need that image in my head, Midoriya," Mina said, her pale face being shared amongst the class. "Sorry, my bad." They couldn't help but to worry about how casually he talked about blowing up. That does explain a few things about you at least," Sue said, earning his attention. "Between how you work out, how you analyze quirks and how much support gear you have. You must have been planning to go into heroics without a quirk at all." "That was the plan. Then I punched an ocean." Izuku chuckled. "So you were just gonna enter the exam with no quirk at all in mind?" "Just your hands?" Kirishima asked, getting a nod in return. Manly. "Still, do you even need any of that gear then?" Toru asked the question. They all had seen an eyeful of what he could do with his quirk. "Of course I do. I can't even half the power my quirk has yet, and I've put a lot of thought into all of these, you know," Izuku claimed, looking down at his helmet briefly. "Besides, I would rather not just rely on my quirk to get by. That just sounds illogical." Aizawa twitched from his spot, but made no move to speak up. "That makes a lot of sense," Toru said, though not too thoughtful about her own gear. She doubted that there would be anything that could really work in line with her. At least her thoughts wondered. "I wonder if he has any ideas in his notebooks." The conversations went to support gear for a little while as they traveled. Izuku likely checked his own gear more than a few times along the way, making sure he had everything he had for the upcoming battle. He then closed his eyes briefly. "Hey, you guys feel chatty. Yet, single quote figures. Izuku sighed, opening his eyes to find the USJ within sights. Okay then let's play. USJ, main center. This building was big, not shocking, given it was UA, but he heard Reiko muttering about budgets for the hero school. He couldn't blame him to a certain degree. There was a lot of money put into heroics, probably more than actually needed. But there was no denying the results, especially when it came to UA graduates like All Might. Speaking of him, he wasn't here. He was likely running around like an adrenaline jockey, taking down villains. He wished he was here, but somehow he knew to blame fate for this. 1. However, they still had Eraserhead, Vlad King, and now 13. Hello students, I am 13. The pro hero introduced herself, a chirpy attitude being shown to them all. I'm glad to see so many of you excited about today. I welcome you all to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, otherwise known as a USJ. I can't believe it's really her. Uraraka fangirled, trying to keep her voice down. You're a big fan, aren't you, Uraraka? Sue asked, earning an embarrassed blush. Well, she is my favorite. By a long mile, Uraraka claimed. She then felt something placed in her hand and found a small notebook in hand with a little frog on it. Get an autograph for yourself. Just wait till after the lesson is taught, Sue told her with a smile. Uraraka beamed widely, looking absolutely adorable. Cute. Kiro, where's All Might? Aizawa asked, coming closer with Vlad. Saving the day as usual. Looks like there's a bit of a wave of crime going around and he's been spotted all over Japan. Vlad answered, looking away from his phone while Aizawa groaned. If that dumbass is going to be a teacher, then he needs to work on actually committing to it. Aizawa grumbled, not exactly happy. Well, we can continue our lesson without him. Don't think my kids can wait much longer, Vlad said, glancing back at Katsuki. The boy looked ready for action, like many of them of course, but he was already looking around with a feral look. No issues with that, 13 claimed, returning her attention back to the young adults. Now, today we'll be testing your control over your quirks within certain danger scenarios. This includes natural disasters and villain attacks. Control our quirks, we had them since we were 4. Reiko muttered, trying to keep himself quiet. However, a cough from Izuku, followed up with a stare, made him realize. Oh, right, I know many of you believe you know your quirk, but knowing how much you regulate them is very important, 13 claimed, raising a finger up as it opened up. My own quirk, Black Hole, is quite powerful and versatile within rescue situations. The black holes suck in and disintegrate any matter at the atomic level, which makes it perfect for removing wreckage. It can also do the same to a human body, no doubt, 13 claimed, her tone becoming far more serious than expected by the students. She continued, all the same, while you may have seen many of those who use our quirks for heroics, you have seen the same thing of those who use their quirks to cause damage, either on purpose or as an accident. All Might is strong enough to permanently break the human body. Endeavors. Flames are powerful enough to incinerate people down to ash. Even your teachers, such as Midnight, can permanently put people to sleep or worse, while Vlad's blood creation can be used to do far more damage than needed. 13 explained, taking note of the expressions. Few seemed unaffected, either already knowing or tuning her out, while the majority seemed disturbed. This is why these exercises will be important. Control is a key part of being a hero and knowing exactly how much of your power is actually necessary for the situation. It is also essential to know how your quirk can be used for rescue situations. By the end of the day, I hope you'll understand this and use what you learn to save lives. Izuku couldn't help but nod at this. Control was never an issue from what he understood. When it came to heroes, villains however made things difficult, especially with how out of control they would get later on. Speaking of them, he glanced towards the center area as a black fog started to form. Aizawa raised an eye at him until he followed his gaze and froze. The black, purplish fog grew in size, as multiple figures could be seen stepping out of it. The most prominent of them being a man resembling the very fog, having sharp yellow eyes while wearing a very elegant suit with a tie and had a metal brace that goes from around his collarbone to just below his eyes. Greetings heroes, introductions are to be made. I am Kurogiri and he raised his Hands up as more mist-like portals appeared around him with more and more people stepping through. Their expressions were prideful and arrogant, wielding weapons while exposing their quirks freely. Are the League of Villains. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Wait, is this part of the test? Kaminari asked, more confused. No way, Dunceface. This is the real deal. Katsuki growled, explosions popping in his palms. Damn it, I can't get a connection. Mina yelled, looking at her phone. Wait, me neither. They must be cutting our connection somehow. Itsuka said, a tinge of fear coming through at seeing the growing numbers. Seriously, what is up with the security around here? Reiko claimed, taking out one of his knives. Usajiyama. He jumped upon hearing Kaina's voice. She already had her sniper arm ready, only waiting to see if they could actually get into combat. Did you leave a knife at the dorms? You should head there easily enough. Unfortunately not. It wasn't something he ever considered doing before, and it was never a habit for him to use to get home. Then we're on our own here, Kaina said, quickly dismissing him while taking aim. She was more than confident she could hit the man causing this, but she was surprised when Aizawa had actually stopped her. Sensei, everyone, you have to leave now. This is not a drill, Aizawa said, a glare coming across his face as he looked back down. This is an actual threat, and I won't have any of you get hurt if I can help it. 13, get them going. Me and Vlad will stall them. Right away, everyone follow me, the heroine ordered. While many of them were starting to make their way, Izuku watched as another figure emerged from the mist. He had silver grayish hair and a skinny frame. He was wearing a long-sleeved black shirt, a long, dust black trench coat, dark blue pants and black shoes. He was also covered in hands. Tomaru Shigaraki had arrived. Oh, as all might not hear, Kurogiri? Shigaraki questioned, his head tilting as he looked up at the retreating students. No, it appears that he is running late, Shigaraki. The mist villain answered, lowering his head. Forgive me for not ensuring that the target would follow his schedule. That's disappointing, but hardly anything major. I wonder if we kill a few of those brats. He'll appear sooner. The hero arriving a little too late would do much better for when he meets his end, Shigaraki said, a hand on his neck as he lightly scratched it. Oh well, make sure to allow the guests of our raid to all have fun. Soon enough we'll all be celebrating the death of Alham. He looked up, past the dead fingers of the hand in his face, to find himself locked in the same gaze as Izuku. He had a glare in his face, no doubt ready for action, but a hand on his shoulder made him come back to reality. Midoriya, we have to get going, Kirishima said, grabbing his classmate. Izuku growled, but complied, giving one last look to Shigaraki before joining his class. Oh, that one looked eager to fight. Make sure none of them escape, Kurogiri, Shigaraki ordered. The mist villain nodded before vanishing, just as Eraserhead and Vlad King jumped down. Oh, two prominent heroes are here. I must admit, I like Eraserhead a little more compared to you, Vlad. Hey, well, it's a shame that I can't say I care that much. How about we talk about it down at the police station, Vlad said, blood forming around his fists. As he said this, however, the other criminals had stepped in front of their boss, each ready to throw down with them. Yesh, how many of them have time to be part of this? Enough to actually think they're going to get away with it, Aizawa said, pulling his goggles over his eyes. He could tell just by looking at them, nothing more than a bunch of third-rate criminals that had no real technique or skill. Let's deal with them quickly. No complaints here. Let's show these punks why you shouldn't mess with our students, Vlad declared as they stepped forward to the swarm of villains before them. Meanwhile 13 was leading both classes of UA to the front entrance with hopes of actually making it out. However, that quickly faded upon Kurogiri appearing in between them and the path to the exit. Leaving so soon? Forgive me, but my master would not like that very much. He barely moved his head out the way of the shot sent at his neck. Kaina didn't hesitate to shoot again, this time having her shot absorbed by the mist as Kurogiri reformed. That was rude. I don't want to hear that from a villain, Kaina claimed, another non-lethal round ready to go. However, some of the others decided to rush forward, being Kamakiri, Kirishima and Tetsu. No, don't. 13 yelled only to go on ignored. Timer to go down, you freak, Kamikiri claimed, slashing forward while Kirishima and Tetsu threw their fists. Kurogiri's mist only expanded and quickly consumed them before spreading out to the classes. Most of them quickly found themselves overwhelmed while a few of them were actually managing to evade it. Izuku cursed as one for all flared around him. He glanced at Kurogiri briefly and prepared to go on the attack only to quickly notice 13 about to be pulled in as well. Without thinking he yanked her out the way, but not before the mist suddenly exploded in size and took him in. It wasn't long until only a mere quarter of them were left to deal with the villain. Before them, never mind the extra criminals he had summoned alongside him. I would recommend that you accept your fate, Kurogiri advised as the mist faded while he remained in between. These games will be your last after all. The USJ had officially begun. Chapter end. Chapter end notes. Chapter 13. Battle for the USJ. Chapter summary. The League of Villains begin their assault against the hero students at the USJ. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Unforeseen simulated joint. Ruins zone. What the foo? Reiko screamed as he fell out the air and towards the hard-looking concrete. Noticing his knives were falling around, he quickly teleported over to each and every one. Once he had them all grabbed, he threw me at the nearest building before quickly teleporting into it. He was on his back taking a deep breath, letting out a group of choice curses directed towards the mist villains. This is some bullshit. He did not sign up to deal with a bunch of bootleg criminals that didn't have anything better to do. And the security here, either they put it all into their robots or these bastards were actually smart about this. Taking a few breaths, he found himself calming down as he sat up and took in his surroundings. He was in some kind of fake city, ruins no doubt meant to be after a disaster. His ear then twitched before he shifted around to avoid a bat coming at his head. He then swung his leg around and kicked his attacker across the face and sent their unconscious body into a wall. That was not the only one, however, as more of them had started coming into the room, all way too confident for his liking. Ah, if it isn't a little bunny. He immediately lashed forward, effectively kicking the villain in the chest and sending him past his buddies. They all looked freaked out by the power in that kick while Reiko let out a snort. I'm not young enough to be called a bunny. You get a very annoyed rabbit instead. He lowered his foot while taking out a single knife. That kind of leg power. Those eyes. Those ears. You're related to Maruko, the rabbit hero. Many of them screamed, sounded as though phantom pains were coming back in full force. Seriously, that's how I'm getting recognized. That was honestly really annoying. If we get him, then we'll get back at that crazy bit. The fool found himself cut across the cheek as Reiko appeared behind him. How about you don't insult my sister? With that he promptly kicked the man square between the legs and launched him up in the ceiling. The others had quickly taken this as a chance to act and lunged at him. He vanished again, leaving them with only a handful of knives scattered around them. Then the room was filled with several blinding flashes, combined with the pained cries of the criminals. As it died down, Reiko could be seen picking up his knives while the criminals were on the ground, rendered unconscious from the swift assault. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, he groaned and turned around with his weapon raised. However, another criminal came flying into the room, blood splattered across their nose as he held it in pain. He attempted to pull up his gun only for a metal baton to slam into his head. It bounced off the now unconscious man's head before landing in the hands of Yui, her expression hardly changing since the start of the day. Oh, hey Kodai, Reiko said lamely as she came into the room, spinning her baton. Didn't think we'd be put this close together. He didn't interact with her much beyond class, but he knew enough that she wasn't much on words. He couldn't really complain given his own lack of social skills beyond his friend group. Think anyone else made it here? Reiko asked, getting an unsure shrug from the girl. Right, dumb question. Can't really move to anyone, so stick together and beat up anyone that attacks us. She nodded at that, her eskrima sticks ready to go. They moved their way down the building, surprisingly finding no one else within the area. It looked like they only had a limited number of people with them, which wasn't surprising remembering the number one hero in the world was in Japan. As they made it to the bottom, they saw Tetsu running out a building while punching another crook. All right, bring it on you punks, Tetsu declared, his body coated in steel. He then spotted them and gave them a sharp grin. Look who's here. You guys are missing. Out on the fighting. More concerned about finding the others than fighting. Reiko said casually with Yui. Nodding. Then we'll do both, he declared, before swinging his arm around and easily clothelining another criminal into a wall. Hey, none of that backstabbing stuff. Fight me head on, you hear? I wouldn't expect much of a fight from these guys. They're grunts and fodder at best, Reiko claimed, not offering the poor crook any pity. They were trying to kill them after all. If anything, that mist villain and the hand guy are the real threat. Yui agreed as Tetsu seemed more than ready to head right on back over there. Back to the center, would be for the best. Not like anyone else really knows this place. Reiko hummed before, his ear twitched. He quickly looked up and noticed that a villain was flying down at them. With a pair of bird wings for arms. You children really should give up and die. The woman cackled while raising her feet, revealing that they were sharp talons ready to tear into them. Reiko lazily raised his knife. Yui her batons and Tetsu merely pumped up. Not a single one of them needed to do a thing as a loud explosion went off across the air. Before the bird woman was grabbed by her face and harshly slammed into the ground. The woman groaned, clearly unconscious as the hand was pulled back, Katsuki scoffing as he stepped away. Dumbass harpy, Katsuki said before he stepped towards them. With a lazy hand, he held his hand to his right just as a large, bulky figure appeared through the wall before blasting them away. Hey, don't you see I'm talking here, you damn villain? He responded with a roar, shockingly taking the attack. His arms coated in silver as he attempted to strike down at Katsuki. Unfortunately, the blonde sidestepped it before clenching his fist and throwing it up at the man's stomach, releasing an explosion. It made him hunch over in pain before Katsuki swung down hard on his head, knocking him completely out. TCH. Hey, what are you Girl Scouts standing around for? Katsuki questioned with a yell as he stomped over to them. Just admiring your work, Bombarian, Reiko said casually. Tetsu let out a choke laugh, while Yui gave a small smile in amusement. I told you enough with that nickname. Quote. Oh sorry, did you say something? RAAAAAAAH. It was amazing to Tetsu that someone could be so casual to someone he saw to be pretty damn powerful and determined. More so with how Katsuki seemed to accept it, or at the very least, didn't actually seem that angry about it. Annoyed if anything. Whatever, let's head back to the center and blast those villains into dust. Reiko only nodded his head in agreement along with the others. As they started moving, his ear twitched as a familiar gunshot came to it with ease. Not anywhere close by, but just enough for him to hear. Sounds like Tsutsumi is safe. Let's hope that goes for everyone. This was complete and utter bullshit. Unforeseen simulated joint. Downpour zone. The hard and heavy rain poured upon the false urban city. It was a perfect recreation of the weather, leaving many to wonder how good UA's technology was for it to be able to do so. However, the villains didn't care about that. No, their concern was more focused on how many of them were dropping like flies from the sniper. Where is it coming from? It came from the west. And no, behind us, it's like they're moving around like crazy. WHO gave the brats a gun. He didn't get to finish upon the same shot fired upon him, sending him flying back into a pool unconscious. The others attempted to scramble, but were met with similar fates within mere seconds. Kana let out a breath upon seeing no one else within her sights before moving away from the window. She stepped out from the window, preparing to make the jump to the next building. Before catching sight of a group of villains running out of an alley, she prepared herself to shoot them down, only for a shadowy claw to suddenly grab them all before dragging them back in, kicking and screaming. Recognizing the form, she lowered her weapon just as Tokiyami and Dark Shadow came from the alleyway. Behind them was also Pony and Ojiro, both looking fine for the most part. She debated if she should actually join them, knowing how dangerous the situation was. On one hand, it would completely disregard how she was dealing with this so far. On the other, hey, Tsutsumi. Dark Shadow waved at the approaching sniper. It turned to Tokiyami with what looked like a smirk. See, I told you it was her. I can see that, Tokiyami said dryly before turning to her. It's good to see you well, Tsutsumi. I take it you have dealt with these misguided fools before us. Of course, there's too many of them to allow wandering around. Kana said, not feeling bad for them in the slightest. I'm glad you're safe, Pony exclaimed in English before cursing. Sorry, Japanese not very good, it's okay, Kana said in perfect English, earning their attention. What? I watched a lot of American television. A lie, really, I have another person to speak to, Pony yelled, not hesitating to hug her. Naturally, Kana was weirded out by it until Ojiro spoke up. Tsunotori-san is a transfer student from America. Not many of us know English as well and vice versa for her, the tail man explained as she understood. Still she gently pushed off the girl, a stern look coming across her face. We should head for the center. It'll be the one place where everyone can agree to meet up. More importantly, she could get a better look at the villains controlling this whole thing. This was far more different than anything she knew. I need to gather as much info on them as possible. I have to agree, this situation is far too dangerous to be running around and hoping for the best, Ojiro claimed, glancing around at the downed villains. These guys are really just criminals, not like the real deal heroes have to put in effort for. It works in our favor, but it could mean they have something much darker planned to make an assault like this, Tokiyami hummed. Then let's move out, stay close and watch out for any movements, Kana ordered. Already moving ahead, she readied her sniper arm as the others followed behind her without any other plan in mind, and any criminal that came in the way would be met with a quick defeat. Unforeseen simulated joint, landside zone. Monoma knew he was a side character. He had the quirk of one after all, and it was mediocre at best because of how much help he needed. Despite this, he was proud of the fact he made it into UA, and even more so for the fact he was in Class 1A. While he wasn't too sure if he actually deserved the spot, he saw his classmates' quirks and knew that they would all become heroes, and he could do anything he could to help them become that. That being said, he was a side character and he was given that heavy reminder herein. Now, before him was a massive wave of ice leading up the slope. It was perfectly coated over and reaching far higher than one would think. In front of it all was Shoto Todoroki, having caught several villains within it rather easily. He wasn't the only one who had to witness this feat at least. Behind him were both Mezo and Setsuna, both memorized by the sight. Seriously, this is what a child of a pro hero is capable of? Setsuna questioned aghast. Monoma couldn't even make his normal retort about it being his class capable of such a thing. Much as he liked to, there was still an attack going on and he did not want to risk anything, least for right now. Tell me, what are your plans here? Shoto questioned the trapped goon. He didn't even offer them a hello or reassurance as they came closer, no doubt caring more about getting his info. Why you think I'm just gonna tell you that? The goon said, forcing a smirk through the cold. Shoto narrowed his glare further and was about to continue until Mezo came over. Quote. Fuck, you're big, my fists are bigger. Clenching his fist, multiple coated over it, easily overshadowing the now sweating goon. Now please, talk, for your sake, we're just here to get paid for the attack. They tell us you hero students were actually this good though, you're not the main assault, that much was clear. Why are you here? Shoto asked, raising his icy cold arm up. We're here to kill All Might. That was the plan, another grunt in the back yelled, being far colder than others. Kill All Might, you can't have seriously thought that was something possible. Setsuna snorted as she said this, and nobody could blame her. All Might was the #1 hero in the world, and a bunch of 2-bit thugs thought they could get it done. I mean, come on, if you're gonna be playing this kind of game, you gotta realize how rigged it is. I have to agree, Monoma said, coming from behind with a smirk. At least, that's to assume you don't have your own card hidden up your sleeve. Quote. What are you two babbling about? What does a card have to do with this? Shoto questioned, clearly confused. Mezo's sweat dropped at that, realizing that the split-haired student took things literally. Dude, we're talking about them having a secret weapon, Setsuna said in disbelief. Then why didn't you simply ask them that? Quote. Is he serious or am I just being played with? Setsuna asked Monoma, who also couldn't believe his classmates' lack of understanding. He is serious, that's for sure, Monoma confirmed before shaking his head. Never mind that, goon, what is it that you're planning? Cutting off contact may do well and good, but it's Not like you could actually ensure that no one will come checking in. What could you possibly have that could end all might before that? A weapon, obviously, one of the older goons said, more than annoyed. But I ain't no squat about it, I'm just here for money. Then you're no use to me. Shoto waved his hand before the criminals were frozen over. Don't worry, this is enough to ensure they are captured without risking their lives. You must have trained hard for that kind of control. Monoma complimented with a smirk. However, Shoto ignored him and walked away. And where are you going? To defeat the villains and defend All Might, Shoto claimed, not halting for a moment. If you want to help, then help. If not, stay out of my way. And I thought Bakugo was a ray of sunshine. Setsuna muttered, I'll make sure he doesn't get in over his head. Monoma claimed, moving quickly behind. With the other students following. He still wasn't sure what kind of weapon these people were talking about, but he couldn't help to think that it didn't spell anything good. If things get hairy, I'll at least have a powerful quirk to give support with. It was the least he could do as a side character. Unforeseen simulated joint, mountain zone. Seriosuli, where are all of you coming from? Kyoka complained as she sidestepped an arm. Trying to grab her, she didn't hesitate in kicking his leg, forcing him to kneel down before knocking him out with a vibration. Do none of you have anything better to do? I gotta agree with the lady here. Sen yelled as he threw a rotating fist into some poor guy's stomach. He went spiraling off his feet and sent flying into the cliffside, taking down a few buddies. Seriously though, who just decides to attack UA at all? Don't know, but they definitely mean trouble. Kyoka claimed while noticing a group of them attempting to climb up the side. With a growl, she pulled out a cylinder-like object from her back pocket before throwing it down. Enjoy pepper bomb, morons. Before any of them could do anything, the cylinder exploded into a fine red mist. Coughing and curses could be heard from below, followed up with the quick retreat of the villains in question. Kyoka watched them go with a huff while Sen looked at her stunned. Why, you just have a bomb of pepper spray? Why? Sen questioned. Izuku likes being prepared and it sticks with you the longer you hang around him. Kyoka said, glancing at her side pocket. She only had a few of those, however, because she didn't think to bring the amount he has. And he just knows how to make this. Internet. I hate how that actually makes sense. Sen sighed while managing a smile. Still, I bet you're happy to get something like that from your boyfriend. And just like that, she was beaten red. We're not together, Kyoka quickly claimed while Sen looked confused. Wah, really? I'm normally good at those kinds of things. The student muttered, unaware of how the ground was moving behind him. Kyoka barely heard it as she yelled for him to move, but it was too late. Wah the gotcha, kid, a man yelled, his body coated in rocks while his body was still molted in the ground. Moving through here is a breeze. Guess you little punks shouldn't have invested into a literal mountain then. Hey, I got two right here. Kyoka cursed upon turning around and seeing some remaining crooks climbing up, all with smug and sickening grins. She tried thinking about what she could do in the situation, knowing that a single wrong move could ruin everything. Sen himself was thinking the same thing, doing all he could to actually get out the villain's grip. Give it up, brat, I ain't letting go that easily. He failed to notice the shadow above him until the last second. The fuck? A powerful, scaly fist came down and cracked his face. He let go of Sen and fell back, unconscious as Hirayu stood over them. The other criminals rushed at them to get an attack, until something bounced between them before a blinding flash came after. Screaming out and covering their eyes, they were completely preoccupied as Momo suddenly dove in between them with a staff in hand. Within seconds, she spun her weapon and threw multiple villains off their feet. They were greeted with swift and relentless attack that had rather easily rendered them unconscious, least until one remained, his quirk making his head fare thicker. As he charged forward, you damn by WOOOAH, he suddenly found himself pulled by one of Kyoka's earlobes. Swung around, he found himself tumbling forward in front of Hirayu, who had instantly started striking the man's chest rapidly. He didn't let up for a moment before delivering a devastating high kick up in the man's jaw, sending him flying overhead and into the cliffside. Phew, Hirayu let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding before turning to his classmates. Looks like we arrived in time. Good to see you safe. Safe isn't the best word to describe this mess. Sen complained, hating everything about this. I mean, come on. These kinds of things don't happen. It is what it is, as they say, best to make peace with it. Hiryu claimed, earning a deadpan. Look, quote. You are taking this way too well. And you not enough. I'm glad to see you're alright, Jiro. Momo said, giving a cheerful smile. Almost as if she hadn't just demolished an entire group of criminals. Unskilled, dumbass criminals, but still a group of them. You too. Somehow I doubt you ran into anyone else though. Kyoka said, getting a nod in return. Sadly, I haven't seen anyone else since we were split apart. Momo admitted, her smile turning into a frown. Despite that, I wish for us to head back to the center. It would be best to regroup with our teachers overall. Though, you think that the main big bad is also there, right? Kyoka asked. Yes, I doubt any of these people here are meant to do any real harm. If the goal is to attack UA, I believe that they would ensure themselves a sure plan that can actually succeed. Momo gave her thoughts on the matter, no doubt confused over this whole attack. Even so, our main goal should be to escape and contact local authorities, but from what I gathered, the only way out is back at the front. In that case, I say we head to the front. Kyoka said, surprising her classmate. It's not like we have much of a choice beyond wandering around and beating up the bad guys. If anyone has a lick of common sense, we'd all best just head back to the center just to make sure we're safe. You have a point, Momo sighed, before managing a smile. We'll get through this, I'm certain of that much. So, we're heading back up front? Sen questioned as he and Hiryu joined them. Good, because that Misty guy is gonna get something for causing all this. That, I can agree with. Hiryu added with a smile. It's decided then. We'll head to the front entrance. Momo said while raising her up to them. I'll provide any equipment necessary for the trip. I just hope the others will be fine. Hey, we all made it and I know for a fact our class is plenty strong to make it here. They'll be fine, that's for sure. Sen claimed, though his smile looked a bit forced. They could only hope his words proved true. Unforeseen simulated joint, configuration zone. The criminals cackled as they walked down a clear path while the area around them burned. Ever so casually, that was the intended design and it fit their chaotic agenda perfectly. Especially with two UA students right in front of them. Both Abara and Kanoko had managed to find each other, but currently found themselves cornered. It would be wise for you to not proceed forward, Abara claimed, surprisingly calm as she stood in front of her shorter classmate. Kanoko herself was a bit shaky, but glared at them all the same. Ready for a fight if it came down to it. The Lord may forgive you for your sins. Yet, like I give a shit about that bastard. One criminal claimed, completely unaware of the glare sent his way. Now how about you ga? What the shit? Get it off him. The ground had erupted, massive vines appeared out and had easily captured the men in question. Attempts were made to break free until they realized mushrooms were sporting in the vines. They spewed out a bluish mist that had rendered them unconscious. Once that was done, Abara let out a breath as she eased her hold while cutting the connection. I knew it would work. Kanoko giggled, her glare long gone in favor of a small smirk. Abara could only nod, walking towards them. Come now, we should move them away from the flames. The last thing she wanted to do was risk them getting harmed by the flames. Even if they were controlled, she would rather not take that kind of risk. Using her vines, she had dragged the unconscious foes behind her while Kanoko walked alongside her. They thankfully came to the entrance of the zone with ease, no doubt due to not many wanting to risk being near all the flames. Upon exiting, however, they were greeted with the sight of several criminals on the ground, completely taken out. Hearing a loud yell, they had gone on guard as another crook went flying into the wall unconscious. You done yet? Kirishima yelled, his body clearly hardened as he looked ready to continue. The remaining criminals would have responded had it not been for the fact they were trying and failing to catch Mina. Come on fella, you can do it. Not. Mina laughed as she slid all around them, using her acid to do so. One woman launched chains from her arms at Mina, actually managing to catch her and pull her forward. Oh no, what will I do? How about this? Letting loose acid, she easily burned through the chains while the woman quickly fired more. Mina however slid forward, dancing around any criminals in her way, getting them caught in women's chains. Once she actually approached the chain woman, she aggressively punched her clean across the face. Mina cheered as the woman fell unconscious while the criminals struggled to get loose from the chains. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Mina called out to them. It wasn't until they heard a loud slam that they listened. Turning their heads, they saw Kirishima standing over them while cracking his hardened knuckles. "Unless you feel like dealing with that gun show." Unsurprisingly, they quickly gave up. "Shrooming that awesome," Kanoko cheered, catching their attention. "Hey girls, see you're beating bad guy butt as well," Mina yelled, seeing their captures. "It's only natural that we do." Kanoko giggled while Abara had quickly restrained the criminals with a sigh. "I got lucky with finding Abara. She's crazy strong. I'm merely empowered by my belief," Abara claimed with a graceful smile. She then gained a narrowed glare, glancing down at the now scared criminals. "You all should be lucky too. Avoid the flames of hell after this day." One of them started crying at those words. "Harsh, wanna team up and take down anyone else?" Kirishima asked. "Of course, it would be for the best." Manly, unforeseen simulated joint, front entrance. Uraraka couldn't help but to glare at the mist villain ahead. Together with 13, Iida, Itsuka, Reiko and Shiro, they had managed to take down the other criminals, but the real threat stood before them. "You would be wise to give up now," Kurogiri said, his tone completely calm despite the number difference. "Cry, wail, give in, it doesn't matter what you do. There's not a thing any of you can do to me. As much as I want to prove him wrong, that isn't the right approach." Uraraka knew that a head-on fight would only result in being teleported if they were caught off guard. Instead, she looked towards the pro-heroine with a hint of hope. Thankfully, she didn't have to wait long. As 13 spoke up, "As it stands, facing you isn't our best choice. Yet it remains the same." Her tone shifted to something lowered, just enough for the class to hear. "Iida, how fast can you run?" "Quite fast, ma'am," Iida said quickly. "Then you must be ready for an opportunity to escape," 13 said, sending a small, but firm look at the man. He was frozen for a bit at it as she continued. "We need to make sure to contact Nezu and the other heroes. Once I ensure an opening is made, you'll have to escape from here as fast as you can." "She's right," Itsuka spoke up from beside him. "We don't even know how many of them are here or if anyone's hurt. The most important thing you could do right now is make sure that we can get some real help." Iida hesitated, looking down briefly. As much as he didn't like the idea, he knew that they were right. Support was the one thing that needed right now, and UA was the only place that he could get to in time. With that in mind, he nodded to himself, going noticed by the others. "Good. Now everyone, listen closely." She went over the plan in mind, knowing it would be their best shot in ensuring Iida's escape. Kurogiri watched, his eyes narrowing upon seeing Itsuka enlarge her fists before smashing apart the ground. Yanagi. Reiko didn't wait, her hands lifted up as the rubble around her stopped in place. Before she launched them forward, Kurogiri had easily, but narrowly, dodged the attack while keeping his eyes focused on the group ahead. Despite their best efforts, it wouldn't be enough. Wait, that one looked bigger than usual. Kurogiri was barely able to dodge the massive piece of ground coming his way. It was Shiro, who had launched it his way, his tape already latching onto more pieces with a grin behind his mask. Behind him was Uraraka, who was running ahead and taking away the gravity from the much larger pieces. Itsuka kept up her assault, even chucking some debris at him as well. Is this the best hero students of UA are capable of? Throwing rocks, Kurogiri claimed, his misty form easily evading the attack. "Hey, you're the one dodging around. Feel free to take a hit and make my day." Shiro snarked, his tape tossing even more. If it hadn't been for Uraraka, this would have been a major pain. "But I get it, you're a henchman going up against some punks out of high school. Helps knowing how afraid you really are." Kurogiri's gaze remained as impassive as ever, not bothered by the words in favor of seeing exactly what their plan was. If they even had one. "By the way, how many pairs of eyes have you got? I don't think you're that good at paying attention, Misty." That got Kurogiri's attention as he quickly turned around to see all the debris he had dodged were still floating above him. "Gotcha now. Give hell, Reiko." "Right," Reiko said simply while pulling her hands back. Everything that they had thrown so far had came flying back down at Kurogiri, the mass amount catching him off guard. Release. They came down even faster now, their gravity returned to normal while still being in motion. Kurogiri gritted his teeth as he shifted around it. Upon doing so, however, he noticed several figures above him in the forms of 13 and Izuku. Both of them had been launched by Zero as they made their attack. "You won't escape me that easily," Kurogiri claimed, his mist spreading out after them. However, he felt someone grab onto his collar, causing his form to start getting messier. What? I knew this looked important," Uraraka claimed, grappling onto it tightly. Still wrapped around her was Zero's tape, ready to pull her away at the command. Meanwhile, Izuku and 13 were at the entrance, with the latter already striking it with her enlarged fist. With a disgruntled roar, she managed to start breaking apart the security door activated. "That's good enough, Kendo. Stand back," 13 ordered while stepping in her place. Her glove opened, revealing a swirling black hole, which she used to tear through the now fragile surface. "Crap, pulling you back," Zero yelled suddenly, yanking Uraraka back. She cursed upon Kurogiri quickly, leaving to go after the others. Thankfully, Reiko's attack had actually managed to push down the villain to the ground. Yet they were soon surprised to see him stand from it, not at all bothered by the attack. If anything, he seemed more annoyed than anything else. With alarming speed, he teleported away in his mist, his destination clear. Iida, right. Iida had been awaiting his chance, focusing intently at the path ahead. He was already in a runner's position, his engines burning for release and to give him the speed he needed. "To save everyone, I must make it. No matter what, there will be no escape," Kurogiri claimed, appearing behind Izuku and 13. As both got ready for action, Kurogiri prepared to launch at them just as the roar of an engine echoed through the area. "Engine boost, engage," came the yell of Iida as he boosted from his spot. He sped past the others, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Kurogiri acted in swift motion, spreading his mist out while ripples appeared around, having the full intent of capturing the student. What he didn't expect was that Iida was able to sharply turn and maneuver around all of his attempts. Iida was completely focused on the task at hand, narrowly yet successfully maneuvering his way past the attack. The students watched in awe of Iida's agile and speedy movements, while Kurogiro was growing more and more frustrated with the boy. He would have done more, but suddenly found himself being pulled back. "What?" He turned around, finding 13 attempting to keep her in his range with her black hole. Quirk. "Damn you, this is it." Taking advantage of the distraction, Iida rushed straight for the exit, thanking his classmates as he jumped through. He found himself outside and immediately started running back down the road. "Stay strong, everyone. I will return." With that, he was gone, leaving a glaring Kurogiri in his wake. However, he had more important things to think about, such as 13's current attack upon him. The space hero was still holding him at bay, though upon finding his gaze upon her, she prepared for the worst. Sadly, the worst was not what she thought, as pain suddenly seared at her side as she tumbled over, her costume torn open. He had transferred her own suction for black hole inside her costume. 13. Izuku quickly ran to the heroine's side, followed by the other students as well. Taking full advantage, Kurogiri destroyed the top of the exit and forced it to close completely. "No more of you will escape," Kurogiri claimed, not caring about the pain he had caused the pro-heroine. Just as the others were prepared to attack, he vanished within his own mist, leaving them to tend to the heroine in question. Don't worry, children, I'll be fine," 13 said weakly, knowing she was out of the fight now. "Help will arrive soon, just stay strong until then." They needed to be until Iida could get to UA. Unforeseen simulated joint center. Aizawa hated everything about this. He hated the fact that his students were under attack. He hated how these criminals came together. But most of all, he hated how the ringleader in all of this was simply standing there. He didn't seem the least bit bothered by how many of his henchmen that he had taken down alone. Never mind what Vlad had accomplished, working alongside Kamakiri, Jiroda and Toru. In doing so, they had been transported back over here and were forced to fight alongside them. They did more than well, though with enemies at this level it wasn't a surprise. But the man leading all of this simply stood there, scratching his neck while keeping his Distance from the battle itself. Even as they were now standing across from him, he made no real move to actually go and attack them. If anything, he seemed almost impressed from behind the decapitated hand on his face. "You really are something else, Eraserhead," Shigaraki said calmly, making the hero narrow his eyes. "I knew I liked you for a reason. Though Vlad and those brats did decent as well." Decent. Kamakiri stepped forward, brandishing his blades. All the fighting and winning had made his blood boil, eager throughout the entire experience. "We beat their fucking asses. Is what we did, and guess what, Handy? You're next." "Hey, maybe we shouldn't be provoking this guy," Toru said, feeling as though this shouldn't be this easy. Sure, she took down some criminals, but this guy felt different. In a, he could us in a flash, type way. "I agree with Miss Hagakure." Jirota had clearly agreed. He had not needed to go all out in his beast form as of yet. "Shut it," Kamikiri snapped at them, clicking his tongue in annoyance. "You really think this guy is gonna make a difference? Quit being pansies. Enough," Aizawa demanded in a tone that had made them stop their bickering. Keeping his gaze on the young man, he activated his quirk right away. "This is over and you know it. Even if your ally comes, you won't be able to escape." "He's right," Vlad spoke up, remaining on guard with blood surrounding him and the others. "You don't have to keep doing this, you know. Giving up now might do you some favors. Really, getting arrogant now doesn't really seem all that wise. After all, I'm not remotely here for any of you. You're a mini-boss section at best and not a very challenging one," Shigaraki said while scratching the side of his face. His head turned ever so slightly as the cold red eyes behind the hand gazed upon them. "But if you really want to give it a try then feel free. Oh, you better be ready, UCH. Kamakiri was cut off by Aizawa's hand right in front of them. "The hell, all of you, leave and head up to the front entrance." Aizawa was taking no chances with this. "Man, me and Vlad will handle it from here on out." "Are you kidding me? You got a lot of nerve." Kamakiri wasn't having it, even as he was being held back by Jirota and Toru. "This isn't up for discussion, Kamakiri," Aizawa said, giving his student a side eye. No, let the little brat step forward. I am curious on how All Might will react to the aftermath," Shigaraki said, his hand raised up before he snapped his finger. "Go for it, Nomu." Aizawa was the only one who could see it coming and reacted in the only logical way. He pushed Kamakiri out of the way just in time for a darkened fist to slam in his midsection and had himself thrown off his feet. He went slamming into the ground, pain exploding throughout his frame. "The hell, sensei, what is this?" Vlad questioned, stunned by the monster before them. There were more than a few off-putting mutant-type quirks, but this was like nothing he had ever seen before. It had easily towered over them. Hell, it looked bigger than All Might. With a very muscular body that has many scars on it, the black humanoid figure didn't even offer them a glance. His brain was exposed on the top of his head, while his large eyes were around it. He has a beak-like mouth with an array of sharp teeth, looking ready to chomp them down at a command. All it had on was a custom pair of pants with skulls on it. Surprised. "You didn't really think we came all this way just to kill All Might without a top tier weapon, did you?" Shigaraki questioned sarcastically. Aizawa weakly stood up from his spot, setting his gaze on the creature at hand. Damn it, I can barely move," Aizawa thought while Vlad quickly reacted. Raising his gloved hands, he fired his blood out before controlling it to quickly wrap around the Nomu. The next second they hardened against the creature's skin, extra reinforced due to his size. "I need to stop it from using whatever quirk it has. Break free, Nomu," Shigaraki ordered. It barely moved at all, yet it was more than enough to rip through Vlad's defenses. The blood hero had no chance and quickly found himself grabbed by his head and slammed into the ground. In response, his student Jirota let out a roar and charged at him. His body expanded in size, growing more and more beast-like as he closed in on the Nomu. Right behind was Kamakiri, having his blades out and prepared to cut the bastard thing before them. It was not meant to be, however. The Nomu took the massive swing from Jirota with ease. He then struck the man-beast hard enough to send him flying off his feet. Kamakiri barely managed to slip underneath the flying beast and went straight for the back of Nomu, slashing its back. He turned around for more only to have Vlad thrown into him, sending them both tumbling back near the water area. It knocked him out instantly, whereas Jirota made contact with the stairs and was struggling to move. Vlad sat up, blood dripping from his mouth as he glared ahead at the Nomu. Seeing it turn to face over them, he quickly gathered his blood around him and charged forward. With what little blood he had left, he formed a hammer around his arm and lunged forward. He smashed it into the thing, only for it to not budge an inch. Despite this, he kept on going and going, knowing that this was all he could do. His arm was then grabbed as he lifted up in the air by the Nomu in question. It pulled its fist back to attack only for something to obscure his vision. It had been Aizawa's capture scarf, the man in question forcing himself to move with a lot of difficulty. Hagakure. Toru jumped at the voice, having been frozen in fear for the longest time. Get to Kamakiri and regroup with 13 up the stairs. Why yes sir, Toru managed to say before quickly sprinting away. She did so unnoticed for the most part, kneeling down to her classmate before a loud boom caught her attention. Turning back to face the monster, she gasped in terror. Both Aizawa and Vlad were on the ground, both barely hanging on to consciousness and being completely immobile. Vlad's arm was snapped in a way that would have made anyone puke while part of his costume was torn apart, showing the frightful bruise at his side. No doubt his ribs were broken from the impact. Meanwhile Aizawa was face first in the ground, his own legs looking limp while his scarf had been ripped apart. His own goggles could be seen laid out across the ground, blood dripping from them. All the while, the Nomu hovered over them, using its feet to keep them pinned. His expression had never even changed, not once. And no, Toru could barely get out. Two pros dealt in just like that. It was insane. Then the situation only got worse once the mist villain reappeared right next to Shigaraki. Forgive me, master. One of the students managed to escape my grasp, Kurogiri explained, earning his attention. It will not be long before the heroes come here. Really? Darn, and I was hoping to complete this raid, Shigaraki said, clearly disappointed. He then let out a sigh, throwing his hands up. Oh well, I guess we're cleaning the slate then. Are they leaving? Toru thought, wishing that it would be true. I think we have enough time to kill off a few students. Or not. Guess I'll start with the two over there. And he knew she was over here already. She could have likely ran away, but Kamakiri was still unconscious. The villain started walking over to them and Toru quickly got ready to defend the both of them. That invisible one can run. I'd actually recommend it. She didn't say a word, scared of what to do now. Now the Shigaraki stopped in his tracks while looking up at the air. Toru had noticed, and done the same, glancing behind her. Her eyes widened in shock as a figure could be seen, flying over the water before finally landing right in front of them. A dust cloud formed on arrival as Shigaraki raised his arm up to defend himself from the smoke. Nomu. Not hesitating, the creature lunged forward and ran past his master while reeling his fist back. Spotting his target, the Nomu threw it down without so much as a sound as a large dust cloud formed in its wake. Once it settled, only the Nomu could be seen standing there. The other two students were gone along with the figure. Snapping his head over, he realized that both Eraserhead and Vlad were gone. Is that? No, that's not him, Shigaraki thought, looking finally at the stairs, annoyance coming clear upon his face. Kurogiri was already by his side while the Nomu was placing all its attention on his newest target, and all it could see was sparks of green, awaiting its move. Unforeseen simulated joint, flood zone earlier. Gah, this is crazy, Kaminari panicked, looking around them. They were on a boat, which was completely surrounded by criminals trying to sink them. Dude, Awase said, looking deadpan. I mean, come on, we're surrounded by criminals, Kaminari. Izuku tried, yet to no avail as the man kept going. WHO attacks a hero school. Don't they have better things to do? I am a civilian, a random civilbot claimed while throwing his hands up in the air. I mean seriously, what are we supposed to do? Kaminari. Sue placed a hand on his shoulder, finally making him stop. You have an electric-based quirk, right? Yeah, and we're surrounded by water. The villains are in the water, Sue said, giving him a blank look. Oh is right, Kaminari said as a wide range of slaps could be heard. With a tug, Sue carried him over to the side and made him hold up his hand, showing the electricity. Any of you come close, you'll regret it. That was all she said. Yet it was effective all the same, making the villains swim away in fear. Good, at least that's dealt with. Yeah, but what the heck do we do now? All they'll do is wait for us on the mainland, Awase claimed, voicing their situation. And heck, how many of those assholes can fire something at us? We don't really have much of a choice, but to deal with them when we do head there. That, or wait for our teachers to come. Sue offered, knowing that they did not have a great situation. She already thought it was bad enough that they would be forced to fight, but there was little choice in that matter. What do you think, Midoriya? I think staying here is out of the question regardless. We'll be more effective on land when we do get there, Izuku said, glancing out back at the center. He knew what was there and he needed to get there fast. He then sighed upon hearing crawling behind them and turned around, being greeted with a shark-like man. And then there's this guy. Gah, Kaminari shrieked from seeing the jawline while Awase pulled him backward. You little brats may have scared off those cowards, but I ain't afraid. The shark man claimed, climbing aboard. He then revealed a set of shark teeth in both his hands. When I'm done with you bastards, they won't be able to recognize you in the forensics labs. Oh my, what big teeth you have, the civilbot said brightly, throwing his hands up. It was then pulled away by Sue's tongue, just as the man threw his fist down. He lunged at her quickly right after. Stay still you little. He didn't make it far, both his arms caught by Izuku, who got between them. He actually held him back, forcing him to stay still. Shit, you're a little shit, and your balls are cracked. Wah slam. Both Kaminari and Awase flinched upon the impact while Sue nodded her head in approval. The poor bastard was kicked harshly between the legs, shockingly lifting him off the ground. A bit, he had all, but collapsed on the ground, dropping his teeth in favor of his sack. Not that it helped much, because he was quickly grabbed by the neck and slammed into the railing, his balls smashed once more under Izuku's boot. Gah, what the fuck? The man cried out, his intimidating aura vanishing. Izuku had pressed down hard, making him whine out further. Aren't you hero students? Where's the honor? Honor is for those willing to play fair. I don't do that for low lives like you, Izuku claimed, pressing down further on the man's crotch. Now Spill, what are your plans here? And if you don't tell me the truth, you'll feel this for the rest of your life. Single quote. Scary, was the collective between the students. Alright damn it, we got offered a way to take down All Might. How? He needed confirmation. Weapon, some kind of super weapon. Big guy, stupidly ugly, he was getting all he could to make the pain stop. They called it a Nomu. And there was his ticket. Thank you, he said politely before immediately slamming his knee down on his head. The shark men went out like a light. Standing up, he turned back to the others, feeling a little sheepish. Sorry about that, I really wanted some information. Well you got it, that's for sure, Awase muttered before coming over. Using his quirk, he welded the criminal to the boat, leaving them to speak about that. A super weapon though, for All Might, they can't actually be right about it. No way man, it's All Might. Kaminari denied right away, and there's like a guy who says that all the time when it comes to him. It never works. Single quote. They really don't realize how limited he is now. Izuku grimaced behind his mask. Toshinori was only left with the embers now and his power would eventually fade. Maybe, not as soon as originally, but it will happen soon. He really needed to get the idea across. That doesn't matter. A weapon is a weapon and whatever this Nomu is still dangerous. Yeah, but how do they expect to beat All Might? Kaminari said, I'm referring to us. We're not All Might and given he isn't here, they'll likely turn it out on the rest of us. Sue finished, sending a shiver down their spine. It was at that moment where they heard a massive explosion, followed by a cloud of dust. From afar, that was back near the center. Awase yelled, quote. Sue, I need you to give me a boost and throw me over there. Izuku requested, much to her shock. Midoriya, that's where the villains are. We should be avoiding them altogether. Sue always focused on what was best given the situation. By all means she wasn't wrong, but there was a huge risk factor with the others being there. I can't do that knowing that the others are in danger, Sue. It's not my way, but we're students, the teachers can. They have their limits and I don't know if I can live with myself knowing I could have done something to help, Izuku said firmly. They were both glaring at each other now, knowing that they had their points. Eventually he sighed and continued. Listen, I'm heading there one way or another, with or without your help. I don't want to be the kind of hero who stands around and waits for a solution to come too late. Quote. He noticed how she was struggling to keep her normally expressionless face up. One thing that was certain was that she cared for her class and didn't want to see them risk themselves when it came to real villains. Sadly, with how things were going, they wouldn't be able to keep it up. Quote. If I help you then, I'll do everything in my power to make myself and the others are fine. Quote. I really hate how convincing you are. Sue caved in, no doubt hating it. He'd check in on her if when he came out on top. Are you sure about this? Absolutely. Thank you. Full cowling crackled around him as Sue wrapped her tongue around his waist. With all her might, she launched him from the ship and launched him into the air. Flipping around and straightening himself out, he pushed a bit more power into his leg. Air Force. Sky jump. Kicking his legs fast, he let out a shockwave behind him that gave him the boost he needed to be sent flying across the lake. The others watched him go, a mixture of unsureness and worry within them. I can't believe he just did that, Kaminari said, having been stunned before. He was then elbowed by his classmate. Before he could say anything, Awase pointed to Sue, who looked like she was regretting her choice. Oh. Quote. We should make sure we get somewhere safe for now, Awase offered, unsure of what else to say. Maybe see if we can find the others. Right, Kiro, Sue said softly, glancing off to the center area. You better be safe. Unforeseen simulated joint. Center. Toru wasn't sure what happened at all until she realized all of them were on the stairs. She genuinely thought she was gonna die at that moment. Are you all okay? She jumped and turned to find Izuku looking at her. Sorry I couldn't get here sooner. Midoriya. Izuku merely chuckled at her shock. However, it faded upon seeing the state of everyone. Alive, they certainly were, but harmed and badly so. Problem child. He turned to find Aizawa looking at him, having awakened. He looked ready to pass out all over again, yet he prevailed. Hey sensei, you get some rest. I might need some help, Izuku said before he started walking down the stairs. Hey wait, you can't just go down there and fight them all on your own. Toru made a move to stop him, but shockingly Aizawa grabbed her. Sensei, stay here, right now, he's the only one who can fight. Aizawa managed to get out. As much as he loathed this, his student was the only one capable of fighting right now. There's no outrunning that thing. Help isn't here and we're all on our own. Problem child, just hold out for now. Oh, and here I thought All Might actually got here in time. Too bad, Shigaraki said, a tinge of annoyance in his tone. So what are you, a new player who thinks he's gonna change the game? Don't get ahead of yourself like Mantis Boy over there. My classmate might be hot-headed, but his heart is in the right place. Enough about that, though, you look like you're having a bad day, Izuku claimed, making Shigaraki narrow his eyes. He wasn't able to see past the helmet he wore, but he could practically feel the determined gaze sent his way. Wanna talk about it? Quote. No, Nomu. It stood right in front of him, focusing completely on Izuku. This here is the anti-symbol of peace, built to destroy All Might. Are you really willing to fight a boss like this? Of course, Izuku claimed, making it down the stairs. He punched the inside of his palm as full cowling exploded around. Powerful streams of lighting-like energy waved around him as he entered a stance, stomping the ground as he prepared to make his move. After all, I'm not All Might. Full cowling. 20%. Chapter end. Omake. What if Izuku was super, extra, prepared? Shigaraki giggled like a child as he awaited for the criminals to do their job. The USJ was way too easy to break into and he had been able to bring everyone in thanks to Kurogiri. He still had his Nomu hidden away for later use when All Might did arrive. Now all he had to do was make sure those damn kids didn't do anything too stupid. Like, who would fight a villain like him? Wait, why was there a shadow over him? Seeing how humanoid it was, he grinned, realizing that All Might was here and turned around. Well, it's about holy shit. Let it be known he rarely cursed, unless he was playing ranked games, but it felt well deserved because the being standing just in front of him now was huge. He made Nomu to be bigger than All Might, at least 6'5" with the muscles to match. The fucker that stood before him, easily double that, more at 14 feet and bulked, the absolutely hell up. He was clearly a hero, his costume somehow staying together despite all of that. The best he could make out was that he had long green hair, which was currently shadowing his face. Looming green eyes with hints of red in them glared down at him. Did he mention he was holding Nomu's decapitated head in hand? That, oh fuck, who the fuck are you? Shigaraki asked, completely stunned to the point where he couldn't even scratch his nerves away. And all of them were going off. A hero student of UA University, Izuku, the giant wall of meat said to his scrawny form. No, you are not. You are not a damn student. The man was built like he would tell his master and All Might that they were grounded. You're a brick wall. What in God's name happened to you? You look like you ate All Might. I've been hitting the gym. You've been hitting the fucking trigger is what you've been hitting. Shigaraki couldn't help but explode. How the hell did you let you in? What's your catchphrase? Have fear for I am everywhere. The damn titan just looked at him. What the hell, you're the size of 6 of my Nomus. Which this thing clearly killed somehow. He then reached down and touched the thing's leg. Your quad is the size of my whole torso. He was using all 5 fingers too, and his quirk wasn't doing jack shit. There was too much meat and muscle for it to actually disintegrate anything. He defied the laws of physics somehow by being this ripped. Quirks be damned, because this was some bullshit. I'm gonna stop you, Tenko. How the hell did you know Mai is that a metal bat? He had no time to actually question the name bit because he pulled out a bat around the size he was. He was frozen in absolute terror before he brought down on his head. It was not a good day to be a supervillain. Omake end. Chapter end notes. Chapter 14. End of the USJ. The Rise of the League of Villains. Chapter summary. Izuku begins his battle with the Nomu, but that is sadly not all he has to worry for. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Musudafu, Takoba Municipal Beach Park, a month and a half ago. All Might backed up with a smile as he easily grabbed the swinging kick of Izuku, his successor currently using full cowling. Without any hesitation, he swung a fist down upon his body, crashing him clean into the sand below. He expected that to slow him down, but he springed right back up, uppercutting his jaw as well before kicking his chest with enough force to push him back a bit. Not bad, young Midoriya. All Might then charged forward and slammed his entire arm into Izuku's head before sending him flying. But not good enough. Ha ha, ha. He then saw Midoriya's body fly right into the sea, much to his horror. Young Midoriya. Naturally he panicked and jumped in right after him. Minutes later, both could be seen sitting on the sand, enjoying the night sky. I have to admit, I didn't think you could take one of my haymakers. I've trained my body as much as I could. Making it sturdy was important. Izuku explained before taking a swing of water. Thanks for taking the fight seriously, well, as seriously as you can. He was not sturdy enough to say he could take a punch that could change the weather. Ha, maybe one day, Midoriya. All Might laughed. You got a lot of experience under your belt though with how you fight. Been in a lot of street fights. I can't say that they didn't find me for those fights. Wasn't his fault that people thought the quirkless kid was weak. I simply defended myself, that's all. I have a feeling that you put quite the scare into them. All Might said, not missing the sly grin the boy had. No clue what you mean. Either way, I don't see why you feel the need to ask for extra training at this time. Kinda odd, don't you think? No, there's all kinds of criminals out there, all of them fight differently. I'm bound to run into someone that's built like you. Best I know what I can do now rather than risk it. Wise words, my boy. Say, how about another round? I promise not to hit you into the sea. This time, keep talking and you're the one going in there, Toshi. Both of them stared at each other for a moment before they started laughing. Ha ha ha, I look forward to that day. Izuku smiled at the words and looked away. Inside though he only thought of one thing. Being prepared for the absolute worst. Unforeseen joint simulation. Center area, the absolute worst came in several forms. First and worst was one for all, the man was no doubt alive and kicking. Second was Shigaraki, his life ruined by the man, unknowingly so. And was now a villain. Finally was the impact that the League of Villains would make. Right now, however, Izuku's main concern was with the monster Nomu before him. It was genetically engineered to face All Might, and there was no denying it could have done the job. Strong enough to injure All Might, fast enough to trade blows with the man, and durable enough to take on the man head-on. Never mind the fact he had two quirks, as far as he knew, being super regeneration and shockwave absorption. Both were pains in the ass to face for All Might. Heck, for many people, this Nomu was a threat. However, that was the pros. Now the cons. It was mindless and docile, only listening to Shigaraki. It truly couldn't think beyond simple commands, so he didn't have to worry about any complex plan. Beyond that, there were limits to the quirks the thing had on hand. All Might proved that much. Most importantly, was the fact that the original All Might was using the embers, heavily wounded for years, and had already pushed his time limit on that day. The All Might here was healthier, stronger, though with the embers left behind from One for All, but had a much longer limit. Izuku doubted that this Nomu was meant to succeed. Not with how many of them they could have made an attempt to swarm All Might. No, this thing was more than likely just a message of his return, and he likely planned on his classmates to be the letter. A big, bloody letter to the number one hero. Unfortunately, it was designed to face All Might, not him. He planned on showing the difference. One last chance. Give up, Izuku said, his stance not changing at all. No chance, Shigaraki snarked, a sick grin seen from behind his hand. It seemed he was more than ready to do this. Nomu, crush him. Izuku watched as the Nomu charged ahead with blinding speed to the normal eye. However, he had done the same thing, breaking the ground behind him. A monstrous roar came as the monster quickly closed in while rearing his fist back, ready to smash him into paste. Izuku, however, planted his firmly into and shifted his body into Nomu, barely making it under his fist. Grabbing its arm and with his quirk sparking, he picked up his creature and threw him over him before slamming face first into the floor. A large crater was formed as the onlookers looked on in shock. Izuku quickly backed himself away while the Nomu got up, no damage done at all. If he hadn't trained with All Might and studied how to improve his reflexes over the years, he wouldn't have been able to keep up with its movements at all. Still, he needed some things confirmed, just so he could act the way wanted. No damage, huh? You're either really sturdy or your quirk can take some form of impact. Izuku called out, swiftly dodging another strike coming his way. Son of a, that was close. Really gotta practice how Spidey does this. Quapage and harrowing was difficult. Shock absorption. Anything you throw at him, it'll have no effect whatsoever. Shigaraki, happily supplied before adding in. On the off chance you do, regeneration will repair anything someone like you could do. This is a losing battle, not one a lucky NPC can win. Oh, they'd see about that. Izuku kept his space as the Nomu tried and tried again to land a hit on him. No more emotional than it was the last. As for Izuku himself, he kept pushing around and shifting around the attacks sent his way. All the while, he was going over exactly what he could really do against this thing. I just have to follow the rules that come with regeneration. No one with it is actually invincible, just really damn hard to kill. True, this thing could likely rip itself apart multiple ways and come back out just fine, but the real question came in the form of what it could really take. That wasn't a hit or a punch. This guy's built to endure and counter, but even that body can't stop everything. Let's see how well it can handle some special effects. Slipping under its leg, he ran away from the beast while taking out his slingshot. The moment the Nomu turned around, it found itself struck across its face with Tabasco sauce. It didn't scream in pain despite the burning in its eyes, but tears welded up as the sauce filled it. The strong, tangy smell also easily invaded its beak-like nose, shockingly making it hack up a little. At the same exact time it moved around, trying to hit Izuku, but couldn't find him at all. The hell, Nomu, wipe it off, Shigaraki ordered, a hint of annoyance clear in his face. Meanwhile, Izuku had put away his slingshot while reaching into the innards of his coat. He pulled them back out, revealing metal-like claws attached to his gloves now. He crouched slightly, getting ready to pounce. Full cowling. Bast's claw. The Nomu managed to get the rest of the Tabasco out from its face, though the smell was still lingering within. It looked up just in time to have its eyes slashed across as Izuku zoomed by. The greenette quickly closed back in, slipping under its legs while cutting its ankles along the way. It swung around hitting nothing while Izuku quickly slashed at its side. Quickly circling around to meet its chest. He swiped across it several times, leaving more than a few marks before jumping backwards to avoid another blow. What the hell? Kamakiri thought upon waking up. He watched as this classmate was skillfully cutting the monster before them, all while keeping up with its speed. He's doing it. He's really doing it, Toru cheered, unable to help herself. It was kinda crazy how her classmate was doing all of this, even knowing his position as top of the class. Go, Izuku, go. Aizawa in the meantime was still recovering, knowing he still had to wait a moment to even consider helping. Vlad was still out of it and he alone was the only one who was watching out for the other villains. Especially the warp villain, that one was their ticket out of here. After all the while, he couldn't help but be impressed with how his student was handling this. Yet he knew that an attack like this wouldn't be enough. This brat, Shigaraki felt his annoyance rise, scratching his neck at the sight. Yet he forced himself to calm down all the same. His grin held up as he couldn't help but to laugh. Is this it? You're forgetting about region there. Yet despite that, Izuku persisted. It made Kurogiri narrow his eyes at the sight, wondering what the plan was. The Nomu roared as it attempted to grab Izuku, punching the ground after him while following the sound. Izuku avoided this while pulling out 3 balls, throwing them upon the Nomu. It swung at them and broke them apart, but found itself covered in a black substance. Izuku turned around, his slingshot ready with a red ball ready. Usopp tactics. Flame Star. He fired it upon the Nomu without hesitation. It raised its arm, up only to be instantly caught on fire, quickly spreading out and consuming its whole body. Unlike before, he actually wailed out in pain while trying swinging its arms around wildly. How? Shigaraki sounded so confused. Not anyone could blame him, given how quickly the game had changed on him. Yet he acted quickly. Kurogiri, water. Without hesitation, Kurogiri quickly used warp above the Nomu. Water dropped from it as quickly extinguished him, though the damage was already done. It rose up, coated in burns, even digging into the scars made earlier. Its skin was now a mixture of black and pink, its pants barely hanging on, and those wounds, they weren't healing as easily. Nomu, Shigaraki questioned the state it was in. It was still standing tall and proud, but it was still very clearly damaged. Shock absorption and regeneration are annoying to deal with, but like all quirks they have their limits. Izuku called out while staring down the Nomu. It was moving towards him, a bit slower than usual. Shock absorption can only stop blunt force and even that is limited. Cutting through it was easy enough, but I had to make sure those cuts remained. So, I burned those wounds to the highest degree. Those cells can't recover as easily when cauterized. There were rules to regeneration, depending on exactly what kind it was. He was more than thankful that it was tame in this universe compared to other worlds. At least when it came to this Nomu. Granted, he also couldn't risk the damn thing deciding to rip itself apart. It had easily torn off its own arm at the command to get free from Todoroki's ice and was right back at full health. Still, he needed to make sure this thing was weak enough before he could try out anything. You damn brat. No, you cheater, Shigaraki claimed, not doing well in hiding his rage. Cheater. Hey, you're the one who came in here to face a boss, not me, Izuku said while moving around the Nomu, making sure to tear at the part that hadn't been burnt yet. He was, no doubt, annoying him. That was dangerous. Still, he had to persist in taking out Nomu. Shigaraki was about to say something else until he noticed several things flying in his direction. Shifting his body around, he managed to dodge them all, coming only for a blinding flash to appear next to his head. The next thing he knew, he was being kicked across his head and being sent flying into a palm tree. Master, Kurogiri moved to aid, but an explosion caught him off guard. He slammed into the ground as a hand pressed down against his neck guard. Move an inch and you're dead, Katsuki yelled, a wicked glare on his face. Easy there, boom boom. We still have to take these people in, Reiko said, standing on one foot while keeping another up. He had been the one to attack Shigaraki, leaving Kurogiri to Katsuki. He then popped his head over, blinking at the sight before him. What the hell is that? Super weapons meant to fight All Might, Izuku called out, rather easily slipping around its movements. He took note of both Tetsu and Yui joining the others on the stairs. More so, on the medical kit she pulled out from mini form. Ew. Reiko simplified before hearing a groan. Turning around, he was about to snark. Until he stopped, Shigaraki stood back up, blood dripping from behind his hand while the tree he used to bring himself back up was currently turning to dust. And that's concerning. Well now, aren't you a sneaky one? How unhero-like, Shigaraki mocked while standing straight up. The hell is on your you're that kind of freak. Reiko said, realizing that the hands were real. Yeah, no, how about you don't touch me and give up right now? Give up? Now why would I want to do that? Shigaraki looked far too gleeful to say that, almost like he was looking for an excuse. A moment like this only comes once every few lifetimes after all. Buddy, you ain't winning and I sure as shit ain't letting you touch me. Reiko said, flipping a knife around. He prepared to throw it again only to see Shigaraki suddenly zoom by him and quickly close the distance. He responded by jumping back while slashing his knife, making his distance again. The fuck? Don't get too cocky, little bunny. Shigaraki cackled as he quickly began closing the distance. Reiko gritted his teeth, teleporting away before the bastard grabbed him. Nomu, help Kurogiri. Nomu quickly switched from Midoriya to Katsuki and rushed straight at him. Izuku was hot, on his tail, pushing his limit in favor of catching him. However, he was a smudge too slow as it lunged at Katsuki, who cursed as he blasted himself away. It was enough for Kurogiri to finally escape and quickly warped himself away. Katsuki finally got a good look at the Nomu and gagged willingly at the sight. The fuck is that thing? Katsuki demanded, noticing how it was about to lunge at him. However, its vision was obscured by Izuku's jacket, who was currently on its back and pulling it across its head. It roared out in defiance, trying to throw him off to no avail. Focus on me. He was trying his absolute hardest to make this thing only focus on him. As much as he was for teamwork, he couldn't take any more risks when it came to the others. Glancing back, he looked upon the water. He made the attempt to force it closer to it. No way. This thing can swim. I really hope this lake is deep enough. Midoriya, move. His eyes widened upon seeing a wave of ice coming his way and quickly jumped off. The Nomu tried to follow, but half of its form was coated in ice, freezing it in place. Izuku cursed to himself as he looked over to see Todoroki approaching the scene, the rest of his group heading for the stairs to check on the others. Forgive me for intruding, but it's over now. You couldn't have waited until he was in the water. Izuku quickly got up and glanced over at the Nomu, frozen over as it was didn't mean much, not when it just ripped itself in half and had regenerated its other half, along with removing all of his work he had done on it. He hated today a lot. Help with getting it into the lake before you freeze it again. Izuku yelled, already rushing ahead at the beast. Todoroki, however, had already released another wave of ice, coating the Nomu over with an even bigger glacier of ice. Didn't you hear me? It's over now. It won't be escaping this time, Shoto claimed, his tone cool. It's meant to fight All Might. He didn't get to finish upon the glacier exploding, the Nomu jumping out and aiming for Todoroki. The split-haired boy prepared for another wave of ice, just as Izuku jumped at the Nomu. He slammed into its back, throwing it off balance. As they hit the ground next to Shoto, the impact forced the boy over, releasing a wave of ice across the ground instead. The Nomu attempted to claw at him, but Izuku pulled it back by its leg. Unfortunately, it took this chance to throw its arm back and throw the greenette off his feet. It moved to attack again, only to find itself blinded by Katsuki's explosion. Don't forget about me, you ugly bastard. Katsuki quickly employed another blast to get himself away, making sure to grab Shoto as they flew back from the beast. The Nomu lunged after them, but Izuku grabbed it by its arm and slung it right into the ground. Quickly jumping back, he joined them as the Nomu was getting up. You look like shit, Deku. I've had worse days. Izuku lied easily, cursing eternal upon realizing he had lost his slingshot during all of that. Anyway, plan, get this thing in the water and then freeze it completely. That best thing you got right now. Katsuki complained. Well, there is always burning it to the point it can't regenerate anymore. Izuku gave Shoto a look at this. He received an ice-cold glare in return. Yeah, that tracks. Okay, you've been an annoyance long enough. The tone of Kurogiri came from behind. They turned around just in time to see several portal openings quickly taking them in. Apparently, they weren't the only ones, as the spectators near the stairs were quickly pulled in as well. Katsuki himself found himself in the middle of the forest, surrounded by criminals. That fucker. He was gonna beat the shit out that misty fuck as soon as he got done with these extras. Come around and die, you shitty fuckers. Izuku in the meantime was slinged across the ground alongside Shoto. Getting up quickly, he looked around, realizing that his classmates were only scattered around the area, not around the USJ. At first, he believed Kurogiri was getting tired, but that went right out the window. Upon seeing several portals appear around them, out of them, more criminals, looking as though they hadn't even been part of the fight yet. Why are there more of them? What is this bull? Seriously, he had stories where maybe there were a few extra that roamed to the center, but these guys looked like they were just waiting to be called upon. More people for our raid. Kurogiri, you're pretty well prepared, aren't you? Shigaraki said, calmly while grabbing for Reiko. The boy jumped back, throwing a pair of knives at him, but they were quickly reduced to dust. Aren't you running low on those? Did you make sure to buy everything you need from the shop? More than enough for you, chappie. Reiko growled, annoyed with how right he was. He wasn't just filled to the brim with these things and he'd be out soon enough. Don't be so mean, bunny boy, you're simply out-leveled here. Shigaraki claimed before lunging at him once more. Meanwhile, the others were being forced to deal with the on-coming criminals, who were just as relentless as before. You can blame All Might for what comes next. Nomu. Everyone. Kill them all. They all cheered, more than motivated to do the deed, while the students were growing more and more nervous. Seeing a group of them coming, Shoto released a wave of ice over them. Without so much of a care, easily taking over the field once more. Izuku in the meantime was trying to locate both the Nomu and Kurogiri, having noticed both had vanished. Help! Izuku snapped after hearing Toru. It was coming from the icy field, making his blood go cold. He turned to Shoto for help, only to see him making his way to another group of crooks. Unable to care, he already zipped across the field, calling out for Toru. Midoriya, over here. Hearing her again, he barely managed to spot some ice being moved around in the air. Quickly coming over, he thankfully found her, half her body submerged in ice. Alright, I'm here. Just stay calm and stay still. She could only nod, trying her best to ignore the freezing cold across her skin. Being as careful as possible, he cracked the ice around her upon placing pressure upon it. He wasn't going to risk hurting her by rushing it. Toru's fearful breathing made it difficult to avoid doing so. Thankfully he didn't need much, the ice around her form breaking as she nearly fell over him. You okay? Izuku asked, feeling her shiver. I think so. I look out. Toru suddenly screamed. Izuku turned his head around in time to see the dark mist form behind him, following with the Nomu coming out with its fist reeled back. With no time to escape, he quickly grabbed Toru while shielding them with his arm. The Nomu struck hard, sending them flying off their feet and into the wall. It crumbled around them as the Nomu let out a victorious roar as Kurogiri stepped out beside it. That should take care of him, Kurogiri claimed, yet stared over at them just to make sure. Toru in the meantime was groaning, feeling her body tingle all over, replacing the terrible cold over her. Are you okay? Toru looked up to respond only to gasp. Izuku had taken the blunt of not only the punch, but also the impact of the wall. His costume was ripped apart, showing off some notable bruises and blood while his helmet was cracked over. Me, what about you? Toru questioned, unable to understand how he was even speaking. I'm fine. He wasn't. He felt like he got hit by a truck and ran over by that same truck. Sitting up, he felt a part of himself go limp and looked down to see that his left arm was completely broken. Mostly fine. Mostly. Your arm is broken. Trust me, I know. Izuku mumbled, feeling the pain build up. His body was shaking badly. Upon it, almost forcing him to kneel over. Despite this, he reached behind his helmet. I don't have a choice right now. Ha ha ha, Shigaraki cackled, having witnessed the scene. I think that's your only hope. And he's about done for. Reiko only glared at him, raising up his last knife to defend himself. He couldn't lie and say things were alright when they really weren't. Even if the class could handle the criminals, the Nomu was the real issue. That didn't even matter when there was still Shigaraki and Kurogiri to remember, both being remarkably dangerous. Maybe more so. Ah, is the bunny afraid? Shigaraki questioned mockingly. Shit, he really was. They were screwed. This is what it's about. The heroes really can't be relied on, can they? Shigaraki continued to speak, his hands held up mockingly. The truth is this, the very people that you worship are truly the worst. Oh sure, they can come out of nowhere and maybe plan ahead, but they are never there when you need them most. You all will be proof of that after I leave your dusted remains for your precious symbol of peace to find. He'll have to live with himself. With your deaths forever in his MI. Shigaraki didn't get to finish his statement upon a helmet smashing into the side of his head. Making his head turn, it bounced off and rolled in front of him, just as he was turning his head to see Izuku was the one who had thrown it. Are you done yet? Because my day is bad enough thanks to you. Izuku snarked, standing right on up. There's no need to keep going, you know. Shigaraki stated calmly, though there was a small hint of annoyance in his tone. And with that we disagree. Clenching his one good arm, one for all crackled around his body, far more intense than before. I have more than a few reasons to keep going here. And what for? To buy some time for the heroes to get here. They'll be far too late. And what of those around here? Already defeated, Shigaraki cackled, making Reiko grit his teeth at him. Nodding his head over at his creation, he gave the order. Nomu, kill the brat and make sure to get the girl too. The Nomu acted on command and charged ahead, its fist reeled back as it let out a roar. And instantly found its strike caught by Izuku. What? Shigaraki questioned. The Nomu tried to pull itself away, but it was held right in place. Heroes aren't meant to be perfect, you know. Izuku called out, readying himself to act if it was needed. Applying pressure around the caught hand, he slowly squeezed around it, digging his fingers into it. They're just as human as any other person on this planet. They get scared, fearful, greedy, make more than a few mistakes, and some have regrets from them. But no matter what, even if they fall, they always get right back up to meet the challenge head on, and that's what I'm here for. Nomu, kill him. The Nomu attempted to throw his free fist at him, but suddenly found itself lifted off the ground before being flung at high speed. It spun around and landed on its feet, getting ready to continue. It was then when it realized that its arm was missing, already trying to regenerate. Izuku in the meantime dropped the severed limb as he took in a deep breath before exhaling. Full cowling. 25%. What are you waiting over there for? Bring it on already. 25% was his current limit. He only didn't bring it out sooner because he wanted to conserve his stamina at the time. Even if he had pulled it out, it wouldn't have made a difference thanks to the Nomu's quirks. Okay, most of my equipment is gone or frozen over and this thing is just gonna regenerate everything it's got. No doubt Kurogiri will just get it out of the water if I put it in there, so what's left? Wait, holy shit, he was an idiot. Rip him to shreds, Nomu. Shigaraki yelled as the Nomu roared once again. He started stalking forward to join them, but Reiko reacted faster. Hold it, handy. Shigaraki turned just in time to get hit in the face with the same helmet as before. This time however he grabbed it and reduced it to dust. At the same time however a knife flew past his face. The blinding flash made him jump back, only to still get a boot to his face. He skidded backwards, nearly toppling over while making sure the hand on his face was still there. You brat, Shigaraki hissed, glaring at him from behind. Reiko flinched briefly at the hate within those eyes before shaking his head. His nerves calmed down slightly as he tossed his last knife into the ground, embedding into it. I don't want to hear that from a whiny grown-ass man who wears limbs all over himself. Reiko claimed as he raised up his fists. He was still pissed off and more than fearful, but he'd Be damned if he was gonna lose to this guy. You got an issue? Then why don't you take it up? With my fist, noob. Needless to say, Shigaraki rushed forward at the boy, murderous promises given as they continued. Meanwhile, the fully recovered Nomu had charged at Izuku with alarming speed. It struck towards his broken arm, trying to take full advantage of his state. Instead, the student easily shifted around the attack, backing himself away as the Nomu swung its arm around. He caught it and yanked hard while jumping up. Landing on its head, he pressed his foot down at the exposed brain while yanking the arm upward. Like I thought, no actually claws. Kicking himself away, he avoided getting grabbed. Gonna need my own hands to finish this properly. The Nomu charged ahead, throwing fist after fist at Izuku as quickly as it could. Izuku shifted around every single one of them, trying his best to avoid his arm getting struck again. It punched the ground in front of them, forcing Izuku to jump to the air. The Nomu lunged up at him, its mouth wide open to show its set of teeth. It never made contact to bite, rather it found a pellet flying into its mouth as smoke popped out instantly. It flew by Izuku and landed on the ground, coughing as the hero landed right behind him. Izuku, with no hesitation, had placed his hand right under the crotch before launching him straight up in the air and through the glass ceiling. Okay, that bought me a few seconds. Izuku breathed out, feeling the fatigue try and take hold over him. Despite it, he half expected Kurogiri to teleport the thing right next to him. And now he realized that the mist villain was out of sight. Son of a great, worry about him later. I just need to get a good hit on this thing without it trying to uppercut my organs out of my stomach. He then immediately spotted Monoma about to be cleaved from behind by some crook. That same crook was kicked into his side and sent flying into a group of them. Hey Monoma, Izuku said, giving him a two-finger salute. Ah Midoriya, just in the nick of your arm. Monoma gasped, seeing the limp limb quickly going green. I know, it used to be better, but we can ignore that for right now. He was burning out, through his second, third and now his fourth wind. Right now, I need help in dealing with that thing. I can't keep this up for long and I need someone to do some serious damage to it. That I can't, and you came to me? Monoma asked, bewildered. Yes, because I know I can count on you. That seemed to get a surprised look from him, but he ignored it. I need you to find Todoroki, slap his face and use his quirk to burn the Nomu as much as you can so I can get one good hit in. Wait, why not ask? Monoma didn't get to finish as the ceiling exploded as they both looked up. The Nomu was falling down, its jaw wide open and its fist raised up to smash. No time, go. One for all flared up around him, his eyes burning as he jumped up at it. Monoma watched his classmate move past the thing's arms before grabbing it by the head and tossing him to the forest level. Find Todoroki, now. He then dropped down and rushed into the forest. A monstrous crash could be heard from within. He then shook his head and quickly rushed out across the field in hopes of finding Todoroki. The Nomu slid back across the field, already back on all fours ready to jump again. Instead, Izuku had planted his feet deep into its face before quickly jumping off. Landing across the beast, he narrowly avoided a strike to his head and forced it to strike deep into the ground. Ducking under it, he zoomed by before it could turn around and started jumping between the trees. Over here, ugly, he called out, forcing out a laugh. It worked, even if it wasn't needed. The Nomu charged after him. It tore through the trees in its path, swinging its arms wildly without a care. What it didn't expect was for him to be flying back while stabbing a piece of wood in its eye. Nope, here I am. The Nomu roared and continued the chase after him, ripping the wood out as well. It lunged at him as he flipped over the attack while taking the time to poke the creature right in the other either as he passed. This didn't seem to faze it as much as it swung around and forced Izuku back into a tree. Landing against it, he nearly tumbled over his breath before shaking it off. He narrowly dodged a strike from the creature, taking advantage to jump further up. Say, can you climb? I bet it's not very good. Izuku called out, moving from treetop to treetop now. The Nomu yelled, lunging from his spot and releasing a shockwave from its wake. Izuku kept up his pace, feeling the fatigue start to catch up to him. Come on, just a little more body. I ain't trying to break ya, but you gotta work with me here. Oh, There was his seventh wind. Meanwhile Todoroki was on the other side of it, trying to make his way back over to where the Nomu was. As much as he would have preferred to face it alone, he realized his own blunder while facing it as he was now. Getting back over and getting aid from Midoriya was the best course of action. Now if only there weren't so many pesky crooks in his path. Todoroki. The split-haired man barely turned his head around before his hand was slapped hard by Monoma. The blonde didn't even stop, yet he talked all the same. If you want to help out, then follow me. Midoriya needs help. Shoto didn't need to be told twice. Reiko in the meantime was still evading Shigaraki's attempt, fixated on trying to find an opening in the man's wild and erratic movements. Only if he ever thought he was in a pinch did he flash back to his last knife. Shigaraki himself was growing annoyed with how easily it seemed the boy was evading him. What should have been another scared student was now someone growing more and more confident like a hero. He hated it. He lunged forward with hope to turn the boy to dust only for him to narrowly avoid his grasp. While moving around him, aggressively pushing his palm forward, Reiko struck the upper half of his back and forced him forward. He then yanked at the back of his coat and slammed him to the ground. Shigaraki snarled, yet the moment he saw the raise of a foot, he held up his hands, ready to catch even the littlest inch of nope. With that, Reiko had flashed away, back to his knife. You little shit. Shigaraki quickly got up and rushed at the student. Reiko raised the knife, his foot planted down as the madman closed in with his hand outstretched. Just stand still, and let me turn you to dust. All of you will be dead one way or another. A glare crossed Reiko's eyes, his expression shifting into a snarl. Anger. No rage was clear as day, yet Shigaraki charged all the same. He watched as the knife in hand was thrown in his direction, making him stop and get ready to catch it. Instead, Reiko appeared within distance and harshly kicked him across his head, slamming him to the ground. Shigaraki hissed in pain and raised his hand up to still try and grab him, only for his hand to get an unpleasant chill. He then looked down at his hand, noticing that he only had his index and thumb left on his hand, the other digits of his hand on the ground. Gah, it was natural to scream for this. It was really painful after all. But this was a scream that promised pure and absolute death. You bastard. Reiko in the meantime took a few steps back, his eyes dilated as he watched the fresh blood drip from his knife. He did not mean to do that at all, he only reacted like he normally would. At least that was what he thought, as his anger had settled down quickly, replaced by shaken unease for what he did. However, he didn't have time to think about it upon hearing the rageful snarl of the villain. Die already, Shigaraki screamed, his only good hand extended out as he lunged. Reiko however regained his focus and jumped back while pulling his legs back. Just when Shigaraki thought he was gonna grab him, the boy flashed away, or rather, behind him. Without uttering a single word, Reiko slammed his feet down into the villain's spine in a spear-like motion. Instantly Shigaraki had crumbled on the ground, breaking into it from the sheer force behind the rabbit man's legs. Reiko landed right next to him and had swiftly brought his foot down on his head, digging deep down into the ground. Finally the man had been rendered unconscious as Reiko spat down near him. Do my class a favor and fuck, I had it. Now I lost it, Reiko grumbled, hating the fact that he thought of a quirky line. More so on the fact it was gone now. He then blinked upon remembering where he was, shook his head and stalked away towards a group of villains. Izuku in the meantime was flying from treetop to treetop, the Nomu hot on his ass and tearing apart trees in its path. With a screech, it lunged up and grabbed upon one of the trees before launching himself at Izuku. However, the student suddenly grabbed upon a tree and started sliding down while spinning around. He then launched himself up at the Nomu, passing by and grabbing it by the leg. They flew out of the forest and back over the open area. The Nomu attempted to break free, but already found itself before flipped over. It was then slammed through the side of the main stairs, clipping clean through the railing. Izuku had quickly jumped away, narrowly avoiding a flailing kick at his head. He slid back, finding himself forced to pause momentarily to catch his breath. Unfortunately, he took too long as the Nomu suddenly closed the distance while swinging its arm around. There would be no time for him to move, so Izuku clenched his fist and swung it down while the Nomu struck up. Their fist met, a powerful shockwave appeared between them, blowing away anyone that happened to be near. Izuku however didn't try hard to keep up and allowed himself to slip, before quickly kicking himself far up into the air. Landing upon the ceiling and clenching one of the bars, he glared down at the opposing Nomu. One for All was pushing his body to the limit and those second winds were all but gone now, which meant this was gonna be his last move against the Nomu, which was now getting ready to jump up at him as he thought about this. He really fucking hated All for One. Oddly enough he hated the doctor even more. Either get ripped apart or actually win this time. Izuku chuckled weakly, prepping himself to jump down. One for All seemed calmer around him as he awaited, a faint light sticking around his body. Didn't mean it got weaker though. Alright then, let's go. The Nomu roared, bending down before lunging up from his spot and leaving behind a crater in its wake. Izuku got ready, hoping he could time this right without getting his insides ripped out. As the Nomu made it halfway up to him however, it was suddenly blindsided by a wave of fire, instantly catching his attention. The mere impact alone had burnt away his flesh, as it lost its momentum and found itself flying off course. It struck the ground near the water hard, its skin smoldering as smoke rose off its form. The intense heat had nearly broken through, but the body endured as much as it could. It locked eyes with Monoma, half his shit burned off and panting, and got ready to attack until Todoroki stepped in front. It tried to move, yet its body stumbled upon trying. Not giving it a second to recover, Todoroki quickly swiped his hand and coated the area in ice. Raising its arm to protect itself, the Nomu itself was easily taken over by the sheer cold against its bare pinkish skin as it found itself trapped in place. If you're gonna do something, now would be the time, Midoriya. Monoma managed to yell out before collapsing on his knee. When he looked up, he blinked upon seeing a green, blazing aura up onto the ceiling. Oh, Todoroki narrowed his gaze up at the greenette, hearing the laughter from above. Shigaraki had managed to wake up, just in time to see the greenette up in the hair as hatred filled his being. Thank you, it was all Izuku could say to them right now. He lunged from the ceiling, breaking apart the steel beam he rested upon while shattering the glass above. He dived down at the Nomu as fast as he could, One for All blazing around his body as pulled back his arm, his hand changing into a claw-like motion. Time to borrow another move. 30%. Nomu managed to break free from the ice and looked up just in time to meet the once emerald eyes replaced by golden, yellow eyes ever so fierce. Ryusoken. Ryu no Kagizume. Izuku's fingers pierced through the exposed brain of the Nomu, spread out enough to encase it within his palm. The Nomu had actually gone completely still, not limp, and found itself unable to move at the rather sudden attack. Despite all of that, Shigaraki had managed to snicker even despite the pain he was in. Was that it? You can attempt to destroy the brain all you want, hero. It'll be able to take it, just like the rest of its body. Shigaraki cackled, coming out as a dry heave. It wouldn't be long until the Nomu finally grip. Izuku mumbled, clenching tightly around the brain as tightly as he could. And then, rip. Everyone watched in a mixture of shock, horror and disgust as Izuku had promptly ripped the brain of the Nomu out, pulling out more than a few extra innards than intended. Once it was completely separated, the Nomu went completely limp. Dead. The Nomu was dead. Ba-arg. And Monoma threw up, not like anyone would blame him. Izuku still remained in his spot, glancing down at the unanimated Nomu, being sure it wouldn't move. Once he was sure it wasn't, he instantly let go of the squishy organ before swinging his leg around and kicking it apart. Not stopping for a moment, he kicked around the former organ until it was nothing more than a fine paste. All said and done, Izuku finally let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding and finally deactivated One for All while stepping onto the ground, all while cursing himself for being a fool from the start. The brain. He should have stayed focused on the brain the entire time. No matter the healing factor, it only accelerated normal body regeneration, which the brain was needed for. It was needed to coordinate the body's natural healing processes and by influencing healing through the mind-body connection. It was needed to direct the immune system and other cellular responses to deal with any issues. Without it, a healing quirk would cease working. Maybe it was because the idea of ripping out a brain was dead last when it came to heroics. That had halted the idea of actually doing it, but Izuku could still only curse his own stupidly for not thinking of it sooner. He would have at least had 2 unbroken arms, which would have made the process easier. Instead he needed help, which he honestly didn't mind. Fuck the Nomu. Well, that's done, Izuku said, awkwardly swaying his way over to his classmates. Any bit of energy he had left was long gone and he was running off the fumes now. Why yes, it is. Monoma was naturally disturbed, but he didn't blame his classmate. That thing was not human, not in the slightest. You have something under your boot. Ah, gross, Izuku said, seeing some brain matter left behind. He scrapped it off as best he could across the ground. He didn't miss Todoroki staring at him with an unreadable expression. I wonder if he's crafting his dad might theories right now. Measuring himself up for no reason at all. Wait, I should be slapping this prissy bastard. He needed that firepower several wins ago and he needed Monoma to actually do it. Backstory be damned, fuck, he really needed to deal with this brat's issue. Before he could even think about it, however, he noticed a rap building up behind him. Acting quickly, he pushed the other 2 away before quickly jumping back himself, expecting to get grabbed. Imagine his surprise when a light greatsword came out, cutting the palm of his hand as he defended himself. Izuku slid across the ground, holding his hand in confusion before quickly looking up, and was greeted with a bright, yellow laser in return. University halls. Running down the halls was inexcusable in most cases to Ida Tenya. Every time he had seen someone do it, it was always for some foolish reason. Be it a race to the next classroom or just eager to leave. It was a rare occurrence back then, one he would never condone and would never do it himself. This, however, was an emergency. Pushing himself past the limit, he dashed through the front doors and passed by the students that were in his way. He knew he passed by some teachers, but his tunnel vision was having him focus elsewhere. With that, he bursted into the headmaster's office where Nezu was, going over a few files. With all might and midnight. Young Iida, what is villains at the USJ? Tenya breathed out, finally falling over. Midnight quickly rushed to his side while All Might was already out the door. Nezu went straight to the phone to inform both the faculty and nearby heroes of the incident. During his movement, several papers fell off his desk showing several bios of others that had attempted the entrance exam. One such file could be seen on top of the rest. Yuga Aoyama, age 18, birthday May 30th, birthplace France, hair color blonde, eye color indigo, blood type O, quirk naval laser, villain points 28, hero points 0, address NA, phone number cancelled recently, family deceased, status unknown. The picture showed a smiling young man looking directly at the camera. Unforeseen joint simulation, center area. Before them was a young man, as old as they were, with a blank expression, seeming devoid of life. He donned a silver armor set with golden trimmings and purple accents. Multiple glass-like spheres could be seen sticking from his palms, stomach, heels and chest. Finally, a dark, crimson cape could be seen flowing in the wind, while a long, bastard sword could be seen in hand with a glass ball within its center. Monoma and Todoroki were currently up front while Izuku was behind them on the ground. Smoke from the remains of his chest. Ignoring the pain he was in, he was more so stunned. Yuga Aoyama, the would-be traitor of 1A, was before them. In one world, this was due to being given a quirk by All for One and was forced to spy on 1A in favor of his parents' safety. In that world, he was caught, yet forgiven for his actions. Working with his friends to save his family and return to the ranks of being a hero. That was clearly not the case here. Fuck, a part of him knew he should have not blamed himself for not seeing this coming, but it should have been a consideration. If anything, the fact they revealed him like this was shocking. Damn it, Yuga, what happened? You're outnumbered, villain, Todoroki said coldly. Izuku really wished he didn't say that so casually. Surrender, now, quote. I'm afraid that's no longer an option, Yuga claimed, his tone completely void of emotion. From his neck, metal appeared and surrounded his face, forming a normal knight's helmet with a clear visor. For you have foiled our plans, and for that, you must pay a price. As Knight of the League of Villains, I will have you pay it in blood. How about, no? Monoma released a torrent of flames, creating a wall of flames between them. Honestly, you're a bit naive to think you stand a chance against Monoma. Down. Izuku suddenly kicked the back of Monoma's leg and forced him to fall back, just in time as a blade of light shot through the flames and flew right over them. Yuga flew over using controlled laser control as he charged forward. That was until he was encased within a block of ice by Shoto. Unlike before, however, he didn't assume it was over that easily, and right he was as the ice slowly melted before cracking apart. Yuga came flying out, swinging his sword towards Shoto's head, but found himself blocked in place by the boy's ice. However, he raised his free arm up near Shoto's head. Seeing it, the split-haired boy quickly shifted his head as the laser flew right by his face while blowing up an area behind them. As Shoto was about to try and freeze him over, he doubled over in pain upon a metal knee. Slamming into side, the ice around the blade broke as Yuga raised it over Shoto's head, who glared up in return. However, it never came as fire blew by between the two, forcing the knight to step back. He turned his gaze over at Monoma, who was currently on his hands and knees, breathing heavily. Your attempts are futile, Yuga claimed before firing a laser down at him. Monoma was blown back, forced into unconsciousness. Todoroki moved backwards, releasing a small line of ice at him. However, Yuga effortlessly powered through and clotheslined the boy with enough force to fling him back into a wall. Perhaps you find more use as Nomu. Severing. Under my master. You mean all for one? Izuku thought as he struggled to stand, while being harshly reminded that he had nothing left at the moment. And you, the one who bested our Nomu. Yuga had placed his attention on him. Izuku didn't even get time to think before his broken arm was harshly kicked and was collapsing on the ground. I believe our leader would prefer you being in absolute pain before giving you a death well deserved. Do it, make him suffer. Shigaraki yelled from afar, no doubt enjoying the show despite how much his plans had crumbled. It is as desired. Yuga didn't stop, kicking the same exact spot and sending Izuku sliding across the ground. Other villains were still fighting, leaving the other students busy with them and no help for Izuku. This is the punishment of causing trouble for my master. Accept your fate. You get enough hits in? Izuku asked, forcing himself to stand right back up. Pardon me, I asked if you got enough hits in. Izuku asked again, glaring right at Yuga. Did you? Good. Nice to know I have to be battered up and bruised for you to stand a chance against me. Your arrogance is noteworthy. Fear will come soon enough. Yuga claimed before, charging forward. Seeing the brightly lit sword, Izuku found himself quickly leaning back completely as a blade of light shot forward, missing by mere hairs. Don't you realize it? You will die here. Same with all your fry. Izuku slammed his head forward and headbutted the man, cutting him off completely. The impact actually forced the knight to take a step back, but nothing truly damaging. However, he couldn't help to freeze the intense stare he was given. You wanna kill me? Earn it. Either way, I'm going down swinging. Izuku claimed, feeling how heavy his body was getting. Yet he clenched a one good fist all the same. Then you will die braver than most. Yuga claimed before swiftly firing a laser at Izuku. Try as he might, he couldn't withstand the attack and was right back on the floor, completely unable to move. Yuga however flew straight up, while his stomach laser charged up. Yet an example must be made. Perish first and act as the message to all might. To all heroes. He then released the built-up energy from his stomach, firing it down at Izuku, who remained unmoving. However, no, the laser came to a blinding halt, stunning them both. Wait, Toru. Izuku's eyes instantly locked onto her and found the girl right between him and the laser blast. Then a memory resurfaced about an exact scenario just like this. Isn't this going to make her? He lost his thought as Toru had started shifting from being visible and invisible before she reflected the beam right back at Yuga. Due to the speed of the attack, he was unable to dodge it and was instantly blasted back. Pieces of his armor falling off, his sword dropping in, stabbing into the ground below as he crashed back into the forest area. Toru in the meantime, had let out a breath she didn't know she was holding, going back to being fully invisible. While trembling, how did you know you were laser-proof? Izuku questioned, still stunned. I didn't, I just knew you weren't. Wait, he heard that before, didn't he? Are you alright? Toru questioned, coming to his side. No, not really, but thanks for asking. Izuku chuckled as she gasped at him. However, it was cut short upon seeing Yuga fly from the forest, his armor a mess, but very much still standing. Both of them saw him looking this way before dashing their way, making sure to reacquire his sword. Move back. Toru couldn't, feeling herself freeze in place upon seeing Yuga flying at her, now with a sword in hand. If he couldn't blast her, then he'd cut her down along with anyone else in his way. Yet halfway upon trying to reach them, multiple rocks were seen flying at him before suddenly expanding into the size of boulders. He halted his tracks and sliced through most of them while avoiding others. Izuku glanced back to see Uraraka and her group onto the stairs, using their same strategy to keep them back. Yuga also saw them and prepared to fire a laser right at them, only for several vines to erupt from the ground. They attempted to restrain them as he managed to catch a glimpse of Abara from afar, her group easily taking care of the villains. He blasted through the lasers, raising his sword up with the intent to fire another projectile at her. Unfortunately, at that same moment a loud gunshot ranged out before his blade was split in two. From afar, Kana quickly reloaded another bullet while her group protected her. Another shot went clean through his boot, cutting off his flight completely as the vines started to overwhelm him. Despite it, he overloaded his lasers, shooting them all around him to burn away the vines coming his way. Once he was done, he was stuck deciding on which group he should have focused on. Then a loud explosion interrupted that thought as he turned to face the source, only to see a spinning form coming down at him and a palm right next to his helm. Howitzer impact. That same palm hit him with the force of a weight. The explosion that followed felt like getting steam-rolled by a flaming semi-truck carrying gasoline. That said, the explosion released had shook the area and forced many people around it back. Yuga himself took it head-on and was flung clean off the feet and flying across the room, crashing clean into a wall as it crumbled on top of him. All the while, Katsuki stood from his spot with a smirk. Sup fuckers. And that was all he had to say. Holy shit, that was huge. Good girth, Bakugo, manly. Hey, good ol' Kachin. Izuku managed to laugh. That was by far the most amazing work of teamwork he had seen, and they were still within their first weeks. Sure, it wasn't perfect yet, but he looked forward to when it did. He then winced in pain, absolute pain, as he fell back. Ow. Yeah, no, he was done. Fuck, headbutting hurts. He was gonna do it again though, he knew it. Then they heard a scream of rage. They all turned and were stunned to see Yuga was very much still conscious and already by Shigaraki's side. His helm was long gone, along with the top of his armor, blood dripping down from him. Yet he remained up all the same, his face completely stern. He was not the one screaming, however. You damn cheaters, Shigaraki growled out, sounding like a feral dog on its last leg. However, he didn't need to do anything as Kurogiri appeared by his side, slowly pulling him in along with Yuga. Yet he still had to talk. You think this means anything? This is just the beginning. One day all of you will be reduced to dust, and your whole world will collapse. I'll make sure to remember to each and every one of your faces, especially that rabbit fuck. Gah. A rock flung at him, cutting off his speech. Reiko looked especially proud, preparing to throw another one until Kurogiri finally had enough. Pulling them in, he vanished with them, while leaving the remaining criminals with them. Reiko scoffed, dropping the rock. Fuckers. We won, right? Kirishima asked aloud. Hell yeah, we did, Tetsu claimed, manly. Both of them gripped each other's hands as tight as they could with mad grins on their faces. Oh, great, there's two of them, Awase commented upon reaching the group. The entirety of the classes had been brought back together, their teachers still resting nearby while the criminals around them had been defeated. Even the most injured amongst them seemed to be alright, as Monoma and Shoto were being helped, but their classmates, they had really won. Didn't you say you were gonna be fine? Izuku glanced up from his spot to see the disappointed look of Sue. What are you talking about? I'm perfectly fine, Izuku mumbled out, feeling out of it. Quote. We're talking about this later, Sue said, giving him that stern sibling stare. Nice to know you care so much. Izuku hummed. Izuku. He then jolted a little as Kyoka was by his side. What happened to your arm? Can we stop talking about my arm? He at least didn't break it. Wait, no, he did break it. Before, and in general, I think I have a headache. We should get you somewhere else, Toru claimed, helping him get up. Kyoka saw this and quickly went to the other side, making sure to be gentle. Then the front entrance suddenly exploded, making everyone go on guard and get ready for the next attack. Have no fear, for I am here. All Might came in, his rage replaced by confusion. Upon seeing this, everyone had visibly relaxed while the top hero was trying to figure out exactly what happened, which, needless to say, was a lot. Izuku didn't care though, he was just happy to make it through, and realized that this was really just the beginning. With Shigaraki and the others. Upon arriving within their base, Kurogiri had taken both Shigaraki and Yuga to a medical room, where their injuries could be patched. The entire time Shigaraki was muttering out curses while Yuga remained silent. Damn runts, damn cheaters. His eyes flashed with pure rage, looking down at his hand. He was gonna make sure to turn that bunny into dust for this. Never mind that green-haired cheater. All Might wasn't even there, and yet we were wiped out by the mob characters. Do not worry, young master. Kurogiri began treatment on him first, finding minor injuries. On Yuga, the knight remained standing up, doing his best to ignore Shigaraki's glare. This was, as you said, a tutorial quest after all. Yes, but to get wiped like that. If it had been to All Might I would have understood, but to a bunch of first-year students. It's fucking stupid. Shigaraki vented his frustrations on the matter while Kurogiri continued his treatment. His fingers were thankfully brought along as well, but the doctor would need to personally ensure that they would go back on. Damn it, our Nomu should have been more than enough. Ah, but it was, my young student. Came the firm, yet pleased tone from a TV monitor. Instantly the tone of the room shifted. Yuga went pale, his face sweating as he suddenly bowed down. Shigaraki felt his anger slowly, yet surely calmed down. Kurogiri had simply turned his head to face the screen. Master, Shigaraki said, feeling glee from seeing him. His dear master, who had truly cared for him in this disgusting world, the ruler of the underworld, all for one currently on screen, his image darkened and distorted. Something about how much power he was giving off from his recovery. Despite it all, he had made time to check in on them. I trust things are going as planned. All for one demanded, not asked. Of course, sir, Yuga answered, his face straight down. They are more than well aware of our presence and the threat we pose. Never mind, our seeds have been planted. Kurogiri added on. Ah, I can't wait to see the look on their faces once it's pulled off. Master, it was just like you said. We failed the tutorial level. Shigaraki admitted with a chuckle. He was still pissed, but it was beginning at long last. Yet it was not because of All Might, but because of those students of his. A certain group of them was responsible for the Nomu's destruction, but it lied mostly thanks to one of them. Is that so? Perhaps UA has gained some interesting students. All for one claimed, sounding thoughtful for a moment. Kurogiri. Yes, sir. Please ensure that any and all information on them is looked over by the doctor. I don't want any details missed. All for one ordered, earning a nod from the manservant. Regardless, this has been a successful day with how the media is treating it. You've done good work, Shigaraki, but we are hardly done setting up the grand show now, are we? Of course not, master. We'll be ready for it. They had to be. It was the only way to ensure that this society would collapse. And no one, not even All Might, will be able to see this one coming. I cannot wait to see it. Rest for now, the real work will begin soon enough. All for one cackled loudly, not caring for who heard. He would be healed within time, but for now, he would leave it to his little student. Unforeseen joint simulation, center area. Izuku sighed as he sat down on a bench, his arm given a cast at long last while he allowed the painkillers to do their work. He was far too exhausted for Recovery Girl to use her quirk on him, so he had to settle with this. Both Aizawa and Vlad were the worst off, having multiple broken bones along with internal bleeding, but they would be fine. Juruto and Kamikiri were close seconds, but after meeting with Recovery Girl, they would be fine with some sleep. The only reason he was still awake was because his mind was running. He had a lot to cover. When they got back to the dorms, there were multiple books he had to look through to see what had changed and what remained the same. All for One, Shigaraki, Kurogiri and now Yuga were all on the same side. He doubted it would be easy to convince the young man to leave All for One now. Ignoring that, the classes and teachers were fine. Now the USJ was filled with police officers and heroes. Most notably was Endeavor, who was talking to Shoto about something, but given the look he was getting, it wasn't anything positive. A red flag however was Hawks, the number 3 hero in the Hero Commission's lapdog. The man talked with multiple students, including Kana. Their interaction seemed innocent enough, but he knew that they weren't gonna waste important words here. Beyond that, All Might was also looking over the Nomu he brutalized with Detective Tsukauchi. No doubt they would have take more notebooks to go through. Single quote ... I guess I'm really in the thick of it, aren't I? He was now officially doing the main story of my hero, and so far, he wasn't happy about it. Then his gaze moved on to the others, allowing a scowl to come on his face. All of us are. I need to get stronger than this. No matter what, he would protect them, and in turn, they would do the same for him. Now if only he could predict what was coming next. Oh well, that was a problem for the Izuku of tomorrow. He wanted to rest now. Chapter end. Chapter end notes. Reminder. The chapters are being transferred from fanfiction.net. Chapter 15. Aftermath chats. Chapter summary. The students recover after the USJ in their own ways while Izuku finally makes contact. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. UA. University. Private room, 3 days later. What happened? Monoma asked, looking thoroughly annoyed. We were attacked by a bunch of villains in the safety of our own school. Quote. Honestly, I can't even blame anyone here. I mean, who expects anyone to attack the top hero school in the county? Kaminari exclaimed, still stunned by the turn of events. Quote. We thrashed those villains like they were nothing. Tetsu claimed with a sharp grin. And my bud, Katsuki. He was taking them down left and right. Quote. We were separated and forced to fight. No way that should have happened. Awase said, clearly angry at the whole situation. I mean, we could have died during that. All because of some bastard with portals. Quote. I was terrified from the beginning to end. Not for myself, but also my classmates. I just wanted to make sure that I could help who I could. Uraraka said gently, yet a downcast face. I only wished I could have stopped what happened to Miss 13. Quote. The mist villain, or whatever, he tore through 13's suit with her own quirk. Itsuka explained, trying to remember the details. He could make portals pretty easily, it's how got them all in there. I know he did the same to redirect 13's quirk. Quote. No, you wanna know what was really scary? Seeing both your teachers get laid out in seconds, Kamikiri said, looking both annoyed and calm somehow. And then me, along with the ape guy get taken out that easily. It's bull, that thing was not human. Quote. I would have been dead because of that thing. Toru explained, shivering at the memory. There were so many ways I could have died, but that thing, I can't forget it. Quote. No, those villains were weak, but their leader, he is something else entirely. Shoto claimed, his gaze completely cold. That man was dangerously destructive. I honestly don't know why I reacted the way I did. Reiko was looking at his own fingers, as he said this before clenching them into a fist. But the moment that sociopath claimed he was gonna kill my friends, I had to make sure he couldn't. I don't regret it, that's for sure. That man, he only wants destruction. Quote. I have no idea who that armored, fancy fuck was. I just know that he was a villain and he deserved to get blasted, Katsuki said, his arms crossed as he looked ahead with a stern glare. If I had more time, I would have killed the bastard 1,000 times over. The hell are you writing down? Quote. What do I think? Izuku hummed, looking up from his notebook. Honestly, I'm not sure. UA, University, 1A dorms, living room. The entirety of Class 1A were currently within their dorms. They were allowed a small, but much welcomed break from their school life, along with their sister class, 1B. It was not something easy to admit, but the USJ was by far the most terrifying thing they had ever experienced. While some hoped that it would never occur again, others realized that this was how the hero world was really like. Izuku was really the only one who was out and about in their dorm, many of them remaining in their rooms to process everything. Even he could admit that he was hardly unscathed by it. Both physically and mentally, he had to be talked to multiple times thanks to what he had done to the Nomu. Ripping out a brain just was not normal behavior, and they needed insurance that he would not do it again. Thankfully, upon realizing exactly what the Nomu really had, they had let up on the toxin, allowed him to go free. Still, he expected there to be talks about what happened in the future. Speaking of talks, he had yet to still talk to Toshi about what happened. The man was no doubt busy, wondering about all for one in the group he seemed to be a part of. He'd let that one go on. In the meantime, the man needed the space. And being honest, he had more important matters to go into. He was still the class representative and his classmates needed to eat. Midoriya. He turned his head to find Iida walking up to him, currently in a tracksuit. "Oh, hey Iida," he greeted easily enough. "Are you doing well? I know you were healed recently by Recovery Girl, but if anything is the matter, please let me know." Iida was a good man and would have been a great class rep. "I'm fine, arms back to 100%. Minus some scaring," Izuku claimed, showing his arm. The Nomu had wrecked it, but all it did was add on to what was already there. Granted, they were a little more noticeable if they weren't covered. "And I'm making sure that it stays clean too." "Very good, I would not want you to risk anything else happening to it," Iida said, earning a chuckle in return. It was silent between for a moment until Iida's face changed to a frown. "I don't mean to step over any boundary, but are you doing well?" I just Iida was referring to how he handled the Nomu. It wasn't a surprise, he knew that a lot of them wanted to make sure he was okay. "I fully understand what I did, but I can't say I regret it." "Yes, it would be foolish to actually blame you for what transpired, but if I had arrived faster to stop." Izuku held up a hand, ceasing Iida from talking. "Stop blaming yourself. You went as fast as you could and were all right. But if I had been faster, you wouldn't have been forced to take such drastic means." Iida looked down as he said this. He knew he should be thankful to even reach UA with the time he had, but he still hated how much it had taken thanks to his current level. "Iida, even if you did get the heroes there on time, only someone like Midnight would have been able to actually make it stop easily without causing harm," Izuku explained, giving him a firm look. "Otherwise, it would have just kept coming. What I did to it, that was a mercy, one I hope I never have to give ever again." But he would. He knew it. "Even so, I wished it had not been you to deal that blow," Iida admitted, still not convinced. "It was their first month here and this happened. If I had been faster, then get faster." What? Iida blinked in surprise as Izuku held up a fist to him. "Promise me you'll get faster. Smarter, stronger, whatever you need to. We're a long way from being pros after all, and there's a lot that we need to build up before that day." Izuku smiled, his fist still raised up. He was no therapist after all, he could only rely on his words to actually pull someone through. For someone like Iida, this was the best choice. But don't blame yourself anymore, got it? We're all still here and we can only go up from here, okay? Midoriya, you truly are inspirational. Iida finally met his fist, a wide smile gracing his face. It was a small, but notable first step. "I will be sure to surpass my own limits, and you as well. Feel free." That was all that was said between them as Iida left for outside to go on his run. Once he was gone, Izuku's smile faded and was replaced with grimace. Iida, fuck. Given who was coming up in Hosu, he knew that they were bound to have another talk. He really hated being useless. Slapping his cheeks hard, he relaxed himself. He didn't want to go around with those thoughts in his head. Focus on the here and now. He continued on his quest, moving from the living room to the kitchen. Glancing around, he knew they wouldn't need a resupply anytime soon. However, a thought did come to him and he took out his phone. With a simple text, he hoped for the best with this. Just in time too, as Kirishima suddenly came down, surprisingly active. Pickles, chocolate, smooth Mito bro. Why was he on that list? Bro, can you go up to Toru's room? Mina and Jiro are already up there. Kirishima said, giving the class rep a little push forward. I'll be back with the stuff, just get up there. And just like that, he had a new mission apparently. Walking up to the room, he slowly stopped in front of the door. He could hear sniffing from the other side, hating that he could easily make out the sorrow within it. Not willing to wait anymore, he knocked on the door. It's Midoriya. A few seconds went by before Mina's voice could be heard. Come in. He did so, much faster than intended. He instantly noticed them on the bed with Mina hugging onto Toru, who in turn had been latched to her for what he believed was a moment. He didn't need to see the girl to know she was in a bad state. The trembling form alone would have been enough, but there were other signs. From used pillow boxes, the cutesy room being a slight wreck, and of course the crying. Gosh, he really wanted to beat the absolute hell out of Shigaraki. Hey girls. Izuku joined the bed, but remained standing. Hey. Mina winced with a shaky look. Toru's having a hard time at the moment. Is there anything I can do to help? He wasn't gonna be able to ignore this otherwise. Talking would help. Toru heaved out, no doubt still crying. I'm here then, Izuku claimed, taking a seat next to them. This is about the USJ, isn't it? Why yes, I can't blame you. I've been thinking about it myself still. He was gonna start stacking late nights with how he was burning through his notebooks. Old and new. I just keep thinking back to that thing. Toru hissed out, referring to the Nomu. How it closed in on us and you got hurt because of that. And I don't blame you one bit for it. That all goes to their leader. Besides, he should've reacted faster. Be better. No kidding, Mina muttered under her breath while still holding Toru. But that isn't all. Toru, tell him. He noticed that she seemed hesitant to do so. Offering a reassuring smile, he awaited to hear her. I just keep thinking back to it, and not because of that thing, I keep having nightmares. About being frozen. Now he remembered why he wanted to smash Todoroki's teeth in. It keeps happening on repeat. Being frozen in the middle for the fight, but no one notices. Not the others, not even you. The invisible girl had involuntarily shivered, curling closing to Mina. The alien girl had easily accepted it as Toru continued. And I can't get rid of that feeling. Being surrounded by ice, it was so cold, I thought I was going to be forgotten about because of my quirk. Toru's tears were coming back in full swing as Mina was trying to soothe the poor girl. All the while, Izuku was trying to hold back his anger at the whole thing. If Toru had been knocked out and had been somewhere else while that happened, does he even know what he almost did? Does anybody? Izuku asked after a moment. He had gone over the details with the villains, but given his state at the time, he wasn't able to get out too much before passing out. No one other than you and me. Mina winced. She just told me before you came in. We need to tell Aizawa. That's what I was gonna do. Mina replied with a frown. Just letting her vent so she can tell them herself. Good, because Todoroki can't be allowed to get away with something like this. Izuku said, trying to keep himself from sounding angry. I doubt I'd be able to stop myself from confronting him otherwise. Please don't do anything that can get you in trouble. Toru managed to get out after a moment. It's not like he knew. That weird mist guy threw us everywhere. It doesn't change the fact that he hasn't apologized for this. Izuku said firmly. Regardless of Kurogiri's quirk, it didn't mean he could just fire his quirk however he pleased without a care in mind. If he doesn't realize how careless that is, then there's nothing stopping him from doing it again. Even so, just let Mr. Aizawa or one of the other teachers deal with it. Please, Toru asked, her voice small. Fine, but only because you asked. Izuku sighed, giving in for the time being. Thank you. Mina however pouted with her cheeks puffed up. I would have loved to see Midori smash in Todoroki's teeth. Mina admitted, ignoring the gasp from the girl while Izuku snorted. Well, if things go like they normally do, I just might. He really did not want to do the sports festival. Stupidest fucking event ever. Hey, Midoriya, do you think I belong here? Toru asked suddenly. What? Of course you do, Mina asked, completely shocked by the question. You're here. After all, you passed the entrance exam, same as us. But I almost got demoted down to general studies on the first day. Because Mr. Aizawa was a super serious jerkwad. Well, yeah, but maybe I'm not meant to be a hero. I mean, can I really save someone if they really needed me? Toru questioned, mostly towards herself. Hey, last I checked we're here to actually figure that out. That's the whole point of being here. Mina pulled away to give the girl a hard look. I mean heck, I didn't think I'd make it this far thanks to my grades alone, but here I am. If I can do it, so can you. And you did save somebody, remember? Izuku said, making them both look at him in confusion. He then blinked and pointed to himself with a deadpan expression. You saved me, when I was at my weakest. I doubt I would have made it if it hadn't been for you, Hagakure. Toru appeared flustered at that, unaware that Mina had a sly smile on her face. It really wasn't nothing, really. I recall asking you how do you know you were laser-proof. You simply said, I didn't, I just knew you weren't. Izuku replied with a soft smile. Toru, once being a crying mess, was now flustered while screaming. He could only chuckle at it, liking how the situation turned around. But seriously, you do belong here, all of us do. Izuku said softly, offering a smile. Fine, I'll make sure of that. He could tell from her tone that she had meant it. Then the door busted open, revealing Kirishima with a large assortment of snacks and drinks. Okay, I got everything, Kirishima claimed, making his way over to the table. He promptly dropped it all, being careful not to spill a single thing. Great job, Horn Buddy. Mina gave him a grin and a thumbs up, which he had returned. We're gonna have the most awesome night ever, you better believe it. You betcha. You gonna join us, Midori bro? Kirishima asked only to see the greenette shake his head. Sorry, but I should check in on the others while I still have the time. Izuku claimed while sitting up with a stretch. He still had his notebooks to check in on. Again. Oh, okay. Toru sounded down at that, but understood. Thanks again though, for listening to me, always. Izuku had simply said, giving her an infectious smile. With that he moved to the door while waving. Take care, and don't hesitate to call if you need me. We will. Mina interrupted before Toru could get another word in. Once he was gone, she then turned to her friend with a wide smile. Oh Toru, why did it feel like she was in danger? You like Midoriya, don'tcha? Yup, she was in danger. Out in the hallway. Okay, who should I visit next? Izuku questioned himself. He was lost in his thoughts until he noticed Momo coming from Uraraka's room. Yaoyorozu. Oh, Midoriya. Momo perked up with a smile. How are you doing? I'm fine, and yourself? Quite good, Momo claimed, though he thought it was a bit forced. I was just checking in on our classmates, given everything that transpired. Oh, I was doing the same. Izuku hummed. He almost forgot how serious Momo had taken her duty as vice representative. That's good, Momo said softly, looking thoughtfully back to Uraraka's room. I wish things didn't turn out this way. It's been quite impactful on all of us, myself included. Trust me, I know it. Izuku snorted, remembering his scaring. But in all seriousness, are you alright? I'm holding up. The counseling helps if anything, as brief as it may be so far. I just wish that event never transpired to begin with. Momo sighed. Unfortunately we can't pretend it didn't, and more so, we can only do so much in helping people, Izuku commented, making her wince slightly. For now though, let's just focus on what we can do. I wholeheartedly agree, Momo beamed. I think I'll see Jiro next. Don't bother, Izuku said, continuing without thinking. She's sleeping in my room. Quote, it isn't what it sounds like. Of course it isn't, Momo smiled. Stop that, Izuku scowled, looking away. Himi is there too. They just wanted to be close. That's all. She didn't believe him. Just go check on Kodai next. He finally suggested it. He got a giggle in return as she walked by, now with a pep to her step. It ain't like that, can't be like that. He really didn't want to think about this right now. Midoriya. He almost jumped at the call to his name. He turned around and was greeted with Sue, who was giving her that sibling stare. My room, now. She then walked in without another word. He blinked for a moment before deciding to follow her inside. Upon entering, he was not surprised to see neat and tidy space. Though he did take note of the frog plushie on the bed, he ignored that in favor of finding Sue still glaring at him. I take it this is about me going to help the others. He didn't get an immediate response. So he continued, I know, I should have waited in. It's not that. Sue claimed, her normal static tone long gone. She seemed troubled. I hate that you fought against the actual leaders of that whole thing. More so I hate you got hurt because of it, but it all did work out fine, I can't pretend it didn't. Oh, so why? Because I hated that if I did convince you to not do anything, that would've meant, that explained it. The poor girl thought the alternative would have meant the death of her classmates and teachers. I made a bad call. Sue, no, you didn't. Izuku sighed, coming closer to her while poking her forehead. She blinked in confusion at the motion, but he continued on. You wanted to make sure we were safe. It's not like we got the go-ahead to just jump into battle. Yet we did anyway, and you were right to go over to them. Sue argued, I had a lucky guess. He was lying through his teeth, but she had no reason to tell. The point is, you aren't always going to know what's going on. Even if you had all the details at face value, there will always be a chance of that uncommon variable that ruins all those plans. And that makes bad calls all right? Sue asked, feeling her nerves grow. She wasn't sure if she could ever handle the guilt she felt for a choice alone. If I had gotten you to listen, then they would've. I know. And what if it happens again? What if I mess up? Then you either adapt to the situation or make the situation adapt to you. Izuku explained, with what he hoped was ease. Like what we're supposed to learn how to do here. She blinked at him, quote. You forgot that we're not actually heroes yet, didn't you? Quote. Hero. She really did. With everything that had happened, being knee-deep in the situation, she had forgotten that they were all still students. First years too. Quote. You shouldn't tease people, Midoriya, and you should stop blaming yourself. Kinda silly to do so when we were pretty much forced to be on our own during all that. Izuku reminded her, quote. I still don't like it. Not when those guys are still around. Suyu said, looking right at him. They haven't been caught yet, and if their leader is as hateful as you all said he was, I doubt they'll make another move against the UA. Izuku claimed firmly. Too many heroes were now around the area and they were far too dangerous to allow to roam freely. The teachers alone are gonna make sure that something like this doesn't happen again. And if it does, quote. Then we do our best. Quote. I can forgive you for getting hurt now. Suyu finally said, no doubt still having a lot on her mind, yet she seemed thankful for the talk all the same. Thank you, Sue, Izuku said, offering a smile. I'll take my leave, but if you need anything, just call. Sue just hummed, offering an understanding look as he left. Upon leaving he sighed, feeling tired already. However, he clapped the sides of his face, deciding to just pull through and go to the next room. Better to make sure that he could cover as many people as he could. Much later, everyone had issues. He couldn't blame them, he also had issues. Granted, his were overlapping. But regardless, he had either talked to a few of them or had briefly checked in on them. They all had their own ways to cope through what happened, thankfully healthy ways, but he was worried for a moment if some of them had considered leaving the university. It was not the case. They were either scared of the villains, worried about how they handled it, or just wanted to be left alone. As for him, he was finally returning to his own dorm room. He was beyond tired, but he still had too much to look over when it came to his notes. However, he kept them hidden for the time being. There were a few things involving the future in there, never mind some personal details he had on the LOV. He approached his door, preparing to enter only for it to suddenly open as Kyoka stood before him. She looked sleepy and a little annoyed. Where were you? Kyoka asked, pointing a jack lazily up at him. You're supposed to be resting. I just wanted to check in on the others. Took a little longer than expected. Izuku explained, a yawn escaping him. Sorry for leaving without telling you. You better be. Kyoka mumbled, still tired. She then yanked him into the room. She happily kicked the door shut before dragging him back to the bed. Himiko could be seen sitting there, with a pout on her face. Honestly, how are you the most active one out of everyone here? You really should be resting. Himiko added. Oh, like you should have been instead of going into a frenzy to make sure I couldn't get into legal trouble. The girl blushed a bit, remembering how she reacted. After crying her eyes out, she had immediately gone straight to work to ensure that what he did to the Nomu wouldn't affect his career as a hero. It took hours of convincing to ensure that she actually didn't need to do anything and that Nezu would handle it. Can you blame me? It was a clear act of self-defense from an unstoppable, brain-dead monster, Himiko said, preparing to rehearse her words again. That was until she had a sweet chocolate chip cookie placed in her mouth. I know. Izuku chuckled, removing his hand to let the girl eat her cookie. She did so, under protest. Just save it for when I get into legal trouble. Shouldn't that be if? Kyoka questioned. I'm keeping the possibilities open, Izuku said simply. Kyoka blinked, then shrugged before shoving him on the bed. Hey, sleep, rest, do something other than be a good guy and plan illegal stuff, Kyoka claimed, giving him a glare. Himiko did the same, though hers was that of a chipmunk at the moment. Seriously, do you want me to call Recovery Girl? Or how about Inko to get a handle on you? Recovery Girl he could handle, but dealing with a worried mother was not in the cards for him. Fine, just let me grab a notebook and… He didn't get to finish upon Himiko suddenly grabbing his side and forcing him to lay back down. She held him down and cuddled to his side while giving him a glare. Rest. But a low growl escaped from her lisp, making him stop. Fine, but only under protest. He wasn't really terrified, his affectionate sister was just too adorable to say no to right now. Protest all you want, just listen, Kyoka mumbled, clearly still sleepy. He thought she would leave, instead she took over the other side of him and cuddled up to his side as well. And I'm gonna make sure to keep… Soft snores came after, making him sweat drop. He turned to Himiko, only to find her doing the same. Finally he looked up at the ceiling before sighing and closing his eyes. Maybe he did need some sleep. Opening parenthesis question mark closing parenthesis. .. So, this is him. A calm, yet on guard voice had said. He looked upon the sleeping form of Izuku Midoriya, the boy currently in a suspended state while his body seemed blinded by black energy like vines. I hate that our meeting will be like this. Currently they were within a void-like space with only one place to stand upon. A broken, concrete room with a single closed door and a bunch of folding chairs in a circle. Each with someone sitting in them, all past users of One for All. First user, Yoichi Shigaraki. Second user, Toshitsugu Kudo. Third user, Bruce Lee. Fourth, Hikage Shinomori. Fifth user, Daigoro Banjo. Sixth user, En Tayutai. Seventh user, Nana Shimura. And all of them were confused, for a lot of reasons. One for All had changed in a large way, allowing them to actually coexist and be active within the quirk itself. It was an interesting change for them all, but one they likely could make use of. However, their confusion only grew upon being transferred to Izuku Midoriya and his attempts to contact them. It wasn't he ping that unlike the rest of them, they really couldn't read into his mind at all. Then, seeing his notes on them, One for All and most concerningly as of now, All for One. Needless to say, they were worried. So, how long do we have to wait? Banjo questioned, an unsure glare settling upon the unmoving form of Midoriya. From what they could understand, he didn't have complete control over One for All just yet, meaning his body was partially incomplete within the realm. Despite that, he had Black Whip active and restraining the boy. Because I ain't doing this the whole time. It's not like any of us are really used to it. I mean, we actually mastered our versions of One for All, but this is significantly stronger. Anne explained from behind. Even you can tell how much he really has control of based on how much of him is here. Man, this is weird. Again, how long? Banjo asked, not really caring for the explanation. He'll awaken soon. He's adjusting to being here, Yoichi explained, a frown settling on his face, something that didn't go unnoticed by the others. I hope you're not regretting this now. We need answers about everything he knows, Bruce claimed, not letting his eyes off of the boy for a moment. I'm aware, I just prefer a better way than an interrogation. Yoichi had wanted this first meeting to be pleasant, but it seemed like that wasn't meant to be. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, he turned back to see Kudo there. "I'm sorry, I know this is not how we wanted things to go." Kudo apologized. Despite his stern gaze, understanding could be heard. "But this boy isn't normal. If he has any connection with that man, then we need to know." Quote. Yoichi could only nod solemnly, unable to find any reason to disagree. Quote. "Do we have to do it like this though?" Nana finally spoke up after a moment. Out of everyone, she was the only one who didn't want anything to do with this plan. This was just too much, especially for someone that Toshi had believed in. Or are we just going to pretend that this is okay? The fact that you're even questioning this makes me wonder if you care at all about what we've gone through. Bruce glared over at her, who had given one in return. "It's already bad enough that your successor failed. Now he may have picked someone who might as well be in league with him. Don't you dare talk bad about Toshi. We all saw him cave in that man's head repeatedly," Nana argued, knowing damn well that all for one should have been dead. He was gone for years, years. The fact that he actually stayed hidden this hole is enough to show that Toshi did get him. And yet he's alive, clearly active and with more than enough time to plot out the course of how he wants things to go. Bruce stated it as a fact and nothing less. And here comes a boy who knows about him in ways that he should not. Knows about us, our quirks, and you think that's normal? No, because now I'm curious if the eighth was so foolish as to give away one for all to a boy for simply saving a life. Before Nana could rip him a new one, Kudo had gotten between them. Enough. He gave them both a pointed look, one that made Bruce calm down easily. Nana, not so much, but he spoke all the same. We all believed that the eighth had finished the job. He did defeat all four. One, but not one of us predicted that he could have survived it. That's why we need to make sure that whatever info we can get, we can use it against him. And we have to interrogate to get that done. Nana questioned. If it means making sure that man doesn't accomplish his goals, then yes. They weren't killing the boy after all. One for all was needed to face that monster. Nana still didn't want to believe that Izuku was connected to that monster in any way, but even she couldn't deny the possibility. Maybe a relative of some kind or another pawn in his game. Yet she genuinely didn't believe it was like that at all. Her own gut told her to trust the boy, but that alone wasn't enough to go on. "Do you have anything to add on, Hikage?" The fourth had remained silent up till now, remaining within his seat and keeping an unreadable expression, never faced away from the unconscious boy for a moment. "I think he's about to wake up." That got all the users' attention, as they all looked at him. True to the fourth's word, he was starting to stir up a little. Izuku's eyes had slowly opened, blinking in confusion and growing fear. He tried moving, but to no avail. "Hello there, Midoriya." Izuku looked up, meeting the kind eyes of Yoichi. He and others remained sat in their chairs while gazing at him with mixed feelings. "Do forgive us for this, but there are certain things we need explained to us. Preferably now," Bruce growled, giving him a glare. Izuku flinched at it, but the third user paid little mind. "Like how you know about us in the first place, but more importantly how you knew about all for one before he made his appearance." "Calm yourself, Bruce," Kudo ordered, giving him a stare. Bruce stilled, but complied. The second then turned his attention to Izuku. "I'm sorry, but we do need these answers. It's troublesome to say the least being in this position." Izuku looked at them for a moment, his head moving around while still glancing down at himself. "Can he even talk without a mouth?" En finally asked, making many of them stop. Somehow, they didn't question this at all while looking at him. Sure enough, there was no mouth at all, and judging from how he was moving, he was trying to speak. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Banjo questioned, looking ready to explode. Not that anyone could blame them, as this "I have no mouth, I must scream" situation. En asked, a weak joking tone coming from him. He got slapped from behind for it. "Oh ow, Nana, why?" "Because he's clearly freaking out about it." Nana hissed at him, upon seeing the boy. "He can't be that bad." Banjo dismissed, scoffing as he pulled back with Black Whip. "Not like there was a point anymore. I think he's having a panic attack," Hikage pointed out, sending most of them into a panic. Izuku's eyes rolled into the back of his head, tilting back as his body twitched. Oh come on. Banjo watched as the boy suddenly fell backwards and quickly rushed to his side along with Nana. He then proceeded to slap the boy's head. Don't you dare. Croak ya here. We're in here too ya know. Back off, moron, Nana hissed, glaring at Banjo enough to remind him of his own mother. He gulped and quickly stepped away, leaving Nana to handle the boy. Her expression softened upon seeing the boy, speaking gently. Don't worry, I'm with you. I know this is scary, but we're all here to help you, okay? She thankfully had a good idea of what to do, but it may not be enough given how the boy was unresponsive. It worried the users greatly. They had no idea what would happen if a user of One for All died without passing it on. Then, the void around them had shifted. Bolts of green electricity could be seen go off as dark clouds formed. It went unnoticed to many of them due to the situation with Izuku, but Yoichi, Kudo and Hikage quickly took note. Is One for All responding to this? Or is it changing? Yoichi thought, hey, he's not supposed to do that right? En suddenly questioned. They all turned back to the boy, finding that his body was suddenly becoming much more clear, finding the boy laying down while wearing his casual clothes. Shouldn't someone do CPR? Would that even work here? We have to do something. One for All can't end because of some brat who can't handle this, Bruce said, moving over to the side. 7th, you do mouth to mouth, I'll handle chest compressions. Nana prepared to do as he asked, planning to hit him later, until she came to a pause. Was his chest bulging out? Bruce seemed to notice too, given his hands were right on it. He paused, blinked and slowly backed away in a matter of seconds. No blamed him for flinching as it pulled back in before pushing up. Bruce quickly grabbed Nana and pulled back from the boy, joining the others as they watched the boy's chest begin to violently go up and down. Then, it bursted. Grr. The ninth's chest bursted and out came a brown, alien-like worm, letting out a terrifying shriek. What the fuck? Ah, Nana couldn't even finish upon Banjo shrieking. No one could blame given how suddenly and shocking it all was. They all watched as the worm slithered out and moved out into the void, full disappearing from view. Wasn't that thing from a horror movie? En mumbled after a moment. En, are you serious right now? Nana looked ready to kill him. He was only saved by the sudden burst of laughter that echoed throughout that room. Slowly all eyes turned to what they assumed to be the dead form of Izuku, now laughing while holding his gut. Wah, haha, I can't believe that worked. Izuku cackled, slowly getting up from the ground. He looked over at the users, taking in their startled, stunned or just plain done expressions before offering them a cheerful smile and a wave. Howdy there, about time I got to meet all of you. So, anyone gonna say something or? Izuku didn't get to finish upon being binded by Blackwhip. Wow, rude, you little shit, you scared the shit out of me. Banjo yelled, looking ready to beat him up. IOUGHTER strangle you for that. You could, but I wouldn't recommend it. You know, being the ninth user and all. Izuku said, sounding oddly calm. After all, we have a lot of work to do and I have so much to vent out as well. Vent? You think you need to vent? Banjo questioned, red in the face. 5th, enough, Kudo ordered, earning a glare in return. Like hell I am. This smug little shit is pissing me off. Banjo claimed, unaware of Izuku's expression changing. If he has some kind of connection to All for One, we can beat it out of him and quirk off. Blackwhip suddenly evaporated into literally nothingness. Everyone, Banjo, especially, watched aghast while Izuku stretched out arms. Yeah, I don't really like being binded like that, though. I'm surprised how easily this is working out. Oh, right, snapping. His fingers, his chest was fully back to normal, shirt and all. Better. How are you doing that, at all? Nana finally questioned. Oh, you mean the whole chest burster thing? Yeah, see it's kinda hard to view this realm as anything more than just another stereotypical mindspace. Izuku began with a wide smile. This had only confused the further as he spoke. I couldn't do any serious training when I first started out, so I looked up everything I could about the mental kind. You know, inner peace, lucid dreaming, mediation. Sooner or later you get the hang of it, and thanks to One For all, I can do it a lot easier here. You make it sound like you were planning to get one for all for a while now. Kudo replied, his eyes narrowing at the young man. Well, I have been preparing for this moment since I was 4. Izuku said very easily, making them all tense. He knew for that long. Of course, I had hoped Toshi would have cared all for one, but that isn't the case anymore. Which leads me to why I was trying to contact you all for a moment. Wait, is that why you did the whole alien movie thing? N questioned. No shit, Izuku said dryly. Payback for not speaking up sooner. Who the hell do you think you are? Banjo questioned, still trying to use Blackwit to no avail. Suddenly the void felt darker. Almost as though there was a shadow cast over them. One by one, they looked up and froze upon seeing a large, shadow-like figure hover over them. A pair of endless green eyes looking down upon them as though judging them. Easy, I'm the 9th user of One for All. Everything that is a part of this quirk is mine to use. Izuku began, the shadow figure behind him slowly closing his hands down around them. They couldn't even think to move anywhere else, it was as if they were already in its grasp. Be it your power, your quirks, your memories, your methods, it is all for me to use. That includes all of you as well. The hands closed in on them as darkness overcame them. ... Sorry about that, I kinda got a thing for dramatics. Light came back instantly for the users. The tall figure long gone. Instead they were now standing in the middle of a well-kept bar. While Izuku was behind the counter. Plus, I needed to get out of that room. It feels depressing to be in. How? Who are you? Nana asked, voicing the confusion of everyone. There's a lot to go over, so feel free to grab a drink. The greenette chuckled while picking up a bottle. Oh, as for who I am, I'm Izuku Midoriya, formerly known as Rukido Sato. I got reincarnated from another world. Oh yeah, they were gonna need that drink. Much later, Izuku had told them everything. From his old life, to how he knew so much, to what he was planning, every little thing. He wasn't lying when he said he had to vent either. No one would believe him and likely would have thrown him into an insane asylum. Now with the other users, he actually had someone to talk to about this and they couldn't do a thing. It may have seemed harsh, but he really needed this. For a long time now. With that in mind, he at the very least allowed them to get drunk in his head. They needed it, themselves for various reasons. Being told that your story is quite literally someone else's entertainment does that to you. Which is why only a few of them were left at the bar, being Yoichi, Kudo and Nana. I still can't believe it, that man is my grandson. Nana repeated for what felt like the 100th time, and all for one gave him a quirk that killed his family. And Kotaro had. She couldn't finish, a whimpered sob escaping her. Izuku couldn't avoid telling about what happened to her son. Kotaro had hated her to the point where he became abusive towards his own family if they showed even the slightest bit of interest. His son, her grandson, Tenko, had taken the worst of it because he admired her. To the point where he was locked outside and starved as a lesson. For as much as she thought the world of her son, the fact that he turned out like that left her soul rattled. I'm sorry, what else could Izuku say? He didn't want to tell her about how her son ended up, but keeping that hidden wouldn't have ended well for either. Plus, she deserved that right. Even if it hurt. ... I wish I could say I'm surprised he's gone this far. Yoichi said, his gaze filled with nothing more than disappointment as he looked down at his glass. Tenko, now Shigaraki, was originally quirkless. However, his brother had decided to give a quirk which had gone out of control and had made him kill his family. And when no one else was willing to lend a hand to the boy, All for One had finally revealed himself. Not just as a means to get back at Nana. Not just to have a grand laugh at Toshinori for what he had done. But to have a brand new, fresh body due to the damages done to him. It was just sickening to think about. ... What exactly is your plan? Kubo asked the young old man before them. They knew almost everything, even how the story ended. We know that this doesn't work out for All for One, but you've seen the changes yourself. There's no way of telling exactly what that man is planning. Honestly, there isn't much I can do. Izuku hummed with a shrug. I'm still a nameless nobody with only Toshi as my own lifeline into pro hero work, but I couldn't exactly tell Him all of this without sounding insane. And we were any better. The only reason he had believed him was because of how perfect. He had recalled all of their previous events. Even then, they were skeptical with what to believe. You don't have a choice, you're a part of my quirk and I plan on using all of you to the largest extent. Right, the boys should be getting their quirks at some point as well. Something about the quirk evolving finally after all this time. Which means working myself up to 100% of one for all, then there's helping all my classmates with their bullshit superpowers. Honestly, the fact I even have to deal with this is annoying. You accepted the quirk, remember? Kudo questioned dryly. No, I mean the fact that somehow a bunch of first-year students were more capable of fighting against the love better than most heroes is just so damn stupid to think about. Izuku complained, his head banging briefly on the table, making them jump. I mean, fuck me, how is the most organized hero system in media somehow also the most pathetic? Isn't that a little much? Yoichi asked. No, he has a point. Kudo countered. He wasn't really a hero back then, not with how many people he had killed, but he still respected them. However, with how things were today, it felt like heroes only cared more about the fame than the actual mission itself. They weren't even young adults in that world, because some moron decided that hero schools needed to be considered at 15, where brats are at their most emotional. Thank you. Seriously, the drama was so damn annoying between everyone when they were forced to focus. Excuse me, can we get back to the matter at hand? Yoichi brought up, before they both went on a tangent. What is it that you plan to do? Right, there really isn't a lot I can do beyond preparing for the worst, I mean more so than usual. He could only go so far without breaking the law. Even then, what good is info if it isn't direct? Helps knowing what's coming up. And what is coming up? Nana spoke, for the first time in a moment. Her eyes were red from the crying and she looked like she might get started again, but this needed to be talking about. I didn't exactly tell you everything. I mean the Yakuza, the MLA, fuck even the radical quirkist coming up. Izuku went over the list, knowing that he was gonna be screwed if these things happened at random. Never mind the movies, God's the movies. But beyond that, I just want to kill all for one. Thankfully you understand that much. Kudo whispered before taking another drink. And, what about his vessel, Shigaraki? Nana flinched, a look of dread coming across her face. Quote. Right, I'm not gonna, try and kill him if I can help it. Izuku said, an AWOC RD. Look coming across his face upon seeing the mixed expressions. Quote. What? Kudo almost crushed his glass in anger as he glared at the boy. Look, all for one has to die, that's a given, but unless he actually accomplishes his goal in taking Tenko's body, I'm not gonna kill him. Izuku was hardly unaware of the risks that came with it, but shockingly enough he didn't think about killing the man. Maybe break his arms if they fought, but never kill. Besides, if there is a way to throw to him then I might as well take the chance. And so what? You'll risk what happened to the other Midoriya and allow one for all to be given to him. Kudo couldn't believe this, not when there was so much at risk thanks to a single man. Don't be ridiculous, Izuku said, giving the man a dry look. One for all ends with me. Besides, even if I killed Tenko, do you really think he doesn't have a backup vessel waiting? And that means allowing a destructive brat roam free. You can't have this way of thinking. Not like those other heroes. Kudo growled, wanting nothing more than to get his point across. You should know that you can't save everyone and that some people need to be put down. Right, they should as a last resort. Izuku agreed, giving the second a little hope. But I'm not going to kill someone that easily either. All for one is an irredeemable monster. Tenko is someone being manipulated without even realizing it for a moment. There's levels to this also, trying to avoid making that a habit with the whole killing thing. The Nomu was a mercy killing as far as he was concerned. Still puked. Why you don't need to try, right? Nana was really the one affected by this in a hero, she needed to prioritize what was best. I know he's my grandson, but the things he's done, what he's going to do, I can't just pretend that isn't going to happen. If you need to, sorry to say, but I just can't give up on him that easily. Izuku denied while shaking his head, surprising them, not when there's already a chance of actually getting through to him. The main reason he and others were like this is because of the way the world looked past them and thought someone else will clean up their mess. I don't plan on following that. Example, Kudo finally had enough and broke the glass, his glare filled with anger. Then I hope you'll be able to live with yourself with every single person that man kills. He then left without another word. Quote. He'll come around. They all would within time. There really wasn't much of a choice. There was one other thing I wished to ask you. Yoichi asked after a moment. You said, one for all ends with you. Do you not intend to find another successor should you fail? Hell no. Izuku snorted at the thought of passing off this bullshit. Ignoring the fact that, having a quirk when taking one for all makes your health deteriorate, it's reached the limit of what a human body can take at this rate. But this quirk can't be allowed to fall into my brother's hands. No one would be able to stop him. Yoichi shivered at the thought. Even if it did end up being his downfall, there's no promise it could happen again. If I fail, he won't get the choice. I'll take myself out and take one for all with me. You'd kill yourself. Why? Nana expressed clearly how much she hated that. Because if all I can do is give a final fuck you to that so-called demon lord, then I'm gonna make it a personal one. Izuku declared proudly, ignoring their looks of disbelief. Don't you care about your life? Yoichi questioned. I won't have one so long as all for one is allowed to roam free. If I kill him, I get that life. He gets me. Then that's it. He knew that the chances of dying were high, especially with this power in his hands. But it was worth it if it meant giving this world its happy ending. And if he couldn't, then he'd do everything in his power to deny it to all for one. No matter what, I will be the last user. There will never be another so long as I can help it. Quote. There's nothing we can say to someone like you, is there? Yoichi questioned, a slight smile coming across his face. Nope, sorry. Quote. Then I suppose we'll have to accept it. Yoichi put down his glass, having never taken a sip. He had to admit this much, the guy was stubborn on his beliefs. I hope you'll keep your word, Rukido. Please, I'm Izuku these days. Izuku smiled as the man disappeared. It only left him and Nana with each other now. Care for another drink? Quote. Why are you like this? Nana questioned while nodding her head. It was just a long night with everything happening. She wished she could simply say that it was just heroic spirit, but this went beyond that. Because I really have no idea how I'm doing. Izuku offered, his smile looking tired. He poured her the drink and continued. I'm just doing what I believe is best for everyone else. What about you? Quote. I haven't put much thought into that beyond just enjoying my time with the others. That was all he said before putting on that same forced smile. Don't worry about me, I just need to. Midoriya, are you okay? Nana asked concerned. He froze in place for a moment before a drowsy look came before him. Sorry, being aware of yourself like this can be taxing. Also, call me Izuku. Izuku said, swaying a little bit. He likely would have fell over if Nana hadn't appeared by his side. Thank you. Get some sleep, you had it rougher than most pros do. Nana said with Izuku agreeing. As much as he wanted to keep scheming for the future, he needed his rest. Fine. Sorry about this. Shush you. Don't make it a habit to apologize over your own health. I've seen that enough, Nana whispered as Izuku's vision darkened. Sleep. We'll talk more when you wake up. Alright then. Soon enough, sleep took hold and he was left to himself. He really hoped there wasn't some bullshit coming up. University, 1A classroom. Mr. Aizawa, should you really be up like this? Iida questioned their concern upon seeing their teacher in a state. Unlike originally, he only had a few bandages over him, but naturally, everyone was concerned for his health. Don't worry about me, we have bigger problems to worry about, Aizawa said darkly, making many of them tense about what he was about to say, except for one. Izuku blinked, looking up at Aizawa as a feeling of absolute annoyance came to him. He was already using a stress ball for a small exercise and he was already gripping it too fast. Wait, don't tell me. The sports festival is coming up in 2 weeks, you best be prepared for. Pop, asterisk, slam, asterisk. The whole class turned around, finding Izuku's head in his desk while the now deflated stress Ball could be seen falling from his hand. He hated this bullshit so fucking much. Chapter end notes. Reminder. These chapters are being transferred from fanfiction.net. Chapter 16. Return to normal-ish. Chapter summary. The classes are trying to return to normal, be it classes, lunches or assignments. But, with the sports festival underway, there are more than a few that make their intentions clear, knowingly and unknowingly. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. UA, University, lunchroom. Is he okay? Uraraka asked, clearly concerned. It was the aftermath of the announcement of the sports festival and naturally they were all excited about it. Well, almost. He's fine, he just doesn't like the sports festival. Reiko answered lamely. The whole class was scrunched together in the room, giving them the opportunity to actually talk about it without being under Aizawa's glare. There was also a suspicious amount of tables that were taken up before their class in 1B arrived too. Weird. Wait, seriously, but it's so awesome, Kirishima claimed, voicing everyone's confusion. If there was anybody who would be excited about it, it should have been the hero nerd of them. Right, awesome. Nothing screams that more than a bunch of people beating up each other with their quirks on live television. Reiko answered dryly. It was no different from wrestling in his opinion, so he really didn't care. That is a gross simplification, Usajiyama-san. Iida stood up, his hand chopping down. Reiko gave him an irritated stare, but Iida didn't seem to notice. The point of the sports festival is to show other pro heroes exactly what we are capable of. The chances of getting selected by one for an internship is extremely important when forming our careers as of such. It's one of the few ways that pro heroes can scout out talent while seeing how much we have grown in terms of our skills and to see what our quirks are. Momo added on. That's kinda the issue at hand though, Kyoka said, only adding onto the confusion. They got their answer as Izuku pulled out a notebook from seemingly nowhere and placed it down. Sports Festival Notes, Volume 20. Monoma muttered, caring more about the fact his classmate pulled that from literally nowhere. He's a bit of a nerd like that ow. Reiko growled, glaring over at Izuku, who was face down on the table. Anyway, you know he likes making notes on people and their quirks, which we're still waiting to see for ourselves. Mina added with a pout. She wanted to see what he had to say about her. I'm still editing them, Izuku mumbled, his annoyance coming through. Read. Anyway he likes it, and he makes sure to understand everything about it. From their quirks, their skill set, to how they act, theorizing what they can, how they might react and of course the weakness they may have. Reiko explained, pausing for a moment to take in their expressions. Seeing their confusion, he groaned. All of that, that's the issue. Am I missing something? Kamikiri finally asked with a growl. All of those were red flags. Kyoka answered bluntly before continuing. Think about it, if someone like Izuku, who was just another guy watching the festival, was able to make notes like that, what's stopping some sort of info broker or a villain from doing the same thing? We're basically giving out a free cheat sheet to our entire character on live television for everyone to see. Reiko simplified it with a scoff. He watched as the slow realization dawned on them. Yeah, not a fun thought is it? If it was me, I would have cancelled the whole thing indefinitely. But it's a highly valued tradition of the university. Iida protested. Tradition sucks when it's screwing up your career. Izuku mumbled, irritation made clear. Of everything that came to be from my hero, the sports festival should not have been one of them. Not with implications that it provided. It paints targets on your backs, ruins any form of privacy you may have valued, and there's so many ways that they could use that information against you. Not like it mattered anyway. Thanks to the USJ, All for One was likely looking into each of them as they spoke. There is a point to that, Momo said, after some thought. Try as she might, she couldn't find any reason to fault her classmates' logic. I never once thought about how much we would take notes of us beyond simple observation and entertainment. Yeah, but do we even have a choice? I don't think I've even heard of someone not participating, Uraraka questioned. Even if we could, do you think Mr. Aizawa wouldn't think of a punishment if we did choose not to participate? They all collectively shivered, imaging exactly how the man would react if they didn't take advantage of it. Not risking that. Reiko agreed, hearing Izuku mumble something under his breath. Honestly, Maybe if they kept the event private and just recorded what we did, it would have worked. I mean, if heroes are willing to take interns to begin with, why do they need a whole public event? Because society commercialized heroism. Izuku clicked his tongue, holding his words in. They couldn't risk that, not to mention getting bumped from the class either. For now, just do what you can to prepare. But what about all that stuff you said before? Toru questioned. Honestly, it's bound to happen regardless over the years. I just don't like how we have to make it a world live stream. Izuku sighed while raising his head up. But we can't let a little fear like this scare us. This is our time to show the world what their future heroes are like. That we'll be there for them when the time comes. Midoriya's right, Uraraka agreed, a fierce look coming across her face. It had caught most of them off guard with how she was acting, her fist pumped in the air with a glare. I'm gonna give it my all. Ya here, hell yeah sister. Dark Shadow cheered, much to Tokiyami's dismay. We're gonna give it our all, Kirishima declared loudly. One by one, most of the class shared their excitement on the festival while others were still skeptical. Yesh, it's like you forgot what you just said. Reiko said quietly. It's fine. It's not like we'll be the same now compared to when we graduate. Izuku shrugged, hardly bothered. It was an unavoidable moment after all. His gaze moved towards where Todoroki was seated, far away while in his own thoughts to notice. Besides, I have to do what I can to help all of them, Shoto especially, preferably without breaking my fingers. Or anything really. He was only so sturdy right now. That's when he noticed everyone get silent and took a glance around them. Multiple students had suddenly came up to their table, along with 1Bs, leaving no room for any of them to get up and leave. Ahead of their section was now a boy, holding an unimpressed look. Hitoshi Shinso, the general education student that thinks he got screwed over. Is this how a hero class reacts to others surrounding them? Think you're better than us Gen Ed students, or maybe you're just not great with crowds. Must have been a great help when you got attacked. Hitoshi started off, shocking many of them with how blunt he was. What was even more was how many of the students had agreed with them. Must be nice to be under the spotlight while the rest of us are stuck in the back lines. But that's going to change very soon. Oh right, unnecessary rivalries. Izuku resisted the urge to roll his eyes at him. And who the fuck are you? Reiko's teeth clicked in irritation from what he could only describe as an insomniac zombie. One of several people who were aiming for the hero course the first time around. Only we didn't quite make the cut compared to all of you, Shinso said, his expression hardly charging. But that's going to change soon enough. With the sports festival underway, it means that if you do terrible enough, we all have a chance in getting into the hero course. While you may lose your spot altogether and join the general ed. Wait, lose our spot? Uraraka sounded spooked from the thought alone. She along with the others couldn't help but to feel annoyed that their homeroom teacher had left out that important piece of info. Of course, after all, the hero course is only for the best after all. His sarcasm wasn't welcomed, neither was his declaration. So consider this a declaration of war. Because it's not only me going for the hero course, but all of us will be gunning for your positions. In that case, you better bring your A game, Izuku said coolly while standing up. Momo gave him a look of worry, but he only offered a smile in return. He then turned to the group of students before them. Because each and every person has earned their spot in this class. And they're not going to give it up. It must be easy to earn it when you have a quirk fitted for a hero. Hitoshi scoffed while narrowing his eyes. You have no room to talk, especially given you performed at the top of the entrance exam yourself, Izuku Midoriya. Someone's doing research, Izuku thought, figuring that was normal. If you think for a moment that's only because of my quirk, you're wrong. Oh, you seem quite confident in saying that. Hisoshi said, of course I am. Like you, I did work hard to get into UA alone, getting into the hero course wasn't a cakewalk though, and things have only gotten harder from there. Not really, compared to what was coming, but the point was made. But I suppose that really doesn't matter to you lot now, does it? Actions speak louder than words in the end. Just be prepared, we're more than ready to take a spot. I just wonder if I'm the one who's going to replace you, Hitoshi challenged. Trust me, you won't. No one in this class will be. Izuku finished with a smile. Hitoshi glared at him, being joined by the other students. However, they had said their piece and left, one by one, back to their own tables, finally leaving the class alone. Man, they're annoying. Was that really for the best, Midoriya? Momo asked, worry noted in her tone. In their eyes, the only thing they cared about was giving us a scare. Izuku answered simply. He could have brought up the fact they were harassing them after the traumatic experience and treating it like they wanted it to happen. If they want some idiotic rivalry over something we had no control of, let them. It's highly rude of them to even suggest such a thing to begin with. We are not even the ones who decide such things as who gets to be in our class or not. Iida added, back to chopping his hand. Don't let it bother you, Izuku said, going back to his meal. Is there a reason you don't care as much? Kamakiri asked with a raised eyebrow. Easy, because I'm not gonna be made out to be a liar. I know each and every one of you can. And will keep your seats. Izuku answered with a smile. All I can ask is just for you to give it all you got. Like always, the class could only try hard not to smile or smirk at the words. Their class president really was the best. The only one who didn't was Todoroki, who had noted he had looked his way when speaking. Why was that? University, Snipe's class. With lunch out of the way, it was time to return to classes. It wouldn't be time for Hero course just yet, however, as Momo, Kana and Reiko had made their way to the basement level of the university. They passed by several support rooms, outright avoiding a series of explosions followed by the scream of power loader in the distance. Instead, they entered a near-empty room where their teacher could be seen on the table with several revolvers right in front of him. He seemed preoccupied with cleaning them out and putting them right back together in a way that only a professional would consider. Excuse me, sir, Momo finally spoke up. Oh, sorry, Snipe apologized, setting aside the firearm. He seemed a bit sheepish as he ushered them in. Forgive me, I haven't done a class like this in years. Even then, it was brief. That was understandable. Firearms and heroes rarely went hand in hand with one another. Snipe was the only one in Japan who could say he could do as such. The only other place would be within the US, but they were under their own contracts when it came to using them. Even then, none had ever risen to the same level that Snipe had. But let's not waste any time. Follow me. Snipe sat up and moved towards another room, the students following close behind. Now I know you all have your reasons for taking up this class, but I won't ask you about that for now. Right now, I think I'll keep things simple. By simple, he meant bringing them to a shooting range. Isn't this a little much right off the bat? Reiko questioned, taking note of Momo's nervousness and Kana's. Well, she actually seemed right at home. Nezu likes allowing us our own teaching methods. Besides, I bet this is tame compared to what Aizawa gave y'all. Not a single one of them could argue with that point. He brought them to a table where several pistols could be seen. Now, these little babies are pretty simple. 10 rounds reach, filled with rubber bullets, decent enough range for the shooting range and should be easy to hold onto. Granted, we'll see your newcomers. Not all of us, Kana muttered under her breath. How about you give it a shot, Yaoyorozu? The girl seemed surprised she was up first, but had listened to their teacher. He had given her the proper equipment before going over how to use the weapon. Safety off, then make sure you have a good grip on it. Even if it ain't that strong of a kick, you need to make sure you got a firm grip on it. Momo could only nod, an audible gulp coming from her before taking a deep breath. When she was ready, she aimed at one of the targets and then fired. She barely stopped the gun from hitting her own face, taking note of Snipe's hand in the way. Better grip than I thought you had, you just have to get used to it, along with working on your aim. Snipe noted upon seeing the shot completely missing the target, much to her dismay. Snipe however spoke up, don't you worry, the whole point of me being here is to make sure you shoot properly. Now, give it another go, with a tighter grip this time. Why yes sir. Momo gained back some breath and went off again. She wasn't much better, but managing to land a shot had done some good to her confidence. Reiko had gone next, not unfamiliar with using a firearm. He had a brother who liked hunting, and forced him to come every now and then. That being said, a rifle was different from a handgun and it showed in his target. While he wasn't missing as much as Momo was, the awkwardness with the weapon was noted, especially with how he accidentally crushed the Trigger towards the end, son of a sorry. Snipe however shook his head. Don't think much of it. I kinda expected it given your quirk. You may have to get something a bit sturdier. Still, not half bad. Snipe complimented. Reiko decided to take that much, leaving the broken weapon on the table as Kana finally rose up. And last up is you. I gotta admit, I was kinda curious to see how you hold up. You'll see. Both Momo and Reiko were surprised to see a smirk come upon her face as she picked up a handgun. Out of everyone in their class, she was actually the least invested when it came to showing emotions. Only second to Todoroki. Then they watched her shoot and hit every single target. It was actually kind of amazing. Seeing her so focused, reload professionally and efficiently before immediately locking onto the next target. And it wasn't just hitting the target, she was perfectly aiming down and shooting vital areas. It really shouldn't have been surprising given her quirk, but that challenging smirk she held a lot. When she was done, she calmly set down the pistol, her normal stoic look returning. How was that? Kana asked. Well, consider me impressed. I had a feeling you'd be good, but this is a lot more than what I expected. Kana took it with pride, a smile threatening to turn up. But you also got to work on your aim more. Quote. Wah. She blinked in confusion and looked back at the targets. She then froze, realizing what was wrong. Oh, headshots. Right, I know I didn't say it before, but I ain't training any of you to actually shoot to kill. That is the last thing I want for you. Snipe said honestly, making sure he had their attention. There's a reason I'm really the only one around that uses these weapons. My quirk certainly helps. However, that doesn't mean I can just rely on it. They can immobilize a villain just as easily as it can take their life. The students could only nod stiffly, recalling 13's lessons at the USJ. That being said, given what I've seen from your files, I can say that this class is gonna be more than just a little beneficial to you. Snipe said, knowing potential when he saw it. Of course, that's only if you want to continue. I can understand if it might be too much. I'm required to take this class. Kana reminded him, giving her quirk. It still counted as a firearm and required more than a few classes to actually get approved of. It'll be beneficial with my quirk. Momo reaffirmed herself. I'm just trying to be practical. Reiko stated honestly. I guess that settles it then. Just remember, you can back out later on if you want. Snipe reminded them before turning back to the shooting range. Now how about we spend the rest of our day in the range? I only got one other student, but he's not scheduled until the end of the day. Poor Brad had a cooking course or something. A university, gym. You wish for me to do what? Monoma questioned, standing across from Kirishima. Both were in their gym uniform, having the rest of the day off. I want you to copy my quirk and hit me as hard as you can. Kirishima said with a wide grin. Gotta be ready for the sports festival after all. I see now. Monoma caught on to what he was trying to say. You plan on increasing how durable your quirk is by having something of equal or greater force strike you. Bingo. Sort of. He tried to get permission from Aizawa to throw himself off the building a couple times, but he just gave him a glare for even asking. There's a lot of competition after all, and I bet they're gonna hit us with everything they got too. Well, I certainly see no issue in it. Monoma was very much okay with aiding his classmates in proving themselves better, though I have to admit, I figured you would have gone to Midoriya about this request. I wanted to, but I also wanted to see if you were up for training too, bro. Kirishima said, with a grin. Wait, me? Monoma asked, clearly confused. Well, yeah, you wanna make sure you give it your all too, right? Kirishima said as if it were that simple. I doubt I'll stand out much compared to the rest of you. Monoma admitted, earning a confused blink from his classmate. After all, my quirk is severely limited, what with needing touch and only lasting 5 minutes. Are you kidding me? But you helped out big time when it came to that Nomu thing. Monoma shivered at the mention of that monster, but paid no mind to it. Even if you have 5 minutes, I bet you can make it count. I really don't see that happening. It still astounded him that his class reacted so positively to his quirk. Still, with people like Midoriya and Bakugo up front, there was little chance of anyone actually taking note of him. For now though, he could humor his classmate. I suppose we'll see. After all, I can't make our class look bad at all compared to those who challenge us. There's the spirit. Kirishima beamed while hardening his skin. Let's give it our all together and show off that 1A spirit. Now that Monoma could get behind. UA, university, hallways, so you wanna get super rich? Himiko simplified as Uraraka looked like she was shot in the heart. Her, Himiko, Sue, Iida and Izuku were roaming towards their next classes when the topic of why they wanted to be a hero came up. And no, nothing like that. Uraraka was blushing in embarrassment while shaking her hands. No, I just want to be able to support my parents so that they can live more comfortably. Really? That's great. Himiko naturally approved of this with a grand smile. Is it really? I mean, it's hardly the most heroic reason. Uraraka sounded surprised. On the contrary, wishing to be a hero to support your family is just as heroic as anyone else. Who is here? Iida claimed, himself glad to hear such an answer. Especially when there are heroes out there that really are just in it for the money for themselves, or whatever kind of fame there is. Izuku added on, you really think so? Uraraka asked, feeling a lot better. Uraraka-chan, you're easily one of the most thoughtful people in our class alone. I doubt, there's a real selfish bone in your body. Sue complimented bluntly, a smile coming on. This actually got a bashful blush out of the girl from all the complaints. She's right, you know, and don't forget absolutely adorable. Himiko claimed while hugging the now steaming girl. That too, Sue admitted with ease. Gee guys, poor Uraraka couldn't handle all the attention and quickly covered her face, while also activating her quirk, taking Himiko up with her to the roof. Uraraka, quirk use during this time is not allowed, Iida chanted while Himiko was giggling up there. Izuku couldn't help but to chuckle upon watching them. He was glad to have friends like this. Would your friends approve of your choices? Came the annoyed voice of Bruce, making him jump a little. He wasn't exactly used to the verities speaking in his head, especially when they did it out of nowhere. The fact you would consider sparing Shigaraki at all is beyond idiotic, especially for what he did to your friends. And it looked like a good chunk of them weren't happy with how he wanted to handle things. You okay, Midoriya? Sue questioned, taken notice to his reaction. Talk later, not now. Izuku cut the connection while giving a weak smile. Nothing to worry about. I just got a little startled, Sue. By what? Sue and the others had calmed down enough to be curious. Thankfully he had the perfect cover just in time. Well, by that, Izuku lazily pointed his finger ahead of them. They followed it, and saw All Might poking his head out from around the corner with a wide smile. Young Midoriya, would you care to join me for my lunch? The number one hero questioned while pulling out a lunch bag. Peef. Uraraka couldn't help laughing at the sight. He looks like a maiden. Himiko cackled. Scary, but cute too, was all Sue could say. To say the least, Iida was mortified with the responses and quickly scolded them while Izuku could only chuckle. Sure, I can spare some time, he agreed before turning to his friends. Sorry, we'll join up later. Okay, the others could only nod in understanding as Izuku left with All Might. Just like before, it was about the sports festival and how he wanted Izuku to make his first mark to the world. While he truly couldn't say he agreed with showing off at this time, he also knew it was important for what he wanted. So, think you can handle it, kid? Toshi asked, using his normal tone. I know it's a lot, but with everything you've shown me so far, I know you can show the world what you're made of. Trust me, Toshi, I've already got my own plans on how to handle this. Izuku laughed, making his mentor actually worry for the other students who faced him. But beyond that, I know we have a lot more to talk about beyond the sports festival. Such as? Toshi asked while taking a sip of his drink. One for all is talking to me. Izuku quickly raised up a tray to block the water that Toshi had spurted out. Oops, think that was too forward. No, really, Nana questioned, making him grumble. And will you say something? Poor Toshi looks like he's gonna have a panic attack. What did you say? Toshi did not just hear that. Right, One for All was haunted. His gave away a haunted quirk to his student. Was he bad at this teacher thing? Let me explain a bit. Izuku would then proceed to go on about how he was able to talk to the former users of One for All. They had talked through the night about the events of the USJ and naturally All for One came up. Forgive me, young Midoriya, I had wished to say I can deny his return, but with everything I've seen from the reports, that man is alive. Toshi then went to his hands and knees, bowing before his student. I squashed that man's head between my boot and the ground itself, not caring for how much damage I had caused that day. I should have made sure that the body was truly dead, instead that monster lives and now he may come for you. Please, forgive me, Midoriya, Master. Toshi, raise your head. The number one hero had done so, looking up at his student, and was whacked over his head. Gah, Toshi held his head while looking stupefied. Sorry, Nana told me to do that. Izuku confirmed, making him sputter up a number of things. He didn't have time for that and flicked the number one hero's nose to shut him up. Listen, I get it. The bastard is literally the most annoying version of a roach. You thought it'd be dead, but by some amazing amount of bullshit, it lived and stayed in the shadows up till now. But I should have made sure. I was remained more than a few times that. Is he as active as he was back then? Toshi paused, then shook his head no. Then you did your job. He can hide it away as much as he wants, but he did lose. No amount of revenge is going to change that. It's more than just that. With one for all in your care now, he will come after you while the embers will last a good long while, but I fear they'll be gone long before all for one will be dealt with if we cannot find him first. Toshi had never wanted this pressure on Midoriya. He merely wished for him to be a great hero, not to deal with his past failures. I won't allow you to face that monster if I can help it. Even if one for all fades, I will sooner stand before him than allow you to do so. Izuku couldn't help but to feel touched by Toshi's concern. He knew it was just part of his instincts, but it was also a grand reminder of how much of a real hero that Toshinori was. There was always the occasion back in his world where plenty of people didn't think too highly of the man when compared to other heroes and couldn't help but to talk smack of the man. True, there were certainly a lot of heroes in media that would be considered greater than the man. There was no denying that All Might was the ideal hero for this world. And you think I'm gonna be able to stand still if you get into trouble? Toshi's eyes went wide at this as he opened his mouth to speak against that thought. Don't start, you know how it's gonna go. I get worried and I will jump into the fray if you actually need the help. This isn't a regular villain, this is someone who's lived for a long time and has gained a number of quirks that was never meant to be. If he even has a chance of getting his hands on one for all, then it'll be over. Toshi reminded him, not wanting the risk. Everything would be lost and we'll cross the bridge when it comes. I'm not saying we just ditch everything and go try to take him together. He was not trying to go the Dark Deku route. Ultimately a stupid move in general from a hurting high school boy. He wasn't like that. He's still weak if he isn't showing himself. That gives me time to get one for all to adapt to my body. We can take him together. This is my mistake, Izuku. I must atone for it. Toshi claimed, firm in words, yet not so firm in taking another hit. Gah, stop that. I'm your teacher, you know. Exactly, Izuku said, giving the hero pause. His student seemed pretty annoyed, making him gulp. You're my teacher, so I shouldn't be telling you how stupid you're acting. Stupid, you said it yourself. You won't have the embers for that long. If that happens, then I'll be forced to step up regardless. Izuku explained with a harsh stare. Are you going to stand aside when you're quirkless again? Of course not. I said so not that long ago. Then quit acting like you're the only one who can go against him, Toshinori. You gave a lot to this world, you know, but you've done it alone for the longest time too. That had struck a nerve with the number one hero. True, he had worked with many heroes and even trained up some of the top in the world, but he knew he did work alone these days. But you can't take that risk with someone like All for One. I know how he's like thanks to the others. When the time comes, I expect you to let me help you. But the risk mean nothing if he kills you, Toshi. You're my friend, you know that, right? You don't get to fight alone anymore if I can help it, Izuku claimed, his hand held out to Toshi. So if he does appear and we both happen to be in the same place, let's just work together to beat him. Quote. You're a difficult man to disagree with. Toshi sighed while meeting the hand. They clenched it tight and grinned at each other. I suppose that's something we'll have to worry about for the future. You have a sports festival to win as far as I'm concerned. You betcha, and don't worry. I got a few ideas for training. Izuku chuckled, sounding ominous. It made Toshi feel bad for the people he had to face. And yet he couldn't help but to look forward to it at the same time. University, Kana's room, late night. The door had opened as Kana had tiredly entered the room before carelessly kicking it shut. Between threats from the general classes, perfecting her aim with snipe and working with the aims of both Reiko and Momo, she was exhausted. Never mind her sleepless nights since the USJ, there was only one solace in her life right now. A notable thumping sound woke her up a little as she glanced down. Before her was a notable, small, but clearly angry bunny with a brilliant coat of silver fur and held black eyes looking up at her. It had thumped the ground with a huff, making her sigh. I know, I'm late. I was caught up with something important. Thump, you know how important it is that I go through with this. It's the only way someone like me can become a hero. That seemed to bring the mood down, the bunny looking down to the floor. Don't be like that, it's fine. Really it is. Thump, thump, I'm not lying. Kana mumbled to herself as she bent down and picked up the bunny. Come on, let's get you your pellets, Deadshot. Yes, she named her adorable Bun Bun, Deadshot. She knew she sucked at naming things. She went over to the side of the room, placing Deadshot down before filing up his food bowl. Naturally, he went straight to it and attacked it with vigor. A rare smile crossed her face as she gently petted him, happy to be in the moment. However, it died ugly as she remembered something. Leaving her friend alone, she moved over to the bed and pulled out a suitcase from underneath. Not moving from her spot, she popped it open, revealing a laptop within. Pulling it on her lap, she began to look through it for only mere seconds before noticing a message sent to her. With an audible gulp, she opened it. With little to no enthusiasm. Take it, the sports festival is still going on. What am I saying? Of course it is. Nezu was never one to back down from a small attack like that. Anywho, your mission is being updated thanks to the data you've provided so far. Higher ups want to see exactly what your classmates are gonna be made of. Heck, the whole world does. Make sure you give them some room to shine, MK. Oh, and keep an eye on some of them. Think they got some potential to be part of something greater. With love, Mr. Hawks. Damn it, Kana gritted her teeth as she looked at the message. It didn't go unnoticed as Deadshot stopped eating to look at her. Yet she ignored it in favor of looking into the file. Targets of recommendation: Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu, Reiko Usajiyama, Katsuki Bakugo, Fumikage Tokiyami, Nito Monoma, Abara Shiozaki, Hitoshi Shinso. Targets are to be reported on for training methods, quirk usage, relationships, personalities, weakness, both physical and mental, interest, everything that can and will ensure that these individuals work directly under the Hero Public Safety Commission. This is not a request. Is it ever a request? Kana mumbled, feeling herself shiver at the words. No, it didn't matter. This was for the best, for the betterment of society. This was how she became a real, true hero and not what they had taken her in for. She would be better. She just wondered if she could handle an assignment so large. Chapter end. Chapter end notes. Reminder. These chapters are being transferred from fanfiction.net. Chapter 17, Make Your Mark. The festival starts. Chapter summary. The sport festival begins as the students are ready to give it everything they have in order to win. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. University, front entrance. The day was bright, loud, and exciting. The sports festival was underway and nearly everyone was coming together to go straight to the stadium to see the major events that were underway. Well, almost everyone. Coming off a bus was an individual wearing a long brown coat over his whole, sunglasses, and a top hat. With so many strange sights, everyone had ignored the man in favor of the stadium. He pulled his shades down slightly as he looked up at the huge gates of UA before they slowly opened up. In for a penny, Hitoshi. The man thought, a wide grin coming upon his face. He entered quickly, just as several reports tried following. The gates naturally slammed them out. University, waiting rooms. 2 weeks later, today was the day. The day where young hero hopefuls would get their opportunity to show the world the next generation of heroes. At least that's what everyone was hoping for when it came to the event. In reality they were anxious and excited at the same time, wondering exactly how today was gonna go. All of Class 1A was in one room, all wearing their sports uniforms rather than their hero costumes, because the other courses did not have access to the same things as the hero students. They weren't allowed to use the gear provided with them. It was only their quirks that were really allowed. The only exception to this was the support course, who were allowed to use whatever they made. Yesh, I can hear the crowd getting rowdy, Jiro said, glancing towards the door. There were a lot of people in the stadium and they were eager for a show. Well, let's make sure we put on a good show for them, Toru claimed, more than ready to get started. I can wait till we get into the fights, Kirishima claimed, pumped up and reeling to go. There's more than a few people I wanna throw hands with. Easy there, horn buddy. Mina bumped into him playfully with a giggle. We still gotta get through those other events first. And those other students, Reiko hummed, wishing he had his knife. Still, he could always piggyback off the others if needed, or use a rock again. That would have been funny. Oh right, them. Mina grimaced, not because of facing them, rather, they've been bothering us all week. Even Mr. Aizawa was getting tired of it. Yeah, they even bothered us during some of our classes, Uraraka added on with a frown. Of course they are, they're jealous our class is vastly better than them, Monoma added on, an arrogant smirk on his face. Everyone couldn't help but sigh at his words. You really gotta work on that, man. And that's coming from me, Reiko said with a deadpan expression. Rolling his eyes, he turned to his side. Still meditating there, Cabbage Patch? No, just resting, Izuku answered, opening his eyes and sitting up. He stretched out his arm, getting a satisfied pop before sitting up straight. I had a lot on my mind the other night. Last minute jitters. Yeah, I can believe that, Reiko snorted while Izuku paused. No, something a bit more personal, Izuku said, looking away. He had been talking with the other users, mostly about the future, but they never lasted too long due to the timing of everything. Really only Nana and Yoichi had given him more time. One for all, Izuku's space. Last night, when working with a quirk like One for All, one question had constantly appeared. Oh shit, can I blank? And the answer, most of the time, was yeah, he could. So when the idea to give everyone a private space to work with came to mind, he made it so they could do whatever they wanted within there. It wouldn't affect the One for All in the slightest. The others couldn't enter any of the spaces without the permission of the owner of said space, except him. He ruled this quirk overall. Right now, he was just going over the original sports festival with Nana. Yesh, you're like a glass cannon in that other world, Nana complained, seeing his others self break his fingers one by one. You're not gonna do something like that against that Todoroki guy, right? Of course not. I don't plan on being as near as nice, Izuku scoffed, seeing the broken fingers. I just have to make him use his fire no matter what and so can force that out of him, I bet. And you're sure of that? Because if I don't, then I'm like 90% sure that Aizawa will either talk to him or give him the boot from the hero course. This was basically his last chance in his eyes. If he didn't nut up and use his quirk, I'll do what I can to force him, even if I gotta be a little rough with him. Yeah, your idea of rough might be a little much for the guy, Nana laughed, earning an eye roll in return. He was about to say something, until she said some that had caught him off guard. Sue, any girls you're interested in? What, you mean, romantically? Izuku questioned, before letting out a snort, admittedly sounding forced. No, can't do that. Quote. Are you serious right now? Nana asked, narrowing her gaze at him. Is it really that shocking for me to think that way? Izuku asked, turning to face her. I mean, with the way you and that Kyoka girl act around one another, yes. Nana scoffed, only to pause. She looked at his face, seeing his eyes gaze down. Wait, don't tell me that I know she likes me like that. Why yeah, I know, Izuku admitted with a sigh. Why haven't you said anything? Nana demanded, not wanting the girl's heart to be played with. Quote. I think she deserves better than a nearly 50-year-old man that was reborn and merged with the original Izuku. Oh, so that was it. He sighed as he said this, his hand over his chest. I may have accepted that I'm neither Izuku or Rukido, being my own person, but I still feel off about trying anything involving romance. It wouldn't be fair to her or anyone in that regard with well, I was gonna say a unique situation, but I've seen this trope too many times. A lot honestly. Dear, I don't think you count as a 50-year-old man anymore. Nana said dryly, giving him an annoyed look. Mental age doesn't really mean much to physical age. I can't really say I agree. Izuku said honestly. He was never too sure about the subject. It wasn't like he had anyone to talk to about. Closest he could get was all for one. And, yeah, that wasn't happening. You seriously haven't thought about a relationship at all? Nana pressed. I can't really say I adjusted well as a kid when I started this. But beyond that, I just kept focusing more about what was coming rather than think on things like love or family. Izuku explained, knowing how it sounded. Then you're going to burn yourself out just like Toshi and I did. She replied bluntly, making him wince at the words. I think you know how that ended for, well, all of us. Especially me. He didn't really have an argument. Fair, but again, I'm still mentally an old man. I shouldn't be thinking about getting with someone that's younger than me over miles. And you're going to live a longer life than any of us did, bar Toshi. She reminded him, spending it alone is just torture. I made friends, I'm still making them. It's not like I lack a social life, I just don't think I should have a romantic one, that's all. Why are you concerned about this anyway? Izuku asked, curious on why she cared so much about his love life. Because I'd like at least one person in this disaster lineage to live a life without any regrets, Nana said, her tone turning sad. It reminded him that almost everyone that had one for all didn't get to really have a good long life. You still have that chance. You shouldn't waste it. Damn it, now he feels bad. Izuku remained silent, mulling it over. He was old, but even he knew that things could change for him in an instant. Did he really deserve that kind of chance? Still, how can I just accept anyone into my life? Knowing the circumstances of how I came to be, he then got hit on the head, making him blink in confusion. Seriously, you're thinking way too hard about this. Don't let everyone else's happiness be your consolation prize. Okay, I'll try, honest, Izuku said, giving in with a weak smile. Try as he might, he did want more in his life. Was it selfish? Absolutely. He couldn't say he cared that much with how much he was doing. I should have known you were gonna be the most annoying user to talk with, but also the best. I'll take that as a compliment. Hey, didn't you get first in the entrance exam? Yeah, what about it? Don't you have a speech to do? Nana asked, making Izuku freeze. Fucking Aizawa. Needless to say, he had a lot on his mind. He knew one thing though, a chance of an actual date with Kyoka or talking about it wasn't happening for a while. They had the whole sports festival to worry about, then the internships, and then whatever kind of school assignments that came up, and that wasn't even including what the villains were doing. Days like this almost make me wish I was reborn into Marvel or DC, then I remember how utterly fucked those worlds are too. Izuku thought with a deadpan expression. He would forever love those worlds, but damn would it suck to be a part of them compared to my hero. Hey, not to bother you or nothing, but you got a split-haired guy coming up to you with a glare, En suddenly commented, making him peek up. He met the gaze of Todoroki, who had just now decided to approach him. Midoriya, Todoroki, cunt. Objectively speaking, you are without a doubt the strongest member of our class. You proved that much. Todoroki began, his glare not faltering for a moment. You even caught the attention of All Might. But make no mistake, I will defeat you today. No matter what. Whoa dude, I know it's a competition, but don't you think you're taking this a little seriously? Kirishima said, earning the glare from the split-hair boy. I've said it before, I'm not here to make friends. I'm only here to prove a point to someone. Shoto said, turning to all of them. You all should understand that we're going to face each other during this. If you can't understand that much, then you'll fall behind. Funny, given you're the one I'm least worried about. Izuku chimed in with a smirk. What? Shoto snapped to him, a cold fury brewing within his eyes while the others were in shock. To say that about someone who was easily one of their strongest would do that to you. Someone like you, who's been half-assing from the start. Why would I need to worry? Izuku claimed before standing up. But fine, I'll take your challenge a little seriously. Argoance doesn't suit someone like you, Midoriya. Shoto's anger was growing. Was he being dismissed this easily? You're not one to talk, but hey, I guess we'll see as soon as we get started. You were right. About one thing though, we can't go easy on each other during this. Izuku said, hearing as they were being called upon on the intercom. We all have to give it everything we have to show the world we're gonna be there for them. So let's get out there and show them, alright. Everyone, they could only agree, understanding what he was talking about. Eagerness and anxiety had filled them as one by one, Todoroki far in the back as he glared ahead. Why did he give me that look again? Who does he think he is? Shoto would prove them wrong. Both Midoriya and far more importantly, his father. So engrossed in his thoughts, he failed to notice Reiko bump into him. Sorry about that. Time to get moving though. Shoto merely grunted as he moved towards the exit with the others. All while missing Reiko's own smirk coming up. UA University Sports Festival Arena. Hello everyone and welcome to the UA Sports Festival. Hizashi started off, a row of roars coming from the large crowd. The entire stadium was packed to the brim with people across Japan and even from other countries. Both Hizashi and Aizawa were in the booth to act as announcers. Let's give a warm welcome to all of our first years from the hero course, classes 1A and D1B. The crowd roared once more as the students stepped out into the light. They did well to hide their surprise and nervousness, choosing to focus on walking forward. Up next we have the support course, showing off their gizmos. The support students came out with Izuku instantly taking note of Mei, the girl more than ready to show what she had, and can't forget about the general and business courses of course. As expected, they weren't too happy with the lackluster intro for themselves and took it out by glaring at the other classes. He ignored them, in favor of being happy at not seeing Himiko, the girl being with their mother after All Might had given them a personal booth to watch the show. It meant his mother wouldn't be flooding their apartment either. And for our referee as of today, will be someone that even surprised me. Mike claimed, capturing everyone's attention, Izuku's especially as they all turned towards an entry. Give it up for the number 2 hero of America. The generational hero, Primus. Primus stepped out, throwing away his cloak and hat to reveal himself. Standing at a solid 6'0", with fair skin and wavy black hair, was the number 2 hero. Bearing a pair of exquisite bright blue eyes with a notable scar on his nose, his smile shined bright for all to see. He was wearing a white and red jacket with the number 10 etched on the back with a notable blue X just beside it. He was also wearing a pair of black jeans with white combat boots with black laces. Finally were a pair of black goggles hanging from his neck. This was the number 2 hero in the world, Primus, more commonly known as Galva Solaris. His quirk, Mecha Shift. Using his cell-like nanites within his body, Galva could form mechanical-like items across his body. From giant fists to hoverboards, so long as he understood how to make it, he could generate it. His quirk works the same as Generator Rex. Izuku thought, fond memories coming up about the old hero shows he watched. However, his mind was more curious on other matters. But why is he here? Unless Toshi called him, he shouldn't have any reason to come out. There. Maybe he's getting married. N supplied helpfully. You can do that over the phone. If he's here then he might want to help out against the League of Villains. Banjo added on, reminding them of their main foe. If it's that important, Toshi would have told me. He's here by his own choice. Izuku thought, for a moment before deciding that the matter could come later. He was here to win a sports festival. Thanks for having me, Mike. Always glad to be around UA. Galva yelled, ignoring cheers all around. He chuckled as he spoke up into the mic. Glad to see I'm welcomed. I hope you have that same energy for the next guy coming up here. Give a warm welcome to the first place entry of the UA entrance exam, Izuku Midoriya. Great, love the attention. Izuku thought, feeling all the stares on him from all the other classes. Of course they picked out a hero course student. Dude, the guy got first in the entrance exam. Isn't he one of the guys from the USJ? I didn't know you were giving a speech, Midoriya. Iida exclaimed, clearly shocked. If you had told me, I would have assisted you in coming up with one. Yeah, and spend hours on the intro alone. Banjo added in his head. Don't worry, I got it handled. I think, Izuku said, already walking forward. There were more than a few things that he could have talked about. How crap their society was. How heroes have changed for the worst. Maybe even speak out on his own plans for the future, especially when it came to his classmates. But this speech wasn't really for the world. It was for these students, and these students wanted to prove themselves worthy of being here. Some of them may have missed out on a real chance of becoming heroes, others wanted to defend their position in their class. They only needed the right push to absolutely do their best. Try not to fuck this up, Deku. Katsuki cackled, taking in his misery. He merely waved him off as he stepped on stage. Midnight handed him the mic with a smile, getting accepted with ease as he realized he was in front of the world. Well, best get this done and out of the way. Good morning everyone, I'll keep this brief. Izuku started off, earning everyone's attention. To a lot of people this may seem like an event where we simply fight for your entertainment, but it's not like that when it comes to us. For us, this is where we make our first mark to the world to show where their newest heroes are coming from. He then set his gaze upon everyone below, making a grand many of them go quiet as he continued. That being said, to everyone taking part today, I expect you all to come at this with everything that you got, whether it's because you think you deserve a shot into the hero course or because you have something to prove. You can't get through something like with just your quirk alone. I want to see absolutely everything that you're capable of as a student. Here, Izuku claimed, his gaze becoming softer as his face changed into a challenging grin. So give it your all, no matter the tactic, the moves, the skills. Because if you don't, you'll fall behind. We have a motto to follow around here after all. Go beyond, plus ultra. Came the roaring sound from the students, followed up with the cheers from the crowd. Resisting the urge to snort, he passed the mic back to Galva, who gave him a wide grin. Not bad for a speech, you did this a lot. Not at all, I just gave them what they needed to hear. He doubted Todoroki really cared, but he only needed to say something to get everyone riled up. Well, I can't wait to see what you're gonna do. Especially if my former master has his eye on you. Galva said this part, keeping it between them, kinda curious on the guy who managed to get the old man to take on another apprentice. Guess you'll see. With his piece said, he moved back to join his classmates. They had a long day ahead of them after all. League of Villains, bar, plus ultra. It could be heard from the television as Shigaraki looked up at it. Disdain and disgust could be seen across his face. Bastards, a lot of them. The villain growled, hating every bit of the hero students. Especially that green-haired brat. He somehow annoyed him more than that bunny. Bastard, worse, he could admit to being afraid of him. The man didn't hold himself up like All Might, a seemingly invincible being that took down foes with ease. That was the best way to describe someone like All Might, and that annoyed him for various reasons. The student who faced his Nomu. He fought and crawled his way for that victory. Despite the Nomu being vastly superior in breaking his arm, Izuku Midoriya pressed on and managed to defeat it with the maximum level of difficulty. That shouldn't have been possible. Least of all to a first year. And that scared him. His master had noticed it while he was recovering and seemed more than interested in the boy he spoke of. Something he wouldn't tell him just yet, as though he needed some form of confirmation. Which was why he was currently looking over this damn sports festival. All of them were, minus their failed knight. Bastards they may be, but their arrogance is ours to take advantage of. All for one, chuckled from the screen, having his own television to look on. Many of them would make useful test subjects, but I can't see a majority of them making it as Nomu. Kurogiri supplied helpfully while making another drink. Their quirks could be useful to a degree, but I'll let the doctor decide that much. Not much from the general course from what I'm seeing, but they may surprise me. All for one was paying more attention to the hero classes anyway. Oh, how would All Might break if one of their students went missing. Besides, we'll have a wide collection soon enough. Now though, he had the quirk of a top-tier hero to take into consideration. The only thing that matters about this is to understand our enemies for a proper counter attack, Shigaraki said, his eyes focusing on Midoriya. This is a show of character after all, of who's going to be a problem, or an ally for us to have. There had to be at least one potential villain in that group of students. And when the time came to snatch them up, then he'd see if the green-haired monster was in the mood for a talk. Sports Festival, first event grounds. Alright, are you ready to get the sports festival underway? Hisashi hyped up the crowd, easily while the students were all standing from the other side of a starting line. The first event is simple, it's a race to the finish around the stadium. Almost 4 kilometers for those who wanna know. With that in mind, only the first 42 students will be allowed to pass into the next exam in order to keep a controlled number. Aizawa added on as dull as ever. But don't forget at UA we all go plus ultra here. So we set up a few obstacles in your path. We will tell you what. Nope, not till someone gets there first. Hisashi cackled into the mic, clearly getting a kick out of it. Anywho, good luck and give it your all. Go. Just like the entrance exam, there was no countdown. Aizawa wasn't going to waste any more time with this. Neither did the hero course students. Almost instantly, Shoto released a wave of ice and pushed himself forward while also trapping a grand many of them in ice. He earned a flurry of curses sent his way, but he paid no mind to it. Besides, don't think that shit was gonna work, icy hot, Katsuki claimed, while he and his classmates could be seen either going over the ice or breaking clean through it. You're a little too predictable for something like that, Todoroki, Izuku claimed, a bold laughter coming from him. He and his classmates had also seen the play coming and acted accordingly. Todoroki didn't even acknowledge a single one of them and only pressed on ahead with the rest of the classes hot in his tail. Other students from other classes were dumbfounded by it, but there were still a few that were doing everything they could to keep up. Such was one Minoru Mineta. Even if I don't win this thing, I'll make sure to grab at least one girl around here. Mineta was the unlucky sort, having not a single class with a girl. Due to his choices in classes, even at lunch, he couldn't get lucky to sit next to one. To which, it was no fault of his own. But here he would make his stand. To complete his dream of becoming a harem king. To make all the world's women fall for him and him alone. His eyes locked onto Momo's figure, lunging at her from behind with his sticky balls ready. He remained unaware of the rock flying underhead. You're Mineta didn't get to finish his statement upon a foot slamming into his back and using him like a jumping board. He screamed as he went flying off course while Reiko didn't even look back. However, he did snicker upon his little attack. He heard the little gremlin mutters about wanting to cope and touch the girls. Needless to say, he didn't let that shit fly. Moron, Reiko growled, while grabbing his rock and tossing it again. Up ahead, Todoroki was struggling to keep his place. Despite his ability to freeze others, he could only go so far with his technique if he wanted to conserve energy. Not to mention, they could actually keep up. And here comes the first obsecale. Several robots could be seen, all of which from the entrance exam. Even a few zero-pointers could be seen roaming their way. Naturally, many of them had panicked upon seeing them, but Todoroki merely waved a hand. Instantly several zero-pointers could be seen frozen in place as Todoroki made his way through. He only needed to deal with the ones in his path. Meanwhile, Izuku and Katsuki were neck and neck as the cake across their own zero-pointer. Kachin, fastball special. Hooking his attention, he made a simple hand sign. Nodding in understanding, Katsuki blasted back to Izuku, who had stopped. With a wide grin he pulled his arm back as Katsuki landed in his palm. Here it comes. He then proceeded to throw his friends, using a good percentage of his quirk doing. Katsuki had a large grin the whole time, spinning himself around while popping explosions. The poor zero-pointers that came in a completely straight line. Their heads were blown off at impact. As Katsuki flew by, thanks for the boost dumbass. Katsuki cackled, making Izuku roll his eyes. You think they're gonna do the 1 million point thing again? Nana asked in his head. No doubts there. Izuku was actually debating if he wanted to take it or not. Come on, we can catch up with them. Uraraka spoke up, as she and her classmates were right behind them. They were doing their own work against the 1 3-pointers and had taken full advantage of the lack of zero-pointers left in the area. You're not getting away that easy. We'll beat you to the curb. Charge. UA. Stadium. Viewing rooms. Toshinori could only chuckle upon seeing how hard everyone was trying in the event. It warmed his heart to see so many students ready to give it their all in that speech from young Midoriya. Perfect fuel to ignite the fire. Now if only he could figure out why one of his old students was here. You certainly look like you're having a good time. He turned to see the teasing gaze of Nimori. He was thankful to have a private booth, but that wouldn't stop certain teachers and pros to come on way. Makes me wonder if you're keeping an eye on one of them. I assure you, it's nothing of the sort. Right, and you didn't take Midoriya to a private room after his lunch. Quote. Okay, maybe I do. Toshi at least looked sheepish. Am I at least not obvious about it? Oh, you're super obvious. Nimori giggled at his stunned expression. Doesn't help that you talk about him a lot either. It started a whole bet on if he was your illegitimate son or not. What? Had it been his original self, he would have spat up a lot of blood at the comment. Of course not. I haven't even slept with anyone before. Ah, he didn't mean to let out that much. Ooh, so the #1 hero in the world hasn't gotten together with a woman before, Nimori purred, making him feel a little flush. She had to admit, the older man was definitely a cutie, but with how he worked as a hero, she could understand him not having such relations. I guess that's another bet I've won. Well, ew. He was suddenly interpreted from behind. Turning around, they were greeted to the sight of Rumi, an annoyed glare on her face. If you're gonna start sucking face, take it somewhere else. I'm here to watch my brother bash some skulls in. Now Toshi was completely red now, while Nimori actually looked a bit flustered. The only reason the rabbit hero was here was because Toshi had no issues with sharing his room with his fellow heroes and friends. Granted, that was only because of how packed the stadium was. Rumi was someone he did offer to train before when she first came around, but she flat out denied it in his face. She wanted to prove that she could make it to the top all on her own. And, well, she was easily within the top 10 of Japan. That said a lot. You really shouldn't say such things. The last thing we want is for you to have the wrong impression. Nimori scolded, to which Rumi rolled her eyes. Whatever you say, hag. Who are you calling a hag, you little Toshi gave a dry look to Rumi as he held back Nimori from slaughtering the poor bunny into next week. Doesn't matter anyway, I know for a fact my brother is gonna dominate this show. Rumi claimed with a smirk. Hell, it was the only reason she was here, because she'd be damned if she was gonna attempt to team up with any other punk. Ah yes, young Reiko is something else. He'd be lying if he heard the young man talk about his family too often. He heard him grumble about Rumi, assuming it was simple sibling banter. But don't underestimate the others. There's something else. What? Like your golden boy? Rumi questioned, already feeling dismissive after the team work display. Doubt he'd make it too far if he needs his buddy to help him. Oh, that wasn't helping. That was showing off. Toshi grinned, just as Nimori finally calmed down. She was still glaring, however. No, I actually feel quite bad for anyone that has to face them without any kind of preparation. Ha, I trained my brother to the ground daily. If anyone is gonna kick his ass, it's gonna be him. Rumi challenged with a smirk. Wanna bet on that? All of them blinked and turned to the door to find a smiley-looking Himiko and a shy-looking Inko. And who the hell are you? Rumi asked, clearly trying to be as polite as possible. Himiko Midoriya, sister of Izuku Midoriya, and beside me is our mother, Inko Midoriya. She happily introduced as they entered the room. Inko made her way over to the other adults with a smile on her face. Hello, Toshi. Thank you for having us. Inko said warmly before turning to Nimori. It's nice to meet you. Midnight, correct? Please, call me Nimori, the heroine teased, hoping to get a reaction out of the woman. It was one of her favorite pastimes to do so with the parents of hero students. She, however, merely smiled in return. Then please call me Inko, Nimori. That actually gave the hero teacher pause, feeling a little flush with how she called her name. Toshi noticed this and couldn't help but laugh, knowing the feeling. He doubted anything would come to this. Surely, is something wrong? Inko asked, noticing her expression. And nope, everything's fine. Nimori shoved her elbow back into Toshi. The poor man let out a cough at that, pouting down at her. Just nice to meet you, that's all. Inko beamed at that. What the hell did you say? Rumi had caught their attention. Currently both her and Himiko were in a glaring match. I said my brother would beat your brother easily. Himiko claimed in a matter-of-factly tone. He's been training since he was 4 to be a hero. I've been training my brother to be a professional ass kicker since he was in diapers. Rumi growled. Ha, then you're gonna be disappointed when he gets his ass kicked, aren't you? As if he'd lose to that little shitstain you call a brother. Longuge, Inko yelled suddenly, making all of them jump. Both Himiko and Rumi suddenly found themselves backing away as the mother set her sights on them. The both of you should be ashamed of yourselves. Especially you, Himiko. Himiko could only whine at that. Rumi would have said something, but Inko rounded on her. And you, I don't care who you are, but I won't stand anyone speaking that way about my child. She didn't take it when it came to his terrible teachers, not her neighbors, and certainly not a hero of any kind. Will you, Rel? I will not, Inko interrupted. I understand wanting to cheer for your own family, but going so far as to insult his friends and start a fight with someone else is not acceptable, young lady. Yes, she's laying it on me. Rumi grumbled, feeling as though she was getting off light. After all, compared to her own mother, she shivered in memory, realizing she could potentially bring up with the woman before her. All right, I get it. No bad mouthing, so long as this one does it too. She jerked a finger to Himiko, who pouted. She was only defending her brother. She will, I promise. Inko's fierce energy had vanished, replaced by her natural motherly sensation. It was scary how easily the woman could flip emotions and act like nothing had changed. Now then, we shouldn't miss the show, should we? Not at all. Toshi laughed loudly as they took their seats. Himiko and Rumi glared at each other briefly before sternly placing their attention on screen. They were still putting all their marbles on their brothers after all. Sports festival, first event grounds, and it looks like our next obstacle is making itself known. Mike announced as the students started to approach it. It was a large, deep canyon with several different ropes leading to the other side. Welcome to the fall, good luck on making it to the other side. Be quick and efficient, it'll be the only way you're able to make it over. Aizawa hummed. Shoto could only scoff, making another wave of ice to head clear over. If people followed him, that was at their own risk of slipping and falling off. Watch me, brother, for I do my best to prove to you. Iida then proceeded to stand perfectly on one of the T-ropes before using his engines to push himself across. Other students could be seen using their methods. Su with climbing over, Ochako floating, Katsuki blasting himself over, ECT. Izuku looked over the edge of everything, wondering if he could just simply jump it. He then looked to his side, taking note of the tree. Wait, what are you thinking here? Nana questioned as he walked over to it. With one for all, he easily uprooted the tree before aiming it to follow along the path. Once his course was set, he tossed it at high speed before quickly running after it. Before it could get too far, Izuku launched from his spot and landed perfectly on the log with his arms behind his back. Single quote ... W. What? Banjo and N screamed. What? This was the coolest thing I ever saw from Mercenary Dao. Sue him, the man may have been a villain, but damn if he and others like him had a few things he could take inspiration from. Too bad I can't do this all the time. Property damage and all that. You're weird. Oh sure, the ghost imprints were calling him weird. Heikachin by Kachin, Izuku yelled as he flew by. The fuck? Get back here, Deku. Katsuki increased his explosion output and was quick to catch up. Todoroki watched as these two had passed them and growled in annoyance. He needed to get right past them, and now. WOWWIE. They're really speeding on by. Seriously, these first years are something else. Ha 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 ha. Mike cackled before suddenly yelping. Ow, what the heck, Eraser? Stop yelling. That was all that Aizawa said. The ones ahead are about to approach the final event. Oh yeah, finale OB Sekable coming up. Mike yelled, disregarding Aizawa's words as easily as ever. Get ready, students, because this last one is a bit more explosive than you think. Izuku was ahead by a few, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the seemingly clear field ahead. Jumping off the log, he landed on the ground with a skid. He watched as the log struck Tuesday ground before immediately blowing up, sending splinters everywhere. Woo, that's right, everyone. Minefield, everyone. These mines are only powerful enough to knock out the participants if they aren't able to handle it, Aizawa informed, not wanting to deal with the worried parents. Full cowling. Air Force. One for All came to life once more, his hands to his side as he pulled his leg back. Rankyaku Sen. Kicking with all his might, he fired a wind blade that tore through the field. In a completely straight line, it soared far while activating any mine in its path. Seeing that the others were catching up to him, he quickly rushed forward while increasing the number of one for all. Don't think you're getting away, Deku. Katsuki roared, already pushing himself to keep up. Shoto was silently catching up as well, taking note of the stadium in view. Waves of ice, large explosions and dust clouds could be seen forming in the midst of it, a race for first place for theirs alone. Others behind them could only hope they could not be caught within the blasts while also trying to secure their own place. Despite all this, the crowd of loving every minute of it, neck in neck, that's what Izuku and Katsuki were. Something that had oddly irritated Shoto greatly. He knew he was strong, stronger than most in Japan alone. Perhaps the world, but he felt like he was behind. Was he weak? No, that wasn't it. They were just ahead, that's all. Even if he didn't manage first, he was still leagues above the others. If the two in front of him were simply a bit faster, then he had to be stronger than them. If he couldn't prove it now, then the second event would have to do. After he claimed third place, or at least that's what he thought. Suddenly a blinding flash appeared next to him, catching him completely off guard. His focus lost, he fell from his ice, skidding across the ground. He looked up just in time to see Reiko looking back with a smirk before tossing a rock ahead and vanishing along with it. When did he back in the locker room? Reiko must had marked him and others to use them to teleport to. He had been too careless. Pardon me, Todoroki-san. Then Iida passed him, reminding him to get back on his feet. Pushing his ice further, he made his way to the finishing with a glare on his face. Meanwhile, both Izuku and Katsuki were neck and neck as they raced towards the finish. Despite his debate for risking the 10 million points, he was honestly welcome to the challenge, and if he could inspire the others to take the chance to go against him, then he would, which was why he decided to push his quirk further and further, slowly making his way past Katsuki. With all his might, he made a clean sweep over the finish line. And Izuku Midoriya takes first place with Katsuki Bakugo taking second. Galva announced while laughing. Damn it, Katsuki snarled, turning towards his smirking rival. Fuck you, Deku. No thanks, Izuku said ever so simply, adding onto his irritation. And in comes Reiko Usajiyama, taking up third while Iida Tenya is making up with fourth by mere seconds. Galva announced as the duo came into view. Iida was already on the floor, despair hitting him for failing to get third. Reiko could only roll his eyes at the display before patting the man's back. And oh, here comes the rest. Mark them down, folks, cause I can't keep up with them all. Izuku could only chuckle, not surprised to see the entirety of both classes actually making it, along with a few others. Still, he got first, and that was a pretty big win in his book. He looked up at the clapping crowd and grinned. The first step was done. Chapter end. Chapter end notes. Reminder: these chapters are being transferred from fanfiction.net. Chapter 18. The second event. Chapter summary. The second event starts for our students while the self-righteous hero killer tries to do his job, but of course that doesn't always end too well. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. UA, University, Sports Festival Stadium. These kids really follow that plus ultra spirit, huh? Galva thought with a laugh. These students were an absolute riot. The first event was done and out, leaving a lot of promising students for the world to see firsthand. I know these events are really nothing compared to the last one, but it's so fun to see these punks showing off what they got. Wonder if I should schedule a beatdown, lesson for them. Totally a lesson, mighty man style. Ah well, he was like 76.7% sure that Nezu would let him do it generally. An easy 100% if he mentioned it was for fun. Oh wait, shit, he was still up here. Welcome back everyone to the UA Sports Festival, Galva announced. The crowd came to life instantly, making him let out a breath of relief. Thank you all for waiting. Let's give a warm welcome to the winners of the first event. Like magic, the crowd had gotten louder with their applause. At the same time, it was a bit embarrassing for some of them to get this much attention. We'll be going over the next event in just a few It'll be chosen at random so we can give these guys a real challenge. So stay tuned. Would be nice if it wasn't the cavalry battle, Izuku thought as they all awaited the results. He was already in first, so he expected some kind of special bullshit to be admitted to him. Blah, not looking forward to a 1,000,000-point bounty. Single quote. Didn't the original Midoriya have to deal with a bounty? Nana asked. No, he got framed for murder or something like that. Single quote. And people bought that. He's so baby-faced compared to me. Exactly. He only chuckled at that, knowing how true it was. He was more thankful that there were at least some changes with his face, as minor as they were. His thoughts were interrupted however upon Monoma suddenly leading him over to the rest of the class. Midoriya, we still have to make sure the plan goes underway, Monoma claimed with a wide grin. However, he was met with an unimpressed gaze, which was shared with the rest of the class. Monoma, we've been over this. There will be no teaming against the entirety of the other classes at all. Izuku sighed, his head shaking in more annoyance than disappointment. He had been with this plan ever since he had even heard about the sports festival. Midoriya is right, Momo added on with a frown. Not only is it unethical to do such a thing, but it would send the wrong kind of message if such a thing were obvious to those spectering over us. Never mind it being completely unsportsmanlike. It would disregard everything Midoriya and his speech had set out to do. Iida complained, his usual arm chopping in action. But this is our opportunity to gain the spotlight in front of the whole world. Monoma wanted nothing more than for his class to get the recognition they deserved after all. We'll even secure any major internships for ourselves if we make sure that the lesser class will. Enough. Izuku interrupted. I'm not gonna win like that, I absolutely refuse. And why is that? You can't seriously believe that it isn't good for us in the long run. Even the other classes would bounce back, eventually. Because everyone here deserves the chance to show what they're made of. Regardless of their quirk, their class, everything comes down to how much they are willing to give. Doing something to take that away just for some fame is something I will never do. Izuku claimed, firmly, his gaze earning an awkward look from Monoma. If the next event is team-based, then that's completely different, but I don't think for a moment that if we cross paths during it, I won't fight you. This was still the sports festival, he didn't have any real justification to take any extreme actions, least of all for fame. Surely not all of you agree with him, right? Monoma asked, turning to the rest of the class. Sorry man, but I don't think I could live with myself doing that. Kirishima admitted, sheepishly, like I'd need to work with any of you to get into the finals. Kamakiri walked off after that. Kodai's gaze was enough to say no to the idea. A depressing cloud appeared over Monoma's head as one by one the entirety of his class. Izuku would have felt bad, but he was standing his ground when it came to this. Meanwhile, from afar, Mineta was plotting up schemes for his next big move. He was hoping he could trick the girls into cheerleading uniforms for the next event. He just needed to convince one of the other guys for it. And upon spotting one of the hero students, he stepped towards them without thinking. Hello there, would you like to team up for a little plan of mine? Mineta started out with a sleazy grin. Quote. Reiko gave him the most unimpressed, blatant look of disgust just from the grin alone. Absolutely not, leave. Oh come on, I'm sure as a bunny boy you'll find what I'm about to say very interesting. Mineta attempted again. Quote. Whatever the next event is, I will hunt you down and make sure you don't make it. Quote. That's a joke, right? Reiko only walked away, leaving a panicking Mineta behind. Gah, what did I do to deserve this? Why is there screaming grapes? Oh shit, that's a kid. Oh fuck, I'm still doing this. Galva had long since received the next event. Let's get right into it folks. Get ready for the second event of the sports festival. Dodgeball. Single quote. Well, if you can dodge a wrench you can dodge a ball. Izuku shrugged, ignoring the confusion of the other users. He really had to get around to showing them some movies or something. Wait, did that mean he was a stream service for dead people? Questions for later. The rules are simple. Get hit enough time by dodgeballs, you're out. Catch a ball, you're safe. Block a ball with another ball, safe. Quirks are allowed naturally, but only for Defensive means, I don't want to see any one of you use them as if you're brawling. Above all else, this is a complete free-for-all, so no teams. Izuku nodded along, awaiting for anything extra. However, our first place winner, Izuku Midoriya, will not be allowed to throw any kind of dodgeball at all. He can catch and block, but he isn't allowed to throw. There's the bullshit. The match will begin in 5 minutes, so make up your plans now, otherwise you're screwed. With that, Galva cutted himself off, leaving the competitors looking at each other. Izuku himself was getting some stares for his extremely valuable position. However, he met them back with a confident smirk. Midoriya, he turned to find the form of Uraraka standing right in front of him. She then looked up at him, a glare filled to the brim of determination. I'm gonna wreck you. Ochako Uraraka was a 3-time champion of her school when it came to dodgeball. No quirk use needed. Here she was gonna make sure she aimed for the top. Quote. Good, Izuku said simply. Show me and the world your motivation. Uraraka merely gave him a smile before skipping off. Not long after, everyone was in a spot with a good amount of distance from one another. A ball was given to them by the drones. Roaming around, looking down at his own ball, he wondered exactly how many of them would target him during this. A lot, apparently, with how they looked at him like an easy target. Everyone ready? No? Then too bad. 'Cause we start at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 go. 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 Balls went flying everywhere immediately, with Izuku being the main target for those close. 1 for all activated as he jumped back, his ball still in hand as he imminently booked it across the field. And they're off. Med team on standby as usual. Izuku could only dodge the incoming balls as he attempted to keep his distance. As he raced across the field, he took note of several general students rushing right at him while ignoring each other. Looks like they had a similar plan to Monoma. Fine, he'd show them why that would be a horrible mistake. Full cowling. Air Force. Skywalk. Kicking himself off the ground, he started kicking off the very air itself. What the fuck? Seriously, what is with this guy? Take it. One poor fool threw the ball up at Izuku. It didn't even reach his feet. Damn it. Okay, that was kinda sad. Katsuki should be coming at me any moment. He glanced around, hearing an explosion. However, it was nowhere near him and nothing was thrown this way. No way am I safe now. Hey, first place. Ah, there was the danger. Mei Hatsume was flying at him with a jet pack guiding her way. In her hands, her capture gun ready to go as maniacal glee could be seen in her eyes. Let me catch you. No thanks. Izuku thankfully avoided several nets coming his way while bouncing around the air. Landing across the ceiling, he aimed his finger out only to find himself narrowly avoiding a wire coming his way. Mei came flying at him with a dodgeball in hand, yet he moved at the right time while blocking it with his own. But I'd love to go over ideas with you after this event. Oh, Mei was interested as she attempted to tase him this time. Pushing himself away, he managed to avoid it. Are you interested in the support course? Just how it can benefit me and my classmates. I'm quirk smart, but I'm nowhere on the same level as tech engineering as you and the other support students. He still only knew the basics after all. Maybe above average, but it wasn't his main focus at the end of the day. And I hear you're a bit above the rest of your peers. That means you're willing to sign a contract for Hatsume Inc. Hatsume tossed a ball with a metal arm coming from her side. Once more he knocked it away as he stepped across the wall. Mei followed him, her hover souls activated. Not exclusively. Got to keep options open. There was still Melissa to have to work on his gear too. The girl was a genius and had a lot more to work with. That being said, Mei was also someone who punished the limit with what she had, and it showed, especially now. But we can talk more about that later. Try going after the ones below. They don't seem to have a good plan in place for this. With that, he aggressively hopped off the wall, breaking it a bit while causing Mei to stumble a bit. She could only watch as he easily flicked himself over across the field and entered another fray. Yet instead she turned her sights to the students below as her goggles zeroed on them, with several metal arms coming from her backpack, each holding their own dodgeball. She lunged down at them as the screaming commenced. Out of everything, why did it have to be dodgeball? Kana hated this so much. Her quirk was already limited thanks to its usage, never mind being out in a wide open field. If she so much as tried using it, she'd likely be caught midway through. However, as a ball went flying towards her face, she easily struck it away with her own ball, sending it flying at another student. She then threw her own ball at the attacker, bouncing off his head and falling back into her hand, just in time as she used it to hit away others. She was unlucky, sure, but that didn't mean she was an easy target either. RAAAAAA. RAAAAAA. Both Kirishima and Tetsu clenched their dodgeballs before slamming them forward at each other, and bounced right off each other. Again, both yelled out, having been at this way longer than what was needed. Both of them were about to do so again until a ball suddenly bounced between their faces. Gotcha. Mina giggled from afar. Wah, not manly Mina, Kirishima cried out. Don't butt into a battle between two men. Tetsu added on, even going as far to throw his own ball at her. However, she had decided to do a backflip of all things to avoid it. Then to add insult to injury, she performed a perfect split and had caught it before it went too far. What the how the heck? That's Mina for ya. Kirishima laughed while Mina gave them a silly smile as she stood right back up while avoiding another ball in time. However, that same ball suddenly flashed as Reiko appeared while tossing the ball into Mina's side. Eat, cheat, not cheating if it's allowed, Pinky. Reiko smirked before teleporting away. Hell, these people were making it too easy to avoid them. Granted, he had to thank the chaos for that. However, he had another target in mind upon seeing several purple balls fly his way. Oh, that little shit, stay away from me, Mineta yelled, ripping the balls from his head while tears streamed down his face. He was throwing them everywhere, his last line of defense with his dodgeball quite literally ripped from his hands. I'll make it to the last round if it's the last thing I do. It's the only to get some boob at this rate. Yeah. No, Reiko didn't even need to teleport to avoid them. Shifting his body around, he pulled his arm back before tossing it with all his might. It soared past the incoming attack and struck Mineta clear across the dome. The poor boy went flying clean off his feet and was sent flying clean across the field while screaming. Whoops, maybe he threw that a little too hard. Hiay. Itsuka's shout came as she flung a flurry of dodgeballs with her giant hands. She was doing good work so far, but there were still a lot of others to worry about. Hey Kendo. She turned her head to see Kaminari running up to her with a ball in hand. Get ready, cause this one is gonna be ah. He didn't get to finish upon being flattened by a giant ball. It rolled off, carrying him away as Itsuka turned her head to find Yui slowly picking up another ball. She took one look at her, and she immediately got ready for the next move. Yui was quick to toss her own ball in an attempt to take advantage. Dropping her own balls, Itsuka quickly cancelled out her own quirk to catch it normally. Admittedly, it was stunned, but it got Yui another point to her name. This promised vengeance. Hold still, Ice Boy. That was all Setsuna had to yell as she tossed the ball with explosive velocity at Shoto. In response, a small ice wall was formed, much to her annoyance. You're not the one I'm after, Shoto replied coolly before releasing another wave of ice. Across the field, many of the students had been captured within it, making him sigh. Now to find he didn't get to finish upon a ball striking him across his face and almost sending him off his feet. He recovered easily enough, but his attacker had sped right by him in the form of an extremely focused Uraraka. An explosion came right behind him and he barely had time to make an ice wall to stop the impact. Get the hell back here, Roundcheeks. Katsuki yelled, rushing forward with another dodgeball in hand while he was blasting himself forward with his other. However, a wave of ice got in his way, making him jump back. What are you doing, Icy Hot? Get out of my way. Midoriya has you in his sights, doesn't he? Shoto claimed, his tone cold as he prepared to throw the ball. Katsuki noticed and could only growl in annoyance as he prepared to do the same. An explosion and ice could be seen behind Uraraka as she raced across the field. A ball on the ground, tossed straight at the nearest student. One flying at her, grabbed without hesitation and outed. An array of students coming at her. Take full advantage of making an already light ball weightless. Uraraka did this and then some as she made her way to her. Target: 1 Izuku Midoriya, who was currently running alongside the wall with a smile on his face. She aimed carefully with the intent of knocking it clean off, but found herself cut short upon spotting several balls coming in her direction. With a shocking amount of athleticism, she had avoided each and every one. She kept her ball in hand as she narrowed her gaze at the throwing. Being one Mezzo Shoji, the student had 6 arms sprouted out and a ball in hand. For each of them, their silent gazes towards each other had been more than enough to start their fight. Mezzo rushed forward, tossing several balls in quick succession while rearming himself as he approached closer. Uraraka had moved forward, much slower than she wanted, but she needed to make sure a single one of Mezzo's attacks didn't hit her. Any attempt to try and grab something thrown by him was out of the question, not with the risk of actually hurting herself. From his strength alone, getting closer to one another, Mezzo held up his arms defensively, ready for any kind of incoming. To his surprise, Uraraka didn't even stop for a moment and tossed the ball cleanly at him. He had easily blocked it well enough, before quickly taking note of her sliding past him, her hand slapping his leg. The next thing he knew, he was floating upwards and quick to lose his balance, his panic causing him to lose his collection of dodgeballs. Uraraka took this opportunity to grab one of them before launching it at his backside. Managing to spin around, Mezzo prepared to catch that ball with extra limbs ready. Unfortunately, release. Gravity came back to Mezzo instantly as he crashed on the ground. He attempted to get up in time, but a ball landed on his chest before he could do so. Sorry, Shoji-san, he blinked upon watching her run off one more with a ball in hand. He then chuckled upon seeing where she was heading. Izuku tapped off the wall and finally landed on the ground, believing himself to be safe from the distance of the others for now. However, upon spotting a determined Uraraka coming his way, he couldn't help but to chuckle. Looks like she was going to keep her promise. Here I come. Uraraka lunged forward at him, dodgeball in hand as he blocked the blow with his own. You better take me seriously. I'm taking you all very seriously. He just wanted to conserve his energy for the next event. He pushed her back, a light cackle of full cowling appearing. You just gotta hit me with all you got, right? Uraraka tossed the ball with all her might as Izuku easily sideswiped it away. She was already on the move, picking up several different dodgeballs and tossing them forward at different points, legs, ankles, sides, elbows, yet none reached their target as he baked away. With each throw, come on a little closer. It was by luck that no one was closer to them, otherwise they would have been caught within Uraraka's assault. Yet Izuku persisted, knowing well enough he could make it across the battlefield in mere seconds to avoid her. But he wasn't about to disrespect his classmate just for an easy time. A lack of getting hit also helped with that thought. That being said, he refused to make it easy for her either. A little bit more. Yes, Uraraka cheered internally while quickly grabbing the last 2 balls near her. One flew by her hand right away while the other was delayed by mere seconds. Izuku only shifted his head to dodge the first one while using his ball to block the other one. Rats. Hey, nice. He didn't get to finish upon the back of his head getting struck. He blinked, turning back around to see how close he was to the wall as the ball rolled near his feet. Turning back, he saw the sly look of Uraraka and couldn't help but snort. Okay, you got me. A damn ricochet of all things had done it. Uraraka only giggled while showing a peace sign. Single quote ... Okay, I've given them enough time. Galva thought, a mad gleam coming on his face. From the viewing stage, red and white metal surged from him and formed a tall pillar. Multiple cannons sticking out in all directions. The students watched in disbelief while the number 2 of America could be seen up top, goggles over his head and his microphone ready to go. The final minute is upon you, which means I gotta make sure more of you get hit. And taking full advantage of a stockpile of dodgeballs under my stage thanks to your headmaster Nezu, you better run. 60 seconds remained, and chaos ensued as the cannons fired. There was no mercy to anyone on the battlefield, shot indiscriminately and without care. And the entire time Galva laughed almost manically, scaring both heroes and civilians alike, while Nezu was just completely amused by the last-second choice. Gah, bitch, Katsuki yelled, a ball hitting him across the face. Eat, Momo as well, being sent off her feet. Haha LPP, Mineta was getting buried in them, a pile left over his body. Dodge. Dodge like your life depends on it. Galva cackled madly, having the time of his life. Time's up, Aizawa said dryly in the mic, making Galva pause. Quote. Wait, what? I wanted to keep going. Galva yelled, his creation already disappearing. Did you cut me off from the supply? Stop playing around and do your job. Galva flinched back at the harsh tone. He then slowly leaned back, whispering into the mic. Yesh, I feel bad for you stuck in that guy's class. He then yelped upon seeing an icy red glare from above. Alrighty then, whoever got hit the least makes it to the next round. Thankfully we keep track of this thanks to our handy dandy droids. Now let's see who's heading into the final event. The students awaited their fate and to see their chance come or go. Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Reiko Usajiyama Kana Tsutsumi, Mei Hatsume, Fumikage Tokiyami, Abara Shiozaki, Itsuka Kendo, Sen Kaibara, Mezzo Shoji, Ochako Uraraka, Yui Kodai, Hitoshi Shinso, Toru Hagakure. I made it, Toru exclaimed. She really hadn't been hit once, too hard to find throughout the chaos beyond a wandering pair of clothes. Damn it, Kamakiri growled, not seeing his name. Even with his power, he just couldn't make the cut. Quite literally, his quirk couldn't even help him out in this event. This is a load of bullshit. Damn it, so much for making it. Kyoka admitted she wasn't surprised, but it was still disappointing. I didn't even think I'd make it this far. Reiko blinked upon seeing his name up there. Damn it, forgive me brother. Iida cursed, wishing he could have gained the opportunity to show who he was. How did I? Kana looked genuinely shocked that she had made it up there at all. And there it is folks. Our final 16. As for the final event, as per usual, it will be a straight battle within a ring, Galva announced, having the crowd go wild. Sure, the other events were entertaining, but the real show was always the fights. Something else to change. Within time, given our number there will be exactly 4 rounds during this with a break in between. You can win in several forms, defeating your opponent via a knockout, immobilizing them to where they can't escape, knocking them out of the arena, or just getting a plain ol' surrender. Now then, here are our matchups. Izuku looked up at the changing screen, a glare settled in. Shoto Todoroki vs. Toru Hagakure, Fumikage Tokiyami vs. Momo Yaoyorozu, Sen Kaibara vs. Mei Hatsume, Izuku Midoriya vs. Shinso Hitsuhi, Reiko Usajiyama vs. Kana Tsutsumi, Itsuka Kendo vs. Mezzo Shoji, Abara Shiozaki vs. Tenya Iida, Katsuki Bakugo vs. Uraraka Ochako. His head snapped over to Toru at alarming speed. Even though he couldn't see the girl's face, the shaking was more than enough to make him realize how bad the matchup was. Mina was, thankfully, already next to her and was already comforting the girl. He would have gone over himself, but Shoto of course chose now to come up to him. Quote, Midoriya, we need to talk. Great. UA, stadium, viewing rooms. He's made it into the final round. Inko was beaming with pride for her son. Between the first and second events, she had thankfully avoided fainting from seeing the more insane choices used. Crying on the other hand, my baby boy, Inko cried out, shooting tears clean into the ceiling. Both Toshi and Nimari were on her in a poor attempt to calm her down from the water show. This woman could flood a building, Rumi muttered, having pushed herself far away from the display. She did before. Not even Himiko could deny that. Seriously, Rumi looked at her in disbelief before snorting. Well, whatever. Looks like both our bros made it to the finals. Too bad only one of them is winning this. No doubt about who's that gonna be. Himiko said offhandedly. Yeah, my brother. Rumi confirmed with pure confidence and a large hint of arrogance. Wanna bet on that? Himiko grinned. Okay, what you got, Fangs? Rumi asked, admitting she liked her attitude a bit. Himiko merely grinned as she spoke over the deal. Hallways, are you All Might's love child? Seriously, there's not a single thing remotely similar about you two. Nana ragged in his mind, and love child, who does he think Toshi is? A gigolo. He just needs some comfort about his hero, that's all. Izuku gave Shoto a dry stare as he spoke. No, my father's name is Hisashi Midoriya and his quirk was fire breath. He divorced my mother when I was originally dubbed quirkless. Me and All Might have no blood relation whatsoever, and yet you have him in your corner. Shoto said, his gaze saying he didn't believe him. But that's not why I called for you. I know you want me to go all out, but I cannot break my vow. There's someone I must prove a point to, Endeavor. Looks like we're getting right into it. Izuku frowned, trying his best to hide his feelings. Your father. Shoto looked annoyed with just calling the man as such, and he could understand it. Tell me, Midoriya, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? I have. Todoroki took that as his sign to continue. He didn't have a filter when it came to the matter. The truth of the matter was that he was crafted for the sole purpose of surpassing All Might where Endeavor could not. He was the youngest of 4 siblings, one of which has passed due to how his quirk had developed while the rest were deemed failures. How he got his scar from his mother, who had lost all composure and had snapped from the constant pressure. She was currently in a psychiatric ward and he hadn't seen her since. It's annoying. I refuse to become a tool for scum like that. I still remember my mother. She cried when it came to my left side, calling it unsightly, before she poured boiling water on me. He lifted his hand up to her scare, missing the expression on Izuku's face. To sum it all up, I picked a fight with you to show him what I can do, without using his damn quirk. No, I'll reject him completely by winning first place without using it. He turned to walk away, but Izuku spoke up. Honestly, I can't say I don't understand why you resent him so much. I already wasn't too much of a fan of him, and learning about what he's done to you and family has only dropped him further. Izuku's words made him half in place. At the same time, however, I can't help but to think of how much of an idiot you are. What did you say? Shoto questioned darkly. You're an idiot, for a lot of reasons. I just know we don't have the time for it right now. Nana had thankfully reminded them of their time limit and had to make his point quick. You really don't get it when it comes to UA, do you? Go beyond, plus ultra, means to use everything you have at your disposal and then some. Your vow is only going to hinder you in the long run, as both a hero and yourself, Todoroki. I made this vow in honor of my mother. I will not denounce it for you, and especially not for Endeavor, Todoroki claimed coldly, his glare as sharp as ice. Fine, we'll see how long that lasts if we fight each other. Izuku said, knowing he wasn't gonna be able to change Todoroki's mind right now. Seeing their conversation over, the split-haired boy had walked away, leaving Izuku alone in the hall. Damn brat, I really hate Endeavor. So you got a plan on how to help him? Nana asked, worried for the young man. That kind of mental state was going to end terribly for him and others. I have to use the ancient method passed down from generation to generation since the dawn of time itself. You're going to beat him up, aren't you? Maliciously. UA University Sports Festival Stadium. Welcome back everyone to the UA Sports Festival. Present Mike announced aloud. Everyone was in the stands, having it been kept private from the rest of the stadium. Now before we can start the next event, we do have some news. 2 contestants have dropped out. Toru Hagakure and Kana Tsutsumi. Aizawa was blunt about it as usual, but it left many shocked all the same. They will be replaced by Pony Tsunotori and Nito Monoma as of this time. Hagakure. Izuku turned to his classmate, finding her still being comforted by Mina. She surprisingly turned to him, letting out a shaky laugh. Sorry Midoriya, I don't think I could have done anything against him. Toru replied, her form shivering unconsciously. Mina was already hugging her, whispering into her ear while Izuku frowned hard. Todoroki is really lucky he isn't here right now. The boy was not among them, he doubted he would see him until the fights. That was for the best given his current mood. I was wondering why you looked down, Reiko said, having been sitting next to Kana. She looked uncharacteristically pitiful for someone that was fighting for the next round. So what made you drop out? None of your business, Kana replied coldly, earning a scowl in return. Screw me for asking then, Reiko grumbled as he turned away. He wished he could do the same, but he rather did this than deal with his sister on his ass for dropping out. Kana remained silent, her mood growing considerably worse. She had gotten another order. Last minute of course, but it was one she had to follow. To not draw too much attention to herself and to drop out from the sports festival. She didn't want to. This was her chance to show the world who she was going to be, a real, true hero. Yet she was reminded that she was still an agent of the hero commission and she had to keep up certain appearances. If that meant making sure that she didn't get too much attention on her, then so be it. Besides, this was all to see who they could persuade into an internship and if they were even worth it. For the mission, Kana could only sigh, already wanting nothing more than to leave. Instead she had to watch this, at least so she could attempt to keep ties within the class. Quote. Sorry about that, I just really don't want to talk about it. Quote. Given I know that feeling, you're forgiven. Reiko said coolly, his attention remaining on the event. He really did understand that. With that being said, the matches are as set. Aizawa explained as the rounds came up on the scoreboard. Match 1. Izuku Midoriya vs. Hitoshi Shinso. Match 2. Itsuka Kendo vs. Mezzo Shoji. Match 3. Fumikage Tokiyami vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. Match 4. Reiko Usajiyama vs. Pony Tsunotori. Match 5. Abara Shiozaki vs. Yui Kodai. Match 6. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Ochako Uraraka. Match 7. Sen Kaibara vs. Mei Hatsume. Match 8. Shoto Todoroki vs. Nito Monoma. Oh wow, you might actually be done for. Setsuna teased from behind Monoma's head. He yelped upon turning around, finding her snickering disembodied head giggling floating there. Go back to your place, you 1B dolt. Make me. He attempted to grab her head only to trip over the seat and fall over it. Whoops. Too slow. Gah. Hold still, you. Everyone watched as Monoma attempted to catch the floating head in vain. You think you'll be fine going against Bakugo? Sue asked Uraraka. Nope, but I'm gonna give it my all to win. Uraraka claimed with a cheerful smile, filled to the brim of confidence. Quote. You really need to stop being so adorable. And immediately the gravity woman was sent into a flushing mess while denying it. Sue merely smiled in return. So, you got a plan against the Aizawa clone? Kyoka asked, a hint of worry in her tone. I got a feeling of what his quirk is. If I'm right, then I won't even need to say a word in order to win. Izuku knew he didn't have to try with Hitsuhi, not unless the boy had some form of training beforehand. Hell, even getting under his quirk's control was something avoidable with one for all on hand. That being said, I'm gonna play it safe. Good, considering I didn't make it to the next event, I'll leave all the ass kicking to you and the others. Kyoko was admittedly annoyed that she hadn't made it, even if her chances were grim going against the others. There's next year and you'll have plenty of time to prepare for it. Izuku replied coolly while she snorted. Something tells me I'm not gonna make it that far either. Oh, I don't know about that. You're already stronger than most people, trust me, I know it. Like you need to tell me that. Kyoko affirmed, yet she did have a light flush on her face. Shouldn't you be going? First match, remember? Sure, there's someone I gotta beat up after all. Izuku said while standing up. Boom boom boy, Kyoka guessed. Nope, worse. That was all he said before he walked away from the stands. Wish me luck, like you need it, Kyoka joked, settling back into her seat. She then noticed Momo was smiling at her, making her raise a brow. What? Oh, nothing. Those two were absolutely adorable in her eyes and nothing was going to change that. Hosu City, alleyway. Cursing was something that an Iida had rarely ever done, yet it was something that Tensai Iida could not avoid doing as of right now. He was on his usual patrol, wishing he could properly watch the sports festival. His brother was giving it his all, no doubt, maybe acting like a robot as usual, but still in it to win it. Then he had to catch a glimpse of a villain, one no hero could ignore. Ingenium. Tensai glared up, meeting the maniacal eyes of the villain. You weren't on my list, not today anyway, but you just had to come after me, didn't you? As if I'd ever ignored a disgusting villain like you, Stain. The hero killer, that was who he had faced. As the name suggested, he was a villain who was personally going around and murdering other pro-heroes. Did you really think no one would hunt you down? Like you've done against so many others. Only one man is worthy of hunting me down and succeeding. None of those have been faced with have met that level of heroism. Certainly not you. Tensai gritted his teeth at the words. while Stain unsheathed his blade once. Because of you I'm off schedule and thus adieu. Punishment must be served. Damn it, I should have called for backup. He made a rookie move in not doing so and there would be no help for him. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. Stain claimed while moving around while pressing his blade down on the armored back. But some things are unforgivable. If you're lucky, you'll pass out from the pain. Stain raised the blade clean up as Tensai clenched his eyes shut. And it never came. Stain was sent flying off his feet by a kick clean in his side and sent away from Tensai. He stabbed into the ground to slow himself down, his eyes burning with hatred. Tensai slowly opened his eyes, confusion made clear within them. Who is that? Looks like help came after all. Just have no fear, hero. The vigilance is here. Not like this. Chapter end. Chapter end notes. Reminder. These chapters are being transferred to fanfiction.net. Chapter 19. First rounds. Brewing rivalries. Chapter summary. The third event starts. The first rounds begin with a bang, leaving the crowd wanting more and more. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. UA. University. UA. Stadium. And here we are folks to the third event and our very first round. The crowd roared with excitement as Izuku and Shinso stepped out from opposite sides. On one side with the mean green machine of Class 1A, Izuku, Midoriya, and on the other side is the purple-haired menace, Hitsoshi, Shinso. Galva added on with equal energy. Izuku only gave a small wave with a smile, while Shinso focused solely on him the entire time, a confident smirk on his face. Both had stepped onto the stage, standing a good distance from one another as everyone waited with anticipation. How the heck did that guy make it to the third event? Kamikiri questioned, his rage still boiling from not making it to the next event. Well, he looks a bit flaky, so maybe his quirk, Kirishima said, wondering how well he avoided that assault. Izuku's confident against him, no need to worry, Kyoka claimed before taking a sip of her drink. Oh, I'm sure you're really confident with your boyfriend, Setsuna added, making the punk girl spit out her drink all over Kaminari. Dude, we aren't like that, really. Kyoka denied, a fierce blush growing on her face. Sure you aren't, Setsuna smirked while the girl kept on denying it. Unknown to almost everyone, Toru gave the girl a look upon hearing that, but quickly turned away, into the smirking face of Mina. Oh, this is getting good. Mina gleamed upon practically feeling Toru's embarrassment. However, she'd save that for later. So you two ready? Galva asked the two competitors, who merely nodded their heads. He could only grin, hoping to see a good fight. In that case, let the first match begin. Izuku merely crossed his arms, almost as if he was deciding something. Man, Shinso let out a dry laugh. You hero course students really do get the best kind of special treatment. Flexing his arm, Izuku shook his head and went back to thinking. Between flashy quirks, teachers cheering you on, heck, even the fans are picking out their favorites. Shinso shrugged, his smirk growing. Then there's people like me, who get screwed over because we just don't have the right quirk to fit the job. Kicking to the side a few times now, another headshake. Of course there's people who just aren't actual hero material. What with your two classmates dropping out of the exam? That actually got Izuku to stop in place, making Shino's smirk all the more deeper. I can't say I'm surprised. I mean, what hope does someone with a gun quirk actually have? It's not like she's snipe after all. She can just as easily mess up and, well, you know. Shino's gun-to-head hand motion was not at all appreciated. And then there's the invisible girl, who's just not gonna stand out anyway. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if she got forgotten about after getting frozen by your other classmate. Izuku's growing frown turned to glare, his fist clenching. But hey, I think they're better than that purple-haired girl in your class. Shinso was pushing the button now, and that's what he wanted. Earphone jacks, not really all that impressive on their own. I mean, you would need some kind of support gear to make it really useful for hero work. That glare showing some yellow glowing within them. UA's standards must be dropping if they let someone like that in here. I mean, how useful was she when your classes got attacked by the villains? Shinso added onto the rage, wanting to make him snap more than anything. People with actual good quirks have to stick together. Bet she would have been completely useless if people weren't covering for her constantly. Makes me wonder how you stand having someone that useless by your side. One more push. Someone like that, she lucked out by being around so many powerful people, but all on her own. She's just gonna fold and screw up. Shinso claimed oh so knowingly. Someone like her would never become a real hero. So how he didn't get to finish as Izuku's full cowling blazed around him, glowing yellow eyes filled to the brim with fury, and all without uttering a single response back. Single quote ... Oh fuck. Shinso prepared himself for the worst, seeing as how his plan had clearly failed. The greenette across from him looked ready to punch his head clean off with how angry his quirk seemed to be responding. And then he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Before exhaling, full cowling completely deactivating. What? Still not uttering a word, he knelt down and got into a runner's position, his stare completely focused. Then as though he heard a gunshot, he was already rushing across the field at alarmingly inhumane speeds. Shinso had barely taken a step back before an elbow slammed across his face and forced him back. Not even a second later a flurry of aggressive kicks were pitted against him, each one being sent across his side, face, arms, etc. In the moment it looked like he would fall out of the attack, Izuku would switch legs to lock him in and continue the attack. Holy shit, you only see combos like that in video games. Galva thought as he started recording the beat down. What the hell did he say to get that kind of reaction? Reiko whispered to Kyoka. The girl had focused hard after seeing Shinso talking, and needless to say, she wasn't pleased. He was talking about Tsutsumi, Hagakure and me. Kyoka growled while earning a twitch from the rabbit boy. Nothing positive, I take it. Nope. I don't feel bad for him then. They both fist bumped each other, keeping their eyes on the beatdown below. Dude, your friend is scary with his quirk. Sen muttered to his classmate. Moron, he isn't using his quirk. Katsuki claimed firmly, shocking a few of them. If he did, then that guy would have been paced. Seriously, that's even worse, Yosetsu said with a sweat going down his head. TCH, like that's gonna scare me. I'm still beating his ass. Katsuki claimed with a feral grin. That kind of technique wouldn't be easy to pull off unless the opponent is weaker or has been weakened. Itsuko was already analyzing for the sake of their battle if it came up. It was extremely straightforward, but damn if it wasn't effective. I don't know what he said, but it must have been bad to deserve. Everyone winced upon the harsh uppercut Izuku had given Shinso, the impact lifting the boy off the ground. This was not how it was meant to go. Shinso just needed a single response to win, and he knew for a fact that the guy cared a lot for his class. He figured talking shit about them would have gotten a more vocal response, especially if he aimed at one of his close friends. But he was wrong. Oh so very wrong. Hey now. It was only then he realized that he was only being held up by his shoulders and forced back onto his feet. Wobbling a bit, he took a weak-hearted step back while Izuku spoke. Don't give up yet, you still have a chance. This had to be a bait. Izuku winked at him. He was taking it. You're a bastard child, Shinso growled out while Izuku frowned. Hey now. Then he went slightly limp. Finally, Shinso managed to gasp out as he pulled himself out of the grip. It was a miracle. He wasn't passed out, but he had done it. Go walk out of the arena. Shinso's head snapped up, finding himself staring at the shiny green eyes of Izuku. No, I don't think I will. One for all was bullshit in many ways. One such way was being able to force himself out of a brainwashing like Shinso's with a loud enough voice coming through. And thankfully he had 7 to work with in his head. Damn it, Shino cursed, throwing a punch forward. He missed as Izuku sighed, stepped while slamming the back of his arm into his back. The purple-haired boy stumbled forward, yet forced himself to stay up. You people and your flashy quirks always have been kept up, while people like me are just pushed down over and over again because of what our quirks are. What the hell makes you so damn special? Nothing makes me special, said the reincarnator, knowing it wasn't true. Liar. Shinso attempted to grab him, but instead found himself flipped over and sent flying out of the arena with ease. Winner, Izuku Midoriya. And just like that, it was over. The crowd seemed pleased with the match, despite the one-sided performance. Shinso sat up, glaring at the ground with pure frustration. Of course I lost. Shinso looked up, expecting to find Izuku taking in all the praise he was getting. Instead he found that the boy was already in front of him with his hand out. Quote. What? I'm not some cocky asshole with a strong quirk. I'm a guy who spent most of his entire life quirkless because I had to wait for it to develop properly, Izuku claimed with a hint of pride. Despite that fact, I worked my ass off every single day in order to be a hero. Someone like you has more than enough potential to do the same. What? With my villainous quirk, Shinso hissed through the pain. Buddy, I can name several reasons why calling your quirk, which can control someone's mind, villainous, is the dumbest thing I've heard this year alone. Izuku hated hearing that kind of talk. It was like a trigger whenever he heard about villainous quirks. You wanna be a hero, same as everyone else here. Your quirk doesn't decide that, but what you're willing to put into it does. The simple fact of the matter is that a good chunk of the population believed their quirk decided how much they were worth as a person. If people didn't have an ideal quirk, they'd get laughed at or disregarded. Brainwash had been deemed a villain's quirk, and Shinso wanted to become a hero to prove them all wrong. No one could blame him, but it wasn't enough in Izuku's eyes, because the original Izuku had the same issue. Izuku was someone who, despite wanting to be a hero, had never tried doing what he had done. Working out, training, getting into fights, looking into support gear, etc. He could understand, this world was fucked up with how it treated the quirkless, and Izuku didn't have anyone in his corner until Toshi came into his life. Even then, he wished that his self had managed to gain the confidence to make that difference. Regardless, someone like Shinso still had a quirk, but that was all he had to work with. No real training at all beyond being able to throw a punch. It made him almost feel bad for him, but not so much where he would tolerate the disrespect towards his classmates. Which was why he wasn't too fond to have his hand slapped away by the boy in front of him. Take your self-righteous pity elsewhere, Shinso growled as he stood up on his own. His eyes hadn't changed a bit, still filled with bitterness and anger. No matter what you say, it won't change the fact that you stole my chance at getting into the hero course. You did that yourself, Izuku responded with a frown. Shinso merely spat down at his feet, before turning his back and limping his way towards the exit. Fuck, I was hoping that could go better. Hey, you tried helping him even after everything he said about the class. It was honestly more than he deserved. Izuku could only agree with Nana as he walked back to the opposite side. A part of him wanted to try harder for him, but another reminded him of his attitude. Meanwhile, Shinso was cursing up a storm as he strolled through the halls, ignoring the medical bots there to check on him. He didn't want to deal with them or anyone for that matter. He just wanted to get away from it all. Izuku Midoriya, he'd remember the bastard, that's for sure. Later. Next round is ready to go. In one corner we have Itsuka Kendo, the martial arts girl of 1B. And on the other side we have the armed and dangerous Shoji Mezzo of 1B as well. Both competitors stepped onto the stage, offering smiles to one another. Man, it feels hard to say who's gonna win this one, huh? Zero brought up, a weak smile on his face. No kidding, one's a martial artist with big chopping hands and the other can create a bunch of those hands to hit like a truck. Kaminari groaned, recalling being on the receiving end of both of them. It's a shame that fate has pitted them against one another, but it cannot be helped. Abara sighed, a silent prayer for them to come out fine and still good to one another. TCH. Katsuki himself awaited to see the fight, thinking this could go either way. It just depended on how far one was willing to go compared to the other. No hard feelings when you lose, Itsuka teased. Only if I lose, Mezzo replied back coolly, arms already multiplying. Ready to go. Then let's start this round. Mezzo rushed forward, 6 arms. Ready to go. Itsuka was quick to backstep out the way of a fist, finding herself forced to block the blow of another one. Mezzo was quick to unleash a swift assault, the opposite said. For Itsuka, as she was forced on the defensive. I'm not getting out that easily, Kendo decided, having further grown her hands to catch sets of the arms. She then proceeded to lift herself and slammed both feet into the stunned Mezzo's face, pushing him back just a bit, just as she needed, as she then proceeded to pull her arms together and punch them both forward. The impact was more than enough to make masked student skid back, yet he firmly planted his feet into the ground as Itsuka struck him again. It wasn't long until their positions were shifted again, with her now being on the assault. Mezzo, however, was having an easier time defending himself, his extra appendages working overtime to block off the assault. He'd be lying if he said he could win against her in a full frontal fight. She was more than powerful enough to break through his limbs. It was likely only because they were in public that she hadn't considered it. Unfortunately, he did. The moment when Izuku threw another giant punch forward, Mezzo tweaked the multiple arms around him and allowed himself to take the full impact of the attack. He almost regretted doing so upon seeing the horrified expression that had come across Itsuka's face. Upon realizing what just happened, he allowed himself to take a knee as Itsuka quickly went by his side. "Hey, are you alright, hey?" She didn't get to finish her statement upon several large arms shooting out from his back and quickly grabbing her. Mezzo was quick to lift the girl off her feet, sling her off the edge of the arena. Ring out. The winner is Shoji Mezzo. Itsuka groaned out in annoyance at that, and, from the pain, she was about to get up until she noticed Mezzo already in front of her. "Forgive me, but it was my best play to get into the next round." Mezzo held out his hand to her. "Bah, forget it," Itsuka grumbled, taking his hand as he helped her up. "You just make sure to give them a good show while I plan out my revenge. I look forward to it." Mezzo agreed upon seeing her teasing smile. Granted, he had a feeling she was going to make their next fight hurt. Next round. Coming in for our next fight is the Shadow of Edge himself, Tokiyami Fumikage of 1A. Oh, and Dark Shadow as well, Galva quickly added on upon seeing the dark glare cast from the quirk. He did not want to make that mistake again. And on the other side is the Lady of Creation itself, Momo Yaoyorozu of 1A. "Any idea who has this one?" Kyoka asked, sitting in between Izuku and Reiko. "Hard to say. I wanna root for Yaoyorozu, but Dark Shadow is not someone you can joke around with," Reiko mumbled, his ears flopping down a bit. "I think she has a better chance than you think," Izuku answered with a narrow look. "You forget she's brighter than most of our class, even myself at times. So long as she can think on the fly, she might be able to pull out a win." "We have been doing combat classes for some time and she pulled some serious wins," Kyoka hummed, recalling their class. They had all gotten some serious experience throughout that time, even after the USJ attack. But that goes just as much as Fumikage and Dark Shadow. A part of him wanted Momo to win, but he also knew that if she and him won their matches, they would have to face each other. He knew they had done it before, but that was training and this was going to be a full-on fight. "Fuck it, I'm betting Yaoyorozu." That didn't mean he was gonna wish her the worst. They respected each other after all. Are both fighters good to go? Both Momo and Tokiyami nodded their heads. "In that case, let the match begin." Dark Shadow. The quirk appeared, just as Momo instantly made a shield from her arm. "Forgive me, Yaoyorozu, but we will be taking things very seriously. Don't think I'll make it easy for you, Tokiyami-san." "Either of you," Momo claimed. Seriously. That made him quirk an eyebrow at her before he dismissed it in favor of starting the attack. Dark Shadow did so quickly, moving around like a snake as it closed in on Momo. The heiress was barely able to block against the attack, feeling herself being pushed back from it, before it had done so again with the same result. She couldn't keep blocking these kinds of attacks forever or else it would be another ring out, so she did the only thing she could do and pushed forward. Dark Shadow came in for another attack, yet Momo managed to push it away with the shield. Before quickly rushing forward, it quickly circled around while aiming for her back. However, it soon cried out shock upon her flinging the shield square in its face instead. Tokiyami quickly took note of his opponent's approach as she quickly made another shield, much larger than before. However, before she could get close, Dark Shadow swept by her feet and quickly wrapped its claws around her. "That's more than enough, Yaoyorozu. Toss her out of the ring now," Tokiyami commanded, as the quirk nodded. "Sorry about this," but it didn't get to finish its thoughts upon taking note of Momo's clenched eyes, and the grenade formed in between the large shield. OCRA, the grenade went off, letting out a blinding light that made Dark Shadow quickly let go of her as it let out a pained scream. "Dark Shadow," Tokiyami yelled out as the quirk quickly retreated back into him. He looked up, finding the heiress dropping towards him with the shield raised high. He managed to take a step back to avoid it crashing down on him, but Momo was quick to abandon it as she quickly created her staff. She slammed it into his chest and immediately forced him to the ground. Tokiyami found it in front of his face right after Momo stood over him. Surrender. Now. ... Very well, I forfeit this match. Tokiyami yielded just loud enough for Galva to hear. There you have it, folks. Tokiyami Fumikage has surrendered, making Momo Yaoyorozu the winner of this match. The crowd was quick to cheer as Momo removed the staff while letting out a breath. Forgive me for the foul play, Dark Shadow. But you're far too strong for me to face like this. Momo admitted she had wished to employ the flashbang sooner, but feared it would either be swatted away or simply be overpowered too quickly. Dark Shadow slowly reformed, smaller than it would have liked, but pouting all the same. I get it, but I wanted to get Fumi and me the win. There will be another opportunity, my dark half. Tokiyami claimed while patting his quirk's head. He then gave Momo a look. You best be ready for our next match. Neither of us will be taken down that easily again. And I'll make sure to prepare for it. Momo beamed with pride. Next match. And here we go. Here comes a flashy-looking rabbit, Reiko. USAGIYAMA of 1A. On the other side with a pair of large horns is Pony T Sunatori of 1B. Both competitors stepped on stage with Reiko looking bored, as usual, while Pony seemed more than ready to get started despite her bright smile. Let this match begin. Okay, guessing she can shoot horns. Reiko patiently thought while leaning down to place a mark on the ground. He was right, Pony could indeed shoot horns, but fucking hell they were fast. Son of a woe. Thunder horn. Pony called out, her hands to her head as she shot a barrage of horns. Reiko was forced to start running to his side to avoid the attack, stunned by the ridiculous number shot his way. Seriously, it could not have been healthy to just produce horns like that at such speed. Still, he wasn't too bothered by it given he managed to snatch one before quickly flashing back to his original spot. Pony was already locking back onto him, but he was quick to toss the horn. It landed right by her feet, just as she launched another barrage of horns at the now smirking rabbit. He teleported right in front of her and proceeded to give her a quick knee to her stomach, having enough force to knock her off the arena. Winner. Raiko Usajiyama. Reiko let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He really didn't want to risk rushing her and thanked his quirk for existing. Hey. Reiko turned his head and met the smiling form of Pony already in front of him. You fight smart, handsome. Thank you. Was she flirting or just not great with Japanese? He couldn't really tell, given she skipped off, making him wonder about how this went. At least his sister wouldn't be yelling at him right off the bat. Next match. Here comes the Holy Vine of 1B, Abara Shiozaki, and her opponent, the Shape Changer of 1A, Yui Kodai. Both women stepped on stage, Abara seemingly unbothered with Yui, who remained as stoic as ever. It was clear to the students, however, that Yui was at a big disadvantage due to her quirk. Think Kodai stands a chance? Mina asked, worried for their friend. Honestly, if it were anybody else I would have said she got a chance, but you know how Shiozaki was during that villain attack. Kirishima responded, remembering how easily she had taken down multiple people with her vines. He wished his friend could have some kind advantage, but the rules worked against her here. But that doesn't mean we won't cheer her on. She's gonna give it everything she has and then some. He's right, we should be supporting our classmate rather than assume defeat for her. Tokiyami hummed, having a few bandages on him from his fight with Momo. Then it's decided, no matter what we cheer her on. Same with anyone else. Mina agreed. Are the two of you ready? Doesn't matter, just fight. Yui sprinted forward at the word, knowing she didn't have long. Oh heavenly lord, give me the strength to triumph in the battle today. Abara prayed, her hair already moving ahead to attack. The vines moved forward to quickly restrain Yui, but the girl was quick on her feet and moved around them while getting closer to her target. A good hit on the girl might do her in. Crack. At the same time, the ground in front of Yui exploded, vines swarming out quickly. The girl barely managed to step away from them, yet found her ankle caught as she got pulled in. Within seconds, she was wrapped within Abara's vines and held in place. Try as she might, escape wasn't an option, not to mention her quirk was unable to work on the vines due to its organic nature. Can you move at all? Galva watched as the girl attempted to still get it before finally stopping. Seeing her head shake, he confirmed it. Winner by incapacitation, Abara. Shiozaki. We didn't get the chance to encourage her. Nina mumbled, stunned by how effective the 1B student was. She's gonna be trouble if she gets enough time to step up her defenses. Reiko hummed, not exactly fond of his chances against that one. Kana looked at the fight, a frown coming across her face. She could already see how useful a girl like that would be to the hero commission. Between the speed of the quirk, the strength behind the vines and the seemingly perfect control over it, she would have been a menace if she had been a recruit. The hero commission for sure would be sending an internship to her. She's gonna be a problem, that's for sure. Izuku hummed, his focus actually off to the side. He saw Katsuki and his friends seemed oddly focused. Was that a tint on his face? Ah, teasing material. Poor boy, Nana could tell he was gonna enjoy this later on. Next match. Knew it would go down like this. Izuku remained stoic the entire time for Uraraka and Katsuki's match. Uraraka was at the same disadvantage that Yui was after all, and Katsuki refused to hold back, no matter the opponent. The difference was that Katsuki wasn't able to just hold her in place like Abara was with Yui. And one thing that was a constant with Uraraka was that she would ensure and get right back up. So every time he blasted Uraraka away, she was already rushing back on her feet with a plan in mind. Despite all the burns, the damage, she kept on the attack. Katsuki didn't even look the least bit bad. If anything, he was actually smirking at her the whole time. You ain't half bad, round cheeks. Right back at you, Bombarian. WHO told you about that nickname. He instantly looked over and glared at Reiko. Just you wait, rabbit boy. You're on my list. You better focus on me. Or what? Oh, Uraraka's plan was in full motion. The explosions caused by Katsuki had launched Debers up in the air. Something that Uraraka took full advantage of by taking its gravity away. Now all of them were gathered up above him. Quote. Clever. Release. The rocks came down in an instant, a large cloud of dust forming on impact. Uraraka let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding, glancing weakly where her opponent was. Upon hearing an explosion, she snorted. Oh, crap, she didn't get to finish upon Katsuki blasting himself clean out of the smoke before immediately blowing Uraraka off the stage. And the winner is Katsuki Bakugo. Uraraka groaned, feeling her body giving it on her. She wasn't built to take such damage after all. Need a hand round cheeks. She glared up with a weak pout at Katsuki, who wore a look of indifference. However, she quickly took note of the blood around his hand, making her actually giggle a bit. The fuck are you laughing about? I got a good hit on you, that's all. Uraraka giggled as she allowed her eyes to close. Katsuki gave her a blank look as the medic bots took her off, glancing down briefly at his hand. He scoffed at it, then started walking away. Round Cheeks was determined, he'd give her that much. Next match. Single quote. Poor Kaibara, was the collective thought of everyone there. Not just the students, but the teachers, the other heroes, and even the crowd. All across the world, everyone could see the battle between Sen Kaibara and Mei Hatsume. The battle was far too kind. However, Hatsume had gotten Sen to agree to using several of her support items with the permission of Galva, who saw the humor of it. From there on, it was a promotional stunt for Hatsume's upcoming work with Sen acting as the test dummy. It was as sad as it was hilarious. And that concludes the Hatsume Expo. Hope you've all enjoyed, Mei claimed while Sen finally let out a sigh. Finally, can we do the actual battle now? Seriously, this was kind of annoying. Oh yeah, that. Yeah, I forfeit. Quote. Winner by forfeit, Sen Kaibara. Galva couldn't help the dry tone from the lackluster match. Interesting gadgets, sure, but still. You did your best, someone called out from the stands. Followed up with everyone else. Sen just looked down in shock while Mei skipped off stage. Honestly, I don't know what any of them expect. Wait, where's Shoto? Izuku realized the boy had left during the battle. It had then dawned on him that Endeavor was here and was likely having a chat with him as they spoke. Son of a Monoma, are you? And he's gone too. Fucking damn it. With Shoto. Shoto had taken a breath as he made his way down the stairs. He had wanted to avoid Monoma for as long as he could, knowing that he could make ample use of his quirk. All he needed to do was make sure he stayed calm for his match and not go overboard. Shoto. He stopped mid-step, slowly turning around to see the form of Endeavor approaching. We need to have a word. Next match. Todoroki was shaking in rage. Even a blind man would be able to see it, and yet, Monoma strode up to the stage with a smirk on his face. Are you ready to be humbled, my fellow classmate? Monoma questioned Shoto, electricity coursing in his hand. It looked like he grabbed Kaminari's quirk before coming on. Start the match. That was all he had said, his glare hardening with each passing second. Oh boy, this isn't gonna be good. Galva, however, had a job to do and did so reluctantly. Let the match begin. Monoma instantly charged the electricity around him, his hands out, and now it was cold. So damn cold. See crap. Galva managed to get out, half of his body semi-coated in frost. Shoto had let out all his anger at once, his ice releasing so fast and had appeared strong. This was made apparent as he easily trapped Monoma in the equivalent of a glacier. It reached up high, the tip clearly in front of the students' stands as they could only look stunned. Seriously, how the heck do you fight that? Ojiro questioned, shaking from both the power and cold. Bro, Kirishima could only gulp, knowing that he had to get stronger to even think about fighting someone like Shoto. He's a lot stronger than I thought. Kana mumbled. What the hell is he thinking? What if he coated anyone else during that? Reiko growled, more pissed about what he was seeing than scared. Izuku simply looked down where Shoto was. The boy was glaring up at him and he merely looked down with a neutral expression. He wasted a lot of power just now, he really hates his dad. Izuku could tell Nana was thinking about her own family situation and how much worse it was in comparison. Do you think you'll be able to help him? I have to. That was all he could do. Chapter end. Chapter end notes. Reminder. These chapters are being added from fanfiction.net. Chapter 20. The Burning Rounds of the Sports Festival. Chapter summary. The second round starts as our semifinalist begins the final bout. Chapter notes. Well, we are all officially all caught up now on this site. All 20 of the original chapters. From fanfiction.net site. Wanted to get this done sooner, but figured spreading it out across the next few days was wiser. And I was right with how many people like this so far. I will bring the other stories over here within time, but this one was a personal favorite, so I wanted to get it done. UA University, UA Stadium. Honestly, the guy could at least apologize for that. Kaminari complained loudly, scared out of his wits. I mean, it could have been worse. Kirishima defended with a weak laugh. The asshole almost froze the whole stadium. Unsurprisingly, a lot of them were not happy with that fact. Shoto had gone too far against Monoma, even catching another pro hero within his attack. Seriously, what is his deal? We honestly don't know, Sue said honestly, her usual blank eyes being filled with worry. Her own big sister instincts had been going off for the boy, but she didn't want to press anything. He's honestly never had too many interactions with the class, and the ones he did have are more than bad. While blunt, Sue-san is correct. Todoroki-san has been less than friendly with the class. Momo added on with a frown. But he seemed more than infuriated since we saw him last. Yeah, he seemed really angry about something when he iced Monoma like that. Mina shivered, glad she wasn't the one fighting him. Honestly, you might have to blitz the guy if you don't want to get done like that. Setsuna said under her breath, a hint of annoyance. A guy like that might just win the whole thing. Hey, I wouldn't say he's winning this easily. Kyoko wouldn't say she's a grand analyst like Izuku or even Katsuki, but even she knew there was a limit to what people could do. I mean, do you think he's okay after making an iceberg of all things? If the matches don't take that long, then he sure as hell isn't gonna be rested enough for another move like that. Oh, like when you use too much mana during a turn-based game you could have saved for later. Reiko simplified, his mind wandering back to the My Magical Heroes Akadiyama game he had. Damn, I should have brought that here. So that dumbass fucked up. Nice. Kamikiri snorted in actual amusement. That bastard deserved it as far as he was concerned. But didn't he do the same thing during training? Kirishima questioned, remembering his own frozen encounter. That was controlled, what he did was just letting out some anger. Izuku explained with a sigh, it didn't mean it would be easier, someone like Todoroki needed one move to catch someone off guard, it could also happen to him if he wasn't careful. Sucks that if I lose. During this, Katsuki, Reiko and maybe Momo might be the only ones who can counter them. If he did, then he'd just have to teach him a proper lesson during their next training session. Welcome back everyone to the UA Sports Festival, Galva announced. After a short break, they took care of an iceberg after all, something he had wanted to use as a means to kick Shoto out of the tournament. Nezu however convinced him that Aizawa and himself would be having a personal word with the boy after everything is said and done. We've had more than a few explosive rounds so far, but I bet they're only gonna get even more heated than before. Now if we could please take a look at our next coming rounds. Izuku Midoriya vs. Mezzo Shoji, Katsuki Bakugo vs. Abara Shiozaki, Corvus Usajiyama vs Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki vs. Sen Kaibara. It appears we'll be going against each other next, Midoriya. Mezzo said, turning to his opponent. I trust you'll do me the favor of not holding back. Only if you do the same. Izuku grinned at the Octoman. He merely hummed back, before walking away. Seriously, I have to go against that iceberg-making bastard. Sen's soul was leaving his body. He knew he lucked out against Mei, thanks to her usage of him, but this was just cruel. Well, it would have happened anyway if you fought and won against anyone else. Ren informed, with a smile. I think I'm better off forfeiting. Sen's soul was almost free from his body, before it was snatched back and shoved back inside. Ga, listen up, spin cycle. I won't have any one of my classmates give up against any of Deku's. Katsuki snarled, gripping the boy by his collar. You go in there, and give it everything you got. Because if you forfeit that easily then you might as well forget about being a hero in the first place, you hear me? Not like I have a choice. What was that? Nothing. Bakugo-san. Katsuki actually ceased his assault and turned to meet the calm gaze of Abara. TCH, done praying vines? Katsuki questioned, matching her gaze. For clarity, not victory. Abara calmly stated, you have a habit of overpowering others and forcing them into a retreat. Is there a point to you pointing out the obvious? Katsuki narrowed his gaze firmly. Allow me to reassure you that absolute power will not make me do the same. Abara claimed, firmly, if you expect me to break so easily, then you have greatly misunderstood me. Ha, good. The smirk that came from him was unexpected, but oddly welcomed. I hate weaklings. Bring your A game if you want this win, Vines. I fully intend to overcome you. Abara had said her piece, turning back towards the arena. Setsuna was already on her head whispering into her ear to which she got an angry glare. A minus, are you blushing? Itsuka asked, seeing Katsuki's face. Piss off man hands, they didn't see shit, so I guess we're against each other. Reiko said, with a hint of nervousness in his tone as he could. I don't suppose you'll go easy on me. No, I don't think I will. Momo hummed with a smile. It took all of Izuku's willpower to not laugh at the line. Not long after, and we're starting off with some heavy hitters. Izuku Midoriya of 1A and Mezzo Shoji of 1B. The crowd were already cheering for them, their hype shown from the previous events. Izuku and Mezzo were stepping on stage, their focus solely on one another for their matchup. Let's start off strong fellas. We got a show to put on. Mezzo was quick, growing up to 4 more arms to work with while Izuku stamped on the ground, full cowling ablaze. Ready, steady, fighty. Mezzo was off like a light, his multiple fists combined for an incoming strike for Midoriya as he threw it down, striking nothing but air. A foot struck him across his face, forcing him back a bit, yet he stood tall. Izuku disappeared again, catching Mezzo off guard with a much heavier fist across his head before vanishing again. He really is faster than I thought. How much power is he using though? He could tell that this was not the full extent of Izuku's quirk. Not after how he had fought that creature at the USJ. He likely could just take him out in a single strike. Perhaps a test. Fine then, I'll overcome you. Izuku appeared again, this time from above as he spun his leg down for an axe kick. Yet, Mezzo had managed to shift out the way off the hit, taking advantage of extra eyes to know exactly where his foe was coming from. Swinging his fist up, he delivered a devastating uppercut to Izuku's stomach. The greenette was completely stunned by the move alone, yet Mezzo didn't stop there and swung the boy around, tossing him against the ground. He skipped across it, nearing the edge until he recovered and forced himself to stand his ground. "Ha, alright then, I'll bring it up a level," Izuku claimed. Full Cowling's blaze was becoming brighter. Mezzo didn't respond verbally. He went straight to a full charge, multiple fist ready, and punching at the same time as he closed in. Izuku grinned as he entered a different stance. Full Cowling. Beowulf. Mezzo threw the large fist forward, and it got backhanded out of the way. He had no time to react as Izuku shifted his body around. One foot planted into the ground while the other had rapidly started kicking him across his body. The assault was as quick as it was effective, overpowering him in rapid succession. Yet he pursued all the same, forcing himself forward in an attempt to grab one of the legs. The greenette slid around his grab, a fist clenched as the power around it grew noticeably larger. Ah, this would hurt. Smash. The fist collided clean in his side, knocking the wind clean out of him. If he had a weaker body, he would have collapsed, but he still forced himself. Barely blocking the second strike, Mezzo barely held himself against the incoming barrage of kicks that followed. They were more than heavy enough to slow his own movement, fast enough to prevent him from keeping up. It wasn't long until Izuku forced his arms apart and kicked his legs square up in his chin. Mezzo's head snapped straight up, just in time to see that Izuku was above him before everything went black upon seeing a pair of boots slam into his face. Winner by knockout, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku let out a breath as Full Cowling vanished. Around him, Mezzo was unconscious on the ground, leaving the medical drones to come and pick him up. He could only smile, satisfied with how the battle had gone. You could have ended that sooner. Shockingly, it was the second user that had said that. He figured that they wouldn't be on speaking terms for a minute. "I'm not trying to end things quickly. This is forced extra work upon me," Izuku grumbled to himself as he exited the stage. The next round, standing across from Abara, had felt weirdly strange for him. The girl was beyond religious, to the point where she seemed to have a golden light shining over her. She was as goodwill as you could be with how much she loved her god. Yet he saw how she fought during their trials, more so during the USJ. She moved with grace and control, yet with the ferocity of someone wanting to win. It was attractive, which was a new thing for him. He blamed Deku for this shit. "Looks like both of our opponents are ready to go. Let's see who will come out on top," Galva announced, bringing his attention back to the fight. Abara seemed more than willing to get started, making him snort. "Let's get this show on the road, folks. Fight it out. Let's go, Vines. Show me your motivation." Katsuki snapped, his usual wild grin coming up as he popped an explosion in his hands. Gladly, the ground under him erupted as they began to swarm. Yet he was quick to blast himself clean in the air as the vine gave chase. Nice try. He threw out another explosion underneath, easily burning the incoming vines. However, he was surprised with how quickly they had been replaced. Damn, she is good. Too bad he had no intention of losing. Blasting himself away from the vines, he had turned them to ash once again as he spotted Abara still in place. Her hands were held together, her gaze never leaving him for a moment. Then the ground outside the stadium broke apart as even larger vines had grown cleanly from it. Was that even allowed? Allowed. The quirk usage is still within the battlegrounds. Nor is it endangering the crowd. What excellent control. Well, that was answered quickly. Katsuki could care little, however, as he realized that the vines were spreading apart and taking up around the arena. Even around Abara herself, much thicker and dense from how they appeared. "Trying to box me in? Fat chance in hell." Katsuki grinned madly as he happily began blasting away. The vines weren't any tougher for his explosions, but they'd swarm him if he acted too careless. Stretching out one of his hands, he used his other hand to form a circle on the palm on his outstretched hand. "Keep it up if you can." AP shot. Auto cannon. The explosions were sharp and precise, tearing clean through the vines with ease. Abara gritted her teeth as they struck near her while tearing her defenses. However, she was quick to send the larger vines after her target. However, another shot struck behind her, striking her hair and cutting off her connection. That was all Katsuki needed, the vines gone stagnant and faltering, revealing Abara in clear sight. She was already growing back her hair, yet with the burnt stem there was no way she could reconnect with the other vines. Without any hesitation Katsuki blasted himself down at her and had closed in enough to fire a singular blast to take her out the arena. Winner by ring out, Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki ignored the cheers and took a breath he didn't realize he held. Glancing over he saw Abara on the ground and shockingly still awake. "Hey, you good?" Katsuki questioned, earning a look of surprise. "Don't give that look. I ain't that much of an asshole." "No, you never were." Despite the loss, she actually smiled at him. Something that made his heart tug a certain way. "Did you enjoy our battle?" Quote. "You can do better, but, yeah, you were decent." Katsuki criticized with a grumble. He could have said more, a lot more honestly, but it wasn't the place for it. "You better give me a damn good fight next time, you hear me?" Abara's soft smile was all she had given. He wasn't sure if he could blame Deku for this or not. But damn if he wasn't gonna use him to deal with his frustration during their match. "So we all saw that blush, right?" Setsuna was pleased with both classes and even some of the listeners. "Oh yeah, he's crushing hard." Sen snickered, ready to tease him hard on it. "Oh, I can't wait to get all the details out of them." Mina squealed. "Don't even think about it," Izuku said seriously. They all shared a look as he pointed to himself. "That's my job." Next match. For the next matchup we have Reiko Usajiyama and Momo Yaoyorozu. Both students come from Class 1A, but that's not gonna stop them from facing each other and winning. Both students stepped on stage, with Reiko looking admittedly nervous and for good reason. The girl ahead of him could make anything and looked like she had planned for her potential matches. He feared for his ears and for good reason. "No hard feelings for when you lose, right?" Momo asked, her soft expression going into pure seriousness. Oh yeah, he was gonna be boned if he didn't take this seriously. None at all. Just don't go too crazy. Getting into a familiar stance, he could only hope that he at least came out of this unscathed. "Looks like both of our competitors are ready to go. Let the battle commence." Momo had already made herself a shield and was that already a flash grenade. Stomping the ground, and yanking the debris that came from it. Crap, super crap. Marking up the debris, he quickly scattered them around and teleported away as the grenade landed. He avoided it, sure, but the flash was still blinding. Even at a distance, it was still a damn grenade. His ears twitched as he ducked under a fast-flying bag overhead. Great, a beanbag launcher now. Sorry, not gonna be that easy. Reiko had already tossed a marked rock her way, preparing to close the distance as quickly as possible. He teleported right next to her with the full intent of kicking her out of the arena. Same for me. To his surprise, she had not only avoided the kick, but had shoved a taser clean into his side. Fuck. His body had spazzed violently, having never been on the receiving end of this before. Momo didn't hesitate to bash him straight in the head with the shield. If it had been any normal person, they would have been knocked out cold from it alone. However, he wasn't just a teleporting gimmick. He was also a rabbit. Grabbing the shield, he had yanked Momo closer as he pulled them both down. The girl let out a yelp as he proceeded to kick the shield and force her to go flying across the stage. Thankfully she didn't go far, but skipping over concrete was hardly pleasant. She wasn't allowed to think much on it as Reiko came rushing over and quickly raised her shield to defend herself in a panic. She had forgotten exactly how powerful Reiko was in. That showed a simple spin kick had dented her shield while finally taking her out of the arena. Winner by ring out, Reiko Usajiyama. Reiko was already off the arena and checking on Momo, who seemed a bit out of it. "Are you okay?" Reiko wondered if he should have held back more with that kick. I'm a bit dizzy, that's all." Momo winced as she tried to move. Pulling the dented shield off her arm, a very notable bruise could be seen very clearly. "Oh, that hurts as well. That doesn't look bad, but we should get it checked out." Reiko wanted to be on the safe side when it came to his classmate. "I'm sorry, I thought I used less force." "No need to apologize, Usajiyama. You came at me with the intent to win and I appreciate that." Sure, she was sad that it had ended the way it did, but she made him work for it. Plus, she had her own wins over him and losses as well due to their training exercises. I guess, can't really call a ring out a win against you with how you were fighting. Reiko dryly laughed, his hand still feeling shaky from getting tased. That wasn't pleasant, but fair. Was fair. Seriously though, if it wasn't a ring out match up, I might have been done for if I had gotten serious. Momo was as adorable as she was scary in a fight. Next match, Todokori stepped on the stage, eager to end this quickly. He ignored Galva's introduction for him and Sen, awaiting to hear the word for them to begin. He had overreacted during the match with Monoma, all because of his creator, his father. He allowed that anger to reach him and had overdone it completely, wasting his energy completely for a fight he could have won with minimal effort. He needed that energy for when he fought Midoriya. And now we have our last match of the quarter matches. Galva brought him back to reality as he stood across his unsure opponent. Sen looked less than thrilled to fight him, not like he could blame him. We have Shoto Todoroki of 1A against Sen Kaibara of 1B. Let's see who's making it to the semi-finales. Let's get it going. Okay, can we just take it easy? And Sen wasn't allowed to finish, getting frozen over instantly, nowhere near an iceberg and only taking up the poor guy's area of the arena. Sorry, but I have more important opponents to deal with, Shoto claimed dismissively. He halfway expected the referee to call it then and there. Crack. Surprise came across his face as the ice around Sen broke apart. His arms spin rapidly while shivering. Really dude, I ain't that easy. Just fall. Another wave of ice was released, but Sen charged ahead, surprisingly. With his arms he started cutting through the wave with ease, making Todoroki's eyes narrow. I can't risk using more power on this one, but Sen had closed the distance and threw a punch forward, narrowly missing Todoroki's face. More ice was released, but Sen suddenly struck down where it was forming and caused it to explode in between them. This one is dangerous. A threat, however. No, not yet. Get over here. Sen lunged at him again with a spinning fist. Todoroki, however, merely sighed, stepped it while coating his back with ice. The sudden freeze caught him completely off guard, more so when he was kicked square in the back and forced on his face. Another blow to the back of the head had knocked him unconscious. Winner by knockout, Shoto Todoroki. Letting a breath he held, Shoto slowly pulled his fist back. Using his power, he began melting Sen from his prison as the medical drones came. On stage, he reserved himself for the next match. Soon he'd show his father how much he would keep to his word. UA Stadium, viewing rooms. Looks like we have our final four. Toshi looked on with a smile. You seem proud. Nimari smirked at her fellow teacher. How can I not be? They've come far in such a short amount of time. It has barely been a month since they've entered and they've already had to deal with so much. Well, they all had an amazing pair of teachers helping them. Nimari happily gave themselves credit as she smiled softly. Still, they did most of it on their own. They'll be pros sooner than we think. Not too soon, I hope. The League of Villains were still out there, and if All for One was truly their master, then they would all become a target soon enough. We'll be sure to teach them all we know. Till then, let's cheer them on. It's just 2 more rounds. Rumi reminded Himiko as they looked out the window with focused expressions. Yup, and then Izuku is going to end up winning, Himiko said, her tone all-knowingly. Doubt it, he may have some moves, but he's a pushover compared to Reiko. Rumi claimed. Girls, please behave yourselves. Inko pleaded while they simply huffed and turned away from each other. Seriously, I don't know how you can put bets like this when they harm each other, even if it is part of the event. It's just how things are at UA, Nimari explained to the worried mother. But don't you worry, we're more than equipped to handle the students if they get too rowdy. I don't doubt it. I must sound so paranoid. Inko sighed. Nonsense. It's merely concern for your child's well-being. All Might couldn't say he understood himself, given his lack of a child, but he could understand wanting to protect someone. Thank you. I just hope Izuku and Katsuki do well in their match. Inko hummed as the screen blared to life. Izuku Midoriya vs. Katsuki Bakugo. Shoto Todoroki vs. Reiko Usajiyama. Oh, this might get bloody, Inko said far too casually, surprisingly to the other adults. They're gonna go at it bad. Himiko added on. Should I get a medical kit ready? No, recovery girls should be able to handle Izu and Kat if they break anything. Maybe I should tell Primus to keep an eye on those two. Nimari muttered, wondering exactly how bad this fight was gonna get. It shouldn't be that bad. Granted, I don't know what's worse, them fighting or them training. Inko had recalled seeing the training schedule and had shivers. I remember a time where Izuku wanted to do something he called battleship bags for training. Battleship bags? Nimari questioned. He wanted to use those old decommissioned battleships as punching bags so he could get stronger. Inko explained dryly, ignorant to everyone's expressions. The only reason the scrap company allowed it was because it was taking up space. Him and Katsuki had abused that until they had completely banned them from it. Their fists were so bloody. Fuck, why didn't I think of that? Rumi wondered at the thought. Now she was curious about the fight beyond her brothers. Just a bit, so much blood. Meanwhile, poor Inko was being patted on the back by equally disturbed Nimari and Toshi. Plus ultra indeed. A University, UA. Stadium. Wait, they get how rowdy? Kamikiri questioned when it came to the duo about to fight. Angry as he was still curious about the rivalry between Izuku and Katsuki. Let's just say they have a habit of beating each other up that goes beyond a sparring match. Reiko explained as best he could. They have beaten the bricks off each other almost every other day for the sake of making sure getting UA wasn't just a dream. Kyoka added on, a shiver coming on remembering how much the two seemed to harm each other. Seriously, if it wasn't the fact that I knew them, then I would have assumed they were enemies more so than rivals. Complete psychopaths. Reiko simplified with a hum as he turned to Kana. Honestly, it's a toss-up, but who do you think is gonna come out on top? Whoever wants to win more. Kana answered, seemingly uncaring. Shouldn't you be more worried about your own match anyway? Not really. I'm not nearly as motivated as these other guys. The only reason he was trying was to avoid his sisters yelling. More surprised I made it past Yaoyorozu of all people. Hell, she almost did get me. Besides, this is more interesting. How come? Oh, they've been keeping count of it. Thousands upon thousands of matches. Reiko revealed to the class. Wait, seriously? Kirishima gasped, his eyes widening in awe. That's. Tetsu could feel the tears sting his eyes. So manly. Both of them cried out, tears streaming out of their eyes. However, it didn't last. Kyoka stuck her ear jacks in them as they went stiff and fell over. It's loud enough without you two trying to blow my eardrums out. Everyone could only gulp at how quick she had taken out the two tanks of them. Ignoring them, she sat back down. While glaring at the stage below, everyone slowly began to do the same as Galva started the announcement once more. And welcome back everyone to the semi-finales. We've had some insane, explosive, some other word I'm not allowed to say on live television. All in all, it's been an awesome experience. The cheers of those who loved watching people beating the hell out of one another. Music to their ears. But it's time for the first match of the semis. Between Izuku, Midoriya of 1A and Katsuki Bakugo of 1B. Only one of them is gonna make it to the finales. Let's see who it's gonna be. Both fighters had ignored the cheers and chants as they stepped on the stage. Their gazes hardened upon locking eyes with one another, Katsuki's being far more fierce while Izuku's was determined, ready to eat dirt. Deku, are you actually gonna catch up to the scoreboard? Oh fuck right off, I'm gonna kill your ass. You can try and fail. Looks like both of them are ready to go. Let the match commence. That was all they needed. Full Cowling came to life as explosions fired away. Both of them were at the edge of the arena only to meet each other dead center. They had barely passed each other before Izuku threw a fist forward. Katsuki an explosion with a roar. Immediately, the center of the stage had been destroyed as dust exploded around them, nearly covering the area entirely. Oh, so that's why Midnight told me to be on alert. Galva blinked at how quick the two seemingly snapped on each other. The dust settled, showing Izuku's fist being in between the palm of Katsuki. The blonde had used his explosion to lessen the impact of the attack, but it looked like it still left a mark on his hand. Not that he seemed to care with the look on his face, something Izuku shared with him. That look. Both of them were grinning, feral-like, at each other. Good thing UA had a stupidly high budget. That's all for now, but hey guys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for further updates on awesome content. See y'all next time.